Thank you. Welcome to the first hearing of the Portfolio Committee Number 3 Education Inquiry into Budget Estimates 2025 to 2026. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, who are the traditional custodians of the lands on which we're meeting today, and pay my respects to elders past and present, and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connection to the land and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today or watching online, along with the hordes of fans watching estimates today. My name is Abigail Boyd and I am Chair of the committee. I welcome Minister Houssos and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolios of Education and Early Learning and Western Sydney. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing, and I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness to inquiry participants, and I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. I think what we'll do, I note that there are witnesses in the overflow seating, so we'll swear you in after everybody else. And then just to note that when you come forward to answer a question, to bring your nameplate with you and place it in front of you at the table to assist Hansard and others in working out who is speaking for the transcript. So let's start. So, Minister, I remind you that you don't need to be sworn, as you've already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. But for all other witnesses, starting on my left, could I please ask you to state your name, position, title, and then swear either the oath or the affirmation?
Thank you very much. Jeremy Croots, Acting Deputy Secretary, Education and Skills Reform at the New South Wales Department of Education. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Melinda McCabe. I'm Acting Chief Operating Officer. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Good morning. Deborah Summerhayes, Deputy Secretary, Public Schools. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning to the committee members. Murat Dizdar, Secretary for the New South Wales Department of Education. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Martin Graham, Deputy Secretary, Teaching, Learning and Student Wellbeing. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Good morning, Lisa Harrington, Acting Deputy Secretary, School Infrastructure at Department of Education. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mark Barrackett, Deputy Secretary, Early Childhood Outcomes. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now and about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Good morning, Sean Rumming, Deputy Secretary, Chief People Officer, New South Wales Department of Education. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. If I could ask Mr. French.
Good morning, Daniel French, Acting Deputy Secretary, Strategic Priorities. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Great, thank you. Who have we got? Mr. Bacco? Very good, thank you.
Good morning. Nicholas Bacco, Acting Executive Director of the New South Wales Early Childhood Education and Care Regulatory Authority. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And last but not least.
My name is Paul Martin. I'm the CEO of the New South Wales Education Standards Authority. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Martin. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15 to 5:30 p.m. We're joined by the Minister for the morning session only from 9:15 to 1 p.m. with a 15-minute break at 11 a.m. In the afternoon, we'll hear from departmental witnesses from 2 to 5:30 with a 15-minute break at 3:30. During these sessions, there'll be questions from the opposition and crossbench members only, and then 15 minutes allocated for government questions at 10:45, 12:45 and 5:15 today. And we'll now commence with questions from the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister and officials for being here today. I just wanted to, at the outset, of course, just acknowledge that you're here in an acting capacity and send our best wishes to the Deputy Premier. We hope that she's back with us soon. And in the meantime, Minister, we'll be up directing the questions to you, so we'll see how we go.
Thank you very much, Ms Mitchell. And if I can just,
Sure.
I was going to ask if we could note her apologies
Yeah,
today.
of course.
We
And-
know that there is nowhere else that Prue would actually rather be than today here talking about the amazing reform program she has underway. And I think anyone who heard her on radio last week can tell she's chomping at the bit to get back once her treatment's completed. But I really appreciate the kind words. But if we could just formally note her apologies, I think that would be a nice gesture.
Thank you. Thanks, Minister. Minister, can you tell me how much was spent from the Childcare and Economic Opportunity Fund in the last financial year?
I can, and I would like to thank you for the question. This is obviously in relation to early childhood and early learning. There is a lot of scrutiny in this particular part of the portfolio at the moment. If you'll just bear with me while I just bring that up, I can give you some details. So at the moment, we are in the process of rolling out the flexible initiatives trial.
Minister, I've asked a pretty specific question. How much was spent?
Yeah, sure. Look, I'm happy to come back to you on the specifics.
Okay, so the budget
of that.
papers show, I'll help you, it was 74 million, or just 75 million actually, I'll say 75 million, but there was actually 330 million allocated. So why was there such a massive underspend in that fund?
So in relation to that particular fund, that was obviously a fund that you established or
Yes.
that your government established when you were in office. We are being careful about how we spend that money. You know, Ms Mitchell, that we are very careful about how we spend public money. And so we are rolling out the flexible initiatives trial. And we'll be considering carefully about where we spend that money in the future.
All right, so Minister, there's a $400 million allocation in this financial year because you have been sitting on hundreds of millions of dollars for the last 2 years since you came to government. We have a childcare situation at the moment in New South Wales where many would say the early childhood education sector here is in crisis. Why are you sitting on close to $500 million of money that could be spent expanding and investing in high quality services for parents?
So I would say, Ms Mitchell, that this is a problem that fundamentally will be changed by regulatory reform first before spending or frittering money away. And
But
I want to be
why are you
really
not
careful.
allocating the
Ms
money?
Mitchell, this is a really important question, if you'll
Yeah,
just
it
let me
is.
answer. And this is something that the government, and actually I should just say the Deputy Premier has been working on this process for years. And one of the first things that I did in acting in the role was release the Wheeler report, which is showing the government's response. And the Wheeler report was commissioned, as you would know, by the Deputy Premier in February.
I'm not asking about the regulatory space,
Well-
I'll get to that in a minute. I'm asking about a fund that has been allocated and had bipartisan support, introduced by the former government. You've got parents crying out for high quality care. They want the dodgy operators shut down. Why are you sitting on almost $500 million of funding that could be invested in high quality early childcare services?
So, Ms Mitchell, this is where I was explaining. You rightly outlined that there is concern from parents. And one of the key things that I said when I announced the government's response, that was a result of work that the Deputy Premier had been doing on this for years, was that a key driving factor was about giving more transparency and more information for parents. That is a fundamental problem. And full credit to this committee that and to the upper house of New South Wales, it requires the arcane rules of the upper house to produce documents before parents actually know about what's going on
Again,
in their
Minister,
centre.
I'm not asking
so,
about
Ms
that
Mitchell, you're
in a
asking
general
me
term.
about a fund.
Yes, but
that
why
we
aren't you spending the money? Why aren't you allocating it now? What are you waiting for?
So, Ms. Mitchell, as I said, a key challenge that we are facing under national law that dates back 15 years is the fact that parents don't have the information. The regulator can't, under the national law, can't issue public information to allay those concerns of parents. So before we start spending that money, what we're going to do is regulatory reform.
Okay.
Now,
So
part of the package, well, Ms. Mitchell, part of the package that I announced last week with the federal government was some funding to increase funding for the regulator to allow some additional frontline staff, and that's an important step forward. But
again,
well, Ms. Mitchell,
we can get to that. I'm with respect here. I'm quite specific on the fund. That's what I'm interested in asking the minister about. My concern is that you say that there's information that's not available to parents. Well, as the regulator, as the agency responsible, you know who the good quality operators are. You know that you could be expanding options for families, and you're simply choosing not to do that. I do want to take you to some of the money that the fund has been allocated to. Can you tell me the 2 programs that you announced recently where some of that fund will be allocated to?
Well, Ms. Mitchell, in your introduction then, you said that we know who the good quality operators are and we should be expanding that. And that's exactly what the Deputy Premier initiated before the election. There is a historic expansion of our public preschools that is underway at the moment. And that's the way that we are going to...
Do you understand the difference between a preschool and a long daycare?
Ms. Mitchell, of course I understand the difference between a preschool and a
so
long
daycare.
I
want to take you to the two,
this actually
the two
works
programs
better
that you
if
announced the
ask me
funding
questions
for.
and then
All right,
I'm allowed
order.
the opportunity to provide answers.
If we could just go a little bit more steady for Hansard's purposes.
Thanks, Chair. So there were 2 programs that you announced funding for recently with Minister Harris under the fund. Can you tell me what they were?
You want me to provide an update on the media releases?
I just want you to tell me. It's your media release. You said that there's going to be two programs that will be getting funding through the New South Wales Childcare and Economic Opportunity Fund. What are they?
Sure. I mean, but before I get to the funding that's being provided, you asked me some pretty inflammatory questions in the previous one that I would appreciate the opportunity to respond to. Yes, it is true. The regulator might know who the quality providers are, but parents don't know who the quality providers are. And it's worthwhile noting that this is a 15-year-old national
Minister,
law that has not been amended.
You've already said that.
You
That's
did
not what I'm asking about, Chair. I'm asking about, it's your media release from a couple of weeks ago. You talked about a $200 million boost. You're spending it through the Childcare and Economic Opportunity Fund. There's a couple of areas where you're concentrating, including a couple of programs. I'm just asking what they are.
Yeah, sure. I mean, you've got the media release in front of you.
But don't you know?
Oh, I mean, I can provide you. I've got, as you can see, I've got plenty of notes here. But if you've got the media release already, I don't know why you want me to provide responses. But I'm happy to. What exactly was the?
I'll give you 2 of the examples.
Please.
The Ninganah No More program about Aboriginal languages for children in early childhood, and the Aboriginal Families as Teachers program. Both excellent programs. Both began in 2018. I'm just wondering why, when you said before that you're going to be slow and steady with spending this fund and you need to get the regulations right, why you're allocating money from this fund to existing programs. Why are you not just using your normal early childhood budget to pay for that? Why have you got to use the fund to just continue ongoing programs?
Well, sorry, there was about 6 or 7 different questions there.
You said earlier
that
you're taking your time with the fund because you want to get the regulatory reform right. But a couple of weeks ago, you announced that you would be using that fund to continue business as usual programs that have been operating for many, many years. Why are you using the fund for that purpose rather than just funding those programs from existing revenue, as has been the case in the past?
Sorry, it seems like your question is actually contradicting your earlier question, which said,
you know
what the quality things are, why aren't you funding them?
You've been saying you need to be slow and steady with the money, but you're now allocating existing programs funding from that fund. Why are you not spending it on what it was designed for, which is to provide more quality childcare for families who need it? Why are you funding business as usual through the fund? Is it because you don't have any money?
Because we're in government now and we make the decisions.
Okay, so can you tell me how those 2 programs fit with the objectives of the fund?
Sure. I mean, I can pass to Oh, sorry, I've got the media release now if you want me to speak. Oh, this is the... Yes, I understand. So this was an important part of our closing the gap approach is about working with Aboriginal community controlled organisations and early childhood services, and this will join with the 41 existing services to establish 15 new services. Now we know that, and you would know this, Ms Mitchell, the benefits of early childhood education, particularly for our most vulnerable children, and that's what this program will be
So
doing.
I guess my specific question though, and I agree, they're good programs, we funded them, they were established when I was the minister. My question is, how do you justify allocating the funding of those from the Childcare Fund when it specifically has been designed to provide financial assistance for the purposes of the provision of affordable and accessible childcare? How does it meet the criteria to be funded through the Childcare and Economic Opportunity Fund?
I think there's a contradiction in your question there, Ms
I'm asking how it meets the criteria.
You're saying these are great services that were funded under your government.
But not through this fund.
why?
This fund was set up to provide childcare in areas where it wasn't available, to invest in staff and services. What you're doing is repurposing business as usual programs under this fund when you should be allocating it to grow high quality services.
What we are doing is reprioritising existing funding sources to make
Right,
sure
so you're
that
using this because
we
you don't have
have
enough money.
No,
Minister,
Ms.
I
Mitchell,
wanna move
I'm
to
sorry,
the-
I'm not going to let you make
Well, you
little
are.
asides
Like, it's pretty clear.
and make accusations. There's an inherent contradiction in the question that you're asking
Well,
me,
there's
which
not.
is why are you funding good services that we have funded in the past?
Because we didn't need the separate fund to do it. We did it through our own revenue. You have to now tap into this fund because you don't actually have access to other money to be able to continue business as usual. And in the meantime,
No, that's
you've
not
got
the
families
case.
waiting.
No, that's
can
not
you
the
tell me
case. And
about the
sorry, Ms.
independent
Mitchell, and just-
regulatory agency?
Sorry, Chair, if I could just...
The independent regulatory agency that's about to be
Yes.
set up.
Question
I will hear the
and
point of order.
The Minister should be afforded an opportunity to answer before Ms Mitchell jumps
Sure.
to her next
Thank you.
question.
Sorry, I'm
uphold
very
the
passionate
point.
about this
I
area.
uphold the point of order. Please
And-
restrain your passion.
In relation to the specific question that this fund is now providing 15 new services with Aboriginal controlled organisations across the state. So we are expanding access for our most vulnerable children in partnership with Aboriginal communities. I would have thought that's something that you would support, Ms Mitchell.
Thanks, Minister. The independent regulatory agency that you have announced you'll be setting up, what specific powers will this agency have and how will they be stronger than what's already existing now?
Yeah, so in relation to the question, it's in response to the Wheeler review that I was speaking about earlier. And it's worthwhile just noting that the Wheeler review was commissioned because last year the Deputy Premier issued an updated ministerial statement of expectations to the regulator. And as a result of that, we saw an up in the number of inspections of early childhood centres. The expectation that the Deputy Premier outlined was that every centre should be visited every 18 months. And as a result of that increase in visits, unfortunately, we have to say, we saw an increase in the number of breaches. So that's what prompted the Deputy Premier to commission the Wheeler Review. One of the key recommendations out of the Wheeler Review was that to resolve the perceived conflict of interest in the duties of the Secretary of the Department that both runs public preschools but also then is responsible for the regulator. The way to resolve that is to have an independent regulator that reports directly to the Minister. Now, we're in the process of establishing that independent regulator and we'll have more to say about that in coming months.
Okay, so you've said though publicly that the agency will have stronger powers and accountability. Surely you must know what that will mean in practice.
So one of the key things, as I said earlier, that is really driving the reform from our government, and I have to say, after the meeting last week with education ministers from around the country, is really a transparency for parents. There's a real sense of urgency across the country that we need to provide parents and the community with more information.
Sure.
Now, as it stands at the moment, the regulator can't actually speak publicly about the actions that they're taking, and so that would obviously obviously be one of the key changes that we would want for the regulator.
Okay, so will they have more powers, for instance, to close down poor performing services and bad operators than they currently have?
So our position is that the best place to do this is through the national law, but as you would be aware, Ms Mitchell, the national law is actually legislation that passes through the Victorian Parliament. And so I've been working closely with my Victorian colleagues and with the colleagues around the country, but I've been really clear that if we can't get national law reform, we will introduce it.
And I've heard you say that. I just want to know, what do you mean? Like, they're lovely words, Minister, but when you say this agency will have stronger powers, what does that mean in practice? What can you say to parents? Will that mean that you will have more power to come in and shut down poor performers? You know, what will it actually entail, rather than just you wanting to work together with everyone, which is admirable, but when will we actually see the rubber hit the road?
Well, the rubber will hit the road when the legislation gets introduced in the Parliament.
Yeah, but what are you going to do with that? What's going to be in it? What are the broader powers? What's the accountability mechanisms? How's the agency going to run? How will it be different to what's happening now, other than it won't be under, presumably, the direct line of sight from the Secretary? What will it mean in practice for families?
You're finished?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd like an answer. It'd be great.
So the independent regulator, as I said, will report directly to me. Or to the Minister, I should say, and that will be the first and most important thing that they can do. The other key thing, the immediate change that we have to get, is that the regulator is able to provide parents with more information.
Okay.
And in relation to that, let me give you a real life example.
That would be great.
At the moment, if there is a breach at a centre, parents are not told about it. The community is not told about it. The only point of reference that parents have is the existing rating that is issued by the regulator, or if a service is shut down. And so that is completely unacceptable from my viewpoint, from our government's viewpoint, and to be fair, from the federal government's viewpoint as well. Parents need more information, and we acknowledge that parents have really, we've got a real challenge with parents. We want them to feel confident whenever parents drop off their kids at their local centre that they are having access to a safe and to a quality centre. And the way that we do that, a key part of rebuilding that confidence, is about giving them information. If there is a breach at that centre, they should know about it.
Okay.
Equally, if a parent is looking for a new centre to take their child to, they should have more access to more information than simply a rating that's done just once.
Sure. So you said that this new regulatory agency will report directly to the Minister.
Yes.
At the moment, that's you. So are you saying that when this is all up and running, the buck will stop with you or the Minister of the day to be responsible for the quality of these services?
I think the buck always stops with the Minister.
Thank you. I wanted to take you to the issue of funding for community preschools, and particularly capital services, capital funding. Obviously, community preschools, not-for-profit, very important, very high-quality operators. We've had a number of services reach out who are just completely dismayed that they cannot access any funding to support growth, adding additional rooms, particularly in the Upper Hunter, and I just want to call out Casslis Community Childcare, Gloucester Preschool, Dungog Preschool, Scone Preschool, Muswellbrook Community Preschool, all would like to be able to access some capital funding to help grow their service numbers, but there is none available to them. Why is there nothing for community preschools under your government?
So that's the first time that you've raised these specific concerns with me, Ms Mitchell, and I'm happy to take those specific services concerns.
So why is there not, though, a funding stream of capital budget or funds for a community preschool in this state?
Look, I have to say, I'm not sure if that's accurate, so I might just pass to the Secretary in relation to that. I know we provide ongoing funding for community preschools, a lot of ongoing funding for community preschools.
Yeah, but I'm talking about, there used to be Start Strong capital grants for preschools where they could apply. There were different rounds. There was urgency funding if they, for instance, had a natural disaster. But in the sector, for a long time, they knew that there were rounds of funding. There was open funding for a period of time that they could access. to add an additional room, for instance, to create more places, that was available across the board. It no longer is, and these services have wanted me to ask you today, why are they not a priority when it comes to capital investment?
Look, I make this point to community preschools because I recently had the opportunity when I was on the North Coast to meet with a number of fantastic local community-based local community preschools. They do really important work each and every day, and the government does provide funding for programs. These are long-running community-based organisations that have serviced often their communities for generations. The government does fund community preschools predominantly through program funding. But in relation to the question about capital, perhaps I'll just pass to the Secretary because I think there might be something he can add.
I just want to acknowledge Ms Mitchell, the great work community preschools do. They're a very important part of the sector and have a good track record of service delivery. We did distribute $8 million in payments in 24-25 under the Start Strong Capital Works program that you're talking about, and we do have a $20 million provision for not-for-profit providers.
But is that available to all preschools everywhere? Can they apply for that?
I'll get Mr Barakat to give you the detail, but they're the high-level figures that I've got.
Yeah, thank you, Ms Mitchell. The recent round of building early learning places was a test and trial initiative from the Childcare and Economic Opportunity Fund. And as such, the board took the decision to look at areas of undersupply to use those funds to increase supply in areas of most need. So it didn't cover all community preschools, but it was targeted to a number of geographical locations with the aim of increasing supply in particular areas to respond to the independent market monitoring report.
Okay, but that didn't include the Upper Hunter because those services
I would have to take on notice the locations that it included.
If you could provide that on notice where the areas were, that would be great. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Minister, the Wheeler review that we were referring to previously, do you view that as a robust report and set of recommendations?
I don't have any reason to doubt it. I would say, sorry, excuse me. Sorry. I would say that we respect the role that Mr Wheeler has played. I think maybe earlier I said that I announced the government response. I should say I announced the initial government response, and you would be aware, Ms Boyd, that we've accepted those recommendations, those 12 recommendations, all of them in principle, and announced 5 immediate actions as part of that. But this is something that it's a big program of reform, and we'd be happy to take on board if you have further feedback.
In the report, Mr Wheeler says, quote, "In undertaking this review, it's apparent that given the obligations on the New South Wales RA under the Statement of Expectations, the national law and regulations, and considering the limitations on its powers under those instruments, as well as the level of resources available to it," it's a lot of qualifiers, "the New South Wales RA has been effective in the performance of its role," end quote. How do you read that? Do you read that as being it has been effective as a regulator, or it has not been effective as a regulator?
Yeah, look, I guess I'm really hesitant to pull out specific lines of reports and then provide reflections on them. I would say that a broader reflection on the role of the regulator from myself would be that it's hamstrung by the national law, and that at the moment the regulator may actually take actions against individual services but can't speak about those publicly. And as I said in response to Ms Mitchell, I think that's a really key part of the transparency that parents deserve, but also that the broader community deserves. And full credit to you, Ms Boyd, you compelled the production of these papers, but that's what it took in order to actually generate this information. And I just don't think that that's right, and that's certainly what we're going to be doing through our legislation, but also through, if we can do it, through the national amendments to the national law.
In what way, though, is the national law responsible for the regulatory authority failing to go and even inspect some of these services for 18 months to 2 years?
So, as you're aware, there's a national law that governs the regulatory system that we have, but we have state-based regulators, so they are governed by the national law. So when I say it's hamstrung, it's it's unable to communicate that publicly.
But is it a lack of powers, or is it a lack of implementation of the powers that it has that has led to the widespread failures that we're seeing in the sector?
So before I get to the question about the powers, what I might just go back to is you said the expectation that the regulator will visit every service every 18 months.
No, the expectation is a lot sooner than that, I would think. I'm talking about what the average is.
Yeah, so the statement of expectations so this is again where, as you know, it's very complex. So there is the national law, but the Deputy Premier issued a ministerial statement of expectations to the regulator. And one of our responses to the Wheeler Review is that we will issue an updated statement of expectations, and we're certainly working on that at the moment. So that's where the 18 months figure comes from. But fundamentally, the regulator operates a risk-based approach. And
I think maybe we're talking at cross purposes slightly.
Okay.
Can we just get back to, we have the Wheeler report saying regulators doing a stand-up job. But as you know, I've looked through, over about 130,000 pages of documents now that show very clearly the regulator is not doing a stand-up job. And I'll give you some examples because I think that always speaks a bit louder than statistics. For example, we have a service, Busy Bees in New Lambton. They were working towards NQS. They were rated as working towards back in August 2021. In October 2022, they had their rating upgraded to meeting NQS, but in that period there were so many breaches of the rules, to the extent that when in July a show cause notice was issued to that service asking them for why they shouldn't be cancelled, the regulator noted that between 2020 and 2024, 13 compliance actions had been issued compared to the sector average of 2. 52 confirmed breaches were substantiated with 23 serious incidents and 14 complaints compared to an average sector of 12 breaches and 6 serious incidents and 3 complaints. This was a very poorly performing centre from the perspective of the people going out and they're really quite horrific issues at that centre, even just some very basic things, not having working with children checks, insufficient teachers, no waivers, just having no ECTs on site, inadequate risk procedures, hygiene issues, really dirty premises. This went on, and yet we have then the ratings part of the regulator going in and upgrading them for their rating during that period. How on earth does that happen and we still have a report saying, oh yeah, but the regulator in New South Wales is fine?
So, Ms. Boyd, I might pass over to the regulator to provide you, because that's those cases and that series of events is really concerning. I accept that, and I'm not across the detail of each specific action that the regulator takes in each specific service.
Yeah.
What I would say, some of those issues that you've raised are some of the issues that we were discussing at the Education Ministers meeting on Friday.
But this isn't new. I guess this is a lot of the frustration is that we now have some responses from the federal government. That's great. None of this is new. We've known about this for years and years. But the New South Wales has commissioned a report that's come back and said that the New South Wales Regulatory Authority has been effective in the performance of its role, as though that's some big tick, but hey, let's do these little minor things like talk about CCTVs and the rest of it. Just on that particular...
Sorry, with the greatest of respect, Ms. Boyd, I would just not accept your characterisation of it giving us a big tick. And I would say, I would take the opportunity to commend you for the work that you've done in producing the documents, but then also matching them up. I just think it's really important to say, and I'm not alone when I say this, the Federal Minister said this on Friday, this reform is too late. It hasn't happened fast enough. The thing I would say is that this is work that the Deputy Premier has been on for years.
Yeah.
And it's true, we need reforms. We need reforms to the national law. We need reforms to the way that we enforce the regulation at a state level. We're getting that process underway.
And
we're happy to take on board.
And I appreciate your own, this is not this wasn't your portfolio until quite recently. And I appreciate that. I hesitate to interrupt, but I do have limited time. What I'm asking is for you to now, I guess, listen to the information I'm giving you. We have this situation. This is a really good example. I could pull out hundreds of them, as you know. This is just one that I found this morning. With this particular service, so let's just walk this through. It's got, even though all of these compliance issues, the New South Wales regulator has upgraded it and told so that everybody who looks on the site can go, oh yeah, they're great. They're meeting the standards. Everything's fine. Fast forward, we get July 2024, which then leads the regulator to finally do something. On the 20th of February, an enrolled child sustained a fracture to the back of their skull after slipping in the bathroom at the centre. No concussion monitoring occurred. Parents were not notified until the 13th of March, so almost a month later, when the child was admitted to hospital with a large fluid lump and skull fracture. Long-term effects of the injury are unknown. It's at that point that the regulator says, maybe we shouldn't have, maybe we should actually close down this centre. I would love to know what's happened, because that was July 24, and they still have meeting quality standards on a CEQA. This is what's so frustrating in this area is how obvious it is. When you look at the compliance record of a centre like that, when it's constantly underperforming, they're constantly not having enough educators, they're constantly not working with children checks or anything. The amount of times it's noted they didn't do their child protection training, they haven't got their safe sleeping practice in place, all of those things. And then you get an incident like that where a child is seriously injured and people are saying it's so obvious. And then you get the Wheeler report come out say, oh yeah, but they're doing an effective job. Do you understand just how frustrating it is for there not to be a greater acknowledgement that actually the regulator in New South Wales has failed and there needs to be a bit more of a serious response?
So can I just say at the outset, Ms. Boyd, they are horrific allegations and they're not isolated. And it's pretty hard as a person, not as a parent, not to be deeply moved by the idea of a child having that level of injury and parents not being notified and then only finding out about it months later. That's just completely unacceptable. I appreciate you have limited time today. I'm not across the specific details of that specific centre, and I'd be happy to either take that on notice, we can come back to you at the appropriate time. I'll certainly be making inquiries about it. But the fundamental problem here is that the only information that parents have, and I know I keep saying this, is that quality standard. And so I don't think I would accept that we would take the Wheeler review as a big tick for the regulator. I would also say we are making the most significant reforms. Actually, no, that's a understatement, because it's the first reforms to the national law in 15 years. These are so overdue. It really does make you wonder that how could you not have taken any steps in 15 years to improve a law? And we're trying to do that. We're doing changes through our own parliament. We're doing changes at a national level. These are not new issues. You are right, Ms. Boyd. But fundamentally, it can't be reliant on you sitting in the upper house of New South Wales connecting the dots, because the biggest frustration for me, you're right, your frustration is there, the biggest frustration for me is that parents don't have access to that, and they should know that, and that's the thing that's driving us forward in the changes that we are making. The fact that the fines themselves are so low and so difficult to be issued is a key challenge. We're going to up the fines. We're looking at different ways that we can be making the fines proportionate to if it's a small service or if it's a larger centre of services. Where everything is on the table here, Ms. Boyd. And so I'd really like to come back to you on those specific allegations at that specific centre.
We'll come back to them.
But I'd just say this is such an important area of reform, and it's a broad one that we're pursuing.
Thank you. Ms. Mahalik.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Minister.
Morning.
It's a pleasure listening to you answer the questions this morning. You're so articulate across the portfolio. Delighted to see you here. Can I just ask you a couple of questions? I just want to ask a bit of an update, Minister, on this review of Section 83C. and I know it wasn't done by yourself, it was initiated by Deputy Premier Carr, and I understand a commitment was made for a number of recommendations to be implemented by 2025 now. So have they been implemented largely?
Yes, so you're right. This is something that the Deputy Premier, I believe that she promised the review in opposition, and now is delivering it. We're obviously delivering it in government. As you'd be aware, the administration of Section 83C has moved from the department to NESA, and I can see Mr. Martin coming up to the table.
That was one of the recommendations. Yes.
So we are. So the thing I could say generally is that the approach is to fast track and to make a simpler and fairer process. We really. I'm going to butcher his surname and
I know,
I apologise in it. Thank you, Tom Alleganarius.
I
should know, as a wannabe Greek, I should know how to say that. I apologise. Yes. But I would say he's done some really important work. We're in the process of implementing that. Okay. It's also being done, what I can assure you, is in consultation with the sector. And so some of the reforms may have slowed down a bit, but it's there's certainly work that's underway.
Well, I understand him. I do want to put to you, Minister, that he was asked to do the review, and he subsequently also, as I understand it, been asked to do the implementation. Are you aware of that? Both, as I understand it, he was asked to undertake the review, but separately also play a role in the implementation. Is that correct? Perhaps Mr. Disdar can respond, Minister, if you don't know.
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Martin has ultimate carriage as the CEO of NESA, but it is fact that Mr. Alleganarius has been employed by Mr. Martin to see the implementation.
Right, interesting. Okay, so can I just ask that, Minister, what was he paid for completing the review? If you don't know that, you can take that on notice.
I'd have to take that one
on
notice.
Yes, that's fine. I'd like to know how long he was contracted for to undertake the review, and at what point he became an employee of NESA.
Can I just make
if that's what you just said to me,
might
Mr.
also
Disdar.
help. I do want to commend Mr. Alleganarius for his work, because he worked with
that's
all,
fine, Mr. Disdar.
all three
that's
sectors.
not what I'm asking. I'm not
Sure.
criticising anything. I just want to know what he was paid to do the review, because it's interesting that he's been was asked to do both the review, and I do find this a little bit odd that he's also been asked to do the implementation. And I don't, and it's not, because normally you do, and I know you do go to academics and people with experience in a sector to undertake reviews, but you've also sought his assistance in implementing this. So that's why
Can I just make comment on that? That might be helpful in a broader sense. That there has been occasions where I've done the same in my roles in the organisation, because it can be beneficial while ultimately...
That's fine. I just want to know what the contractual arrangement was. I want to know what he was paid to do the review.
Let's take it on notice.
Yep, you can take it on notice, and at what point he became an employee of NESA.
The
if
only
that's the
thing
case, unless he's a contractor, I imagine he might be on contract.
Look, I think we'll have to come back to you with the specifics, Mrs. Mahaley. The only thing that I would I'd make the point, which is I'm certainly aware of other times across government where people who have been commissioned to do reviews have then been asked to implement them. I'm thinking of some within the transport portfolio. I think we'd all agree.
Well, I would want to know, Minister, what I would like to know, when he was asked to do the review, was there an expectation at that time that he would then be implementing his own recommendations? And I would put that to you if you could take that on notice.
Look, I'd have to take that on notice. That's
and I appreciate you weren't the Minister at the time, but I
can help on that one.
Yeah,
there was
we'll get back to you.
Engagement was.
But if you wanted to put it on notice, because I do want to.
We don't need to put this section on notice, though. The engagement was to undertake the review.
Yep.
Subsequent to the review. Subsequent to the Deputy Premier's
Well, then
consideration.
there must be a contractual arrangement. So what I want to know, at what point was he contracted to do the review, and then at some point there must be an arrangement that he would then be an employee, as you've said earlier.
Yeah, a separate contracted arrangement for implementation.
A separate contract, right. Well,
the review process ended up with a small group of people under Mr. Eleganarius' leadership to produce a report that had a series of recommendations. As part of implementing those recommendations, some of them, the most obvious one was moving the responsibility of 83C from the department to NESA. And one of the ways in which the implementation is occurring is that some aspects, not all, but some aspects of the recommendations are being guided by, in terms of the way that they'll be interpreted and understood.
And he would then be contracted
that was
to
very
do
much
that.
supported by the independent and Catholic sectors, who were very happy with Mr. Eleganarius' report, and also with the directions in terms of the change in some of the emphases. So Mr. Eleganarius is in the process of concluding that work with NESA, working with both sectors and with NESA and with the team that came across to NESA from the department in the implementation of recommendations.
Can I just ask you, previous to this, Minister, when's the last time that he was employed by either department or of NESA? Because I thought he was at Sydney University, or he was an academic. I thought he was retired.
Mr. Eleganarius was at some point the president and the CEO of NESA, and previously of the Board of Studies and of the New South Wales Institute of Teachers, a long history in relation to leading the agencies.
A long history in public education?
Well, both the Institute and the Board of Studies are cross-sectoral. Prior to that, Mr. Eleganarius did have a role in the Department of Education, but that was a decade or more ago, I believe.
Okay. So he'd been long since retired prior to this?
Retired from a full-time role as CEO, but engaged in various consulting roles, yes.
Engaged, okay. All right, can I just also ask, I noticed in the submissions there were no submissions made by Minister by any of our representatives of the Islamic schools in New South Wales?
So submissions to 83C, the review?
Yes, so there were submissions done from Catholic schools, there were submissions done from other independent schools. Do you know why, or did anyone seek a submission from any of the representatives of the Islamic schools in New South Wales?
It's a good point. It was obviously predated my my brief period in the portfolio. I could probably pass to
the submissions were a public process. I'm not sure that there was any formal solicitation of submissions
right,
from
no one
groups.
was asked.
But I would have to take that on notice.
I'd like to know if anyone was invited or if it was just
happy
up
to take
you
that on
whether you
notice.
wanted to make a submission or not. Okay, because you want to seek broad views, and they're a very growing sector. A lot of students going into
so the Association of
Islamic
Independent
schools
Schools covers a range of schools, including Islamic schools. So
yeah.
quite often...
No, I appreciate they did a submission, but I don't know how
quite
much
often they are presenting also on behalf of Christian schools,
yes.
Adventist schools,
yes.
Islamic schools and others, because they're channeled
but
through
they're not their obligations to who they seek advice from is different from what the Department of Education is doing. So if you're making a review of this section
is that the
and
association
making significant changes, then you probably want to make sure that you've canvassed as many different views across
I'm happy to take on notice the submissions that were put there, but as I said, the variety of schools that are channeled through the Association of Independent Schools often includes particular sectoral groups.
Okay. Can I also ask Minister, did you have a chance to read his review? And I want to put to you that on page 67, and he's made recommendations that the Act be amended to replace certain wording, and that is that the term for-profit be replaced with language i.e. prohibited conduct or breach of funding conditions. Is that something that you're considering implementing as Minister? Or?
Yeah, so I do not. I've been briefed on the work of the review, and I'm certainly across the fact that this is a contentious area, and that there have been some schools that have been affected in relation to this. I would say that it's fundamentally important for the department to ensure that money that's provided for educational purposes is used as it's intended to.
Yes.
And I think the program of reform that the Deputy Premier has led is to do the review, to move the administration from the Department of Education into NESA, And then any further changes to the Act would be considered if those changes aren't working in practice. But I think...
But at this stage, you're not considering changing. It's, to me, I think it's quite heavy language that's been proposed to you. They're not actually in the recommendations. They're just recommendations to you as Minister.
Yeah,
Would you accept it's quite heavy language there to suggest to change from for-profit to prohibited conduct?
I think there was a view, if I can.
I'll just ask the Minister, yeah.
Oh, sure. I mean, I would be hesitant to provide a view on particular parts of the report. As I said to Ms. Boyd earlier, I would say that we are considering the implementation of the review. It's work that's ongoing. It's work that's very important, and we'll be, as usual, monitoring the implementation as we consider further changes. I just don't want to rule things in or out here today. I would say that this is an area of active consideration from the government, the implementation of the review.
Thank you. Opposition.
Thanks, Jay. I just have a couple of more just quickly on early childhood, Minister. Just in relation to the number of services not meeting the national quality standards, I think the Wheeler review said it was about 400 odd, and then there was a report in the Sydney Morning Herald a couple of weeks ago that said that had risen to 424. Of those services, are you able to tell me how many of those have a waiver in place?
Yeah, sure. I mean, we'd have to I could pass to the regulator to see if we can give you those details today.
Yeah, that would be great.
Otherwise, I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay, thank you. Minister, if I call the number 1300 679 332, do you know where I would be connected to?
No, I don't. Can you read that out to me slightly more slowly?
1300 679 332. I suspect Mr. Disdar might know.
I'm okay.
You'd go through straight to our switchboard, which is the customer helpline the helpline that's been available for a very long time.
Thank you. So there was an election commitment, Minister, that your government would set up a dedicated religious bullying and intolerance helpline. Can you tell me why the switchboard number that has been set up for a long time, to use the Secretary's words, is the number that's being promoted as that helpline?
Yeah, I can speak to this. I apologise for not knowing the general. I don't know.
I've rung it numerous times.
I don't know. I don't know many phone numbers anymore. This was, I shouldn't be flippant, the establishment of the Religious Intolerance Helpline, it was an election commitment that was made by the Deputy Premier. And it's worthwhile noting that this was designed in partnership with the New South Wales Faith Affairs Council. As you would be aware, the implementation was prior to my period in government, in acting in this role, but delivering on those election commitments is something that the Deputy Premier takes seriously. Well,
but with respect, Minister, if a student has experienced bullying because of their religion, and we know it's a pretty challenging time for a lot of faith-based communities at the moment, surely it's not too much to expect that they would have a dedicated standalone line that they could call rather than the general switchboard. Do you think that's good enough?
Well, I'd refer you back to the original media release that was issued on Friday the 23rd of August 2024 that says students, parents and carers can now call, I assume this is the number you just read out, 1300 679 332 and be referred to specific religious bullying or intolerance support. I think the Deputy Premier has been really clear about what the support is that's available right now.
But the faith communities have said today it hasn't been widely promoted. They would actually like to see more uptake of it because the numbers of people calling aren't in line with some of the concerns that they're hearing. There's standalone lines within the Department of Education for a range of other policy areas: distance education, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander employment programs, international student study tours. Can you give a commitment today, Minister, that you will establish a dedicated, separate hotline for students who experience religious bullying?
So I'd make a couple of points in response to the series of questions that you just answered, which is we've been really clear, the Deputy Premier has been really clear at the outset that this would be a part of the suite of measures. Now, this was designed in partnership with the New South Wales Faith Affairs Council, and there are a suite of measures in place.
Okay,
there is
but
no
one of them
doubt
was
I'm sorry, Ms.
will you
Mitchell,
commit to a dedicated hotline for this purpose, Minister? It's a pretty clear yes or no answer.
I mean, you've asked a pretty inflammatory question there about how students and staff are facing challenges at the moment, and I would absolutely agree with you that it is a challenging challenging time, and that's why the government broadly, but the department in specifically, has implemented a suite of measures to support students. I would be really hesitant to provide a reflection on the number of calls as a marker of success, and I think I would appreciate the opportunity either now or later on to refer to the Secretary to talk about that suite of measures, because it is a difficult time.
I'm just saying there's
it's
not
a challenging time for the community.
Of course.
It's a challenging time in our schools, but I think
shouldn't that warrant a standalone phone number?
Well, if that was the only thing that we were doing, then maybe you might have a case, but it's not. Okay. We're doing a range of things to address religious intolerance in our community, including law changes prohibiting vilification on the grounds of religious belief, affiliation or activity.
Okay, you've basically said that you're not going to set up a standalone line, and that's fine. That's your choice as a government. I want to move now to the issue of weapons in schools. Last year there was, there was a 7 News investigation last month which revealed that 476 students were suspended from school last year for using a weapon. Do those figures concern you?
Look, I think it's incredibly important that our schools are safe environments for our students to learn in, but also for our teachers to be able to teach in. And yes, I do find sorry, what was the figure that you gave me?
476 students suspended last year for using a weapon. Does that concern you?
I am concerned by the use of any weapons in our public schools, but yeah, that's all I'd say.
Are you able to tell me so far in 2025 how many students have been suspended for weapon-related incidents?
Look, I don't have that figure. I'd be happy to see if we've got any details that we can provide to you today.
We keep data and we release that as a system every single year. I'm never going to apologise for not wanting over-reporting. As a former principal on the ground, I want all of our people to make sure they report every single incident. We're proud of our track record in supporting how we work through at the local level. We have New South Wales Seconded Police. I want to thank them. They're part of our incident report and support hotline. I mean, to your earlier question around the stats, we're driven to get every student engaged and connected in their school environment, and at the same time, you've got to have the right authority and disciplinary procedures in place. I mean,
appreciate the sentiment,
one
Mr.
incident
Disdar.
One incident of a weapon
figures.
would be one too
pretty
many.
Limited
so
times.
we
I
work
agree.
really hard to try and improve
But
that.
you had 470 odd last year. I'm asking, do you have any data now as to how many you've had so far in 2025? Can you provide that to the committee?
I don't have that at my fingertips.
Are you able
but
to
we
provide me
it
then?
on an annual basis?
Sure. For the data from last year, then that 476 is the overarching number. Can you provide, and I'm happy if it's on notice, a breakdown of what those incidents were, what kind of weapons were involved in at which schools, please?
What I can commit to do is go back to the data that we proactively release and give you the categories and what we've got centrally. I can commit to do that.
I'd just make this point, Mrs. Mitchell, that the Deputy Premier actually, that was one of the key things that that she spoke about in opposition and corrected, the suspensions policy that actually gave principals more
Minister, you
security.
were always suspended if you took a weapon to school.
Well,
Don't try
I'd
and
make the point that it was actually your government that reduced the number of days that were available.
Not for having a weapon at school.
Well, no,
that is not correct.
It was the total number of
That's
days
not right.
that were available to
Minister,
principals, and so that was
Minister,
a key
I've asked you a serious
thing.
question about weapons in schools, and you have no idea how many students have been suspended this year for taking a weapon to school.
But what I'm telling
It's
you
budget
is that we
estimates
have
under
a stronger suspensions policy in place. That is a result of the Deputy
But that was
Premier
never the case for
listening to
weapons
the
at
school
school.
sector when
Minister,
you were the minister, and then implementing those changes.
Well, we'll get to
in
that a little
government.
bit later.
It's really important
We'll get to that a bit later.
principals are able to suspend students, and that was a key thing
But
about
they
the
always
20
could
days.
for taking a weapon to school, Minister.
20
Let's talk
days,
about
it
the
wasn't a
statistics and the overrepresentation of children with disability and from Aboriginal backgrounds in suspension data, if you'd like to start that conversation. But we might come back to that. Speaking of issues around behaviour, though, is there currently a Chief Behaviour Advisor in New South Wales?
My recollection is that was a position that you announced at the end of your period in government, and that was a role, I think it was, correct me if I'm wrong, Donna Cross.
Yes. So is that role still in existence, a Chief Behaviour Advisor?
So my understanding was that she was on a limited contract, but I'm happy to be corrected if I was.
So Professor Cross concluded her initial period as the Chief Behaviour Advisor as an employee of NESA and is now working on a contract in the anti-bullying space after the roundtable set up under the previous government and continued by the current government.
Okay, so just in relation to that, thank you for introducing that, Mr. Martin. Can you explain, well, probably to you, Minister, because obviously the Chief Behaviour Advisor role is no longer, but you've retained Professor Cross, but she's out on a short-term contract that is more than double her previous remuneration. Who made that decision to change her employment contract? Why did she just not continue as a Chief Behaviour Advisor?
So I'd just make a couple of points before I pass to the Secretary, because I have to say I'm not across the specifics of the contract, that this was something that, again, it was a role that was announced in the sort of closing days of you being in government, and the Deputy Premier then refocused her work on cyberbullying and bullying across all sectors, and we know that's really important because bullying is something that we face whether a child goes to a public school or a Catholic school or an independent school. There's ongoing work in that particular space. The question of her employment, as I say, I think is probably best by the Secretary or perhaps by Mr. Martin, but I would say that this is valuable work. I don't want to not call her a professor if she's a professor, because I know that's...
She's a professor,
Okay, Professor Cross. But I would just make this point more broadly on behaviour. There is no doubt that ensuring that students are able to learn, and whether that's for an individual or whether that's for the rest of their classmates, that's such a fundamental part. And so I know that's at the forefront of the Secretary's mind as a former principal. It's certainly at the forefront of the Deputy Premier's mind, is making sure that we have ordered classrooms where teachers are able to actually make the most of that time, and teaching is so important.
Sure. I might come back in the afternoon to Mr. Martin about the specifics. I agree. I think Professor Cross does great work. I just think it's curious that you didn't continue her on in the same role, but we can get to that later. I want to ask you about bullying, and I guess just picking up on the behaviour and wellbeing piece. There's data, the most recent data available in terms of the incidents of bullying for students. There's some work that the Mental Health Commission has up on their website. It's from the department's Tell Them From Me survey, but that's from 2023. Do you have any more current data in terms of the number of students who say that they have been bullied at school in 2024 or so far in 2025?
Yeah, look, I would either have to take that on notice or pass that to the Secretary.
Mr. Disdale, do you have that data?
But just before I do, I'd make this point that, as I said earlier, bullying is not something that just occurs in public schools. It's also not something that just occurs in schools. And that's one of the challenges, as you would know, Ms. Mitchell, that we face, is that this is something, and just the nature of technology that's changed since we were at school.
I understand that. I literally just want the figures, so yeah. If Mr. Disdale's got them, that would be great.
Home. This is again something that the Deputy Premier has really led the way with a cross-sectoral approach to bullying.
Again, I want to know the figures. I'll get to any specifics that you might have in place that are different or new, because at this point I'm not aware of any. But the 2023 data showed 29% of primary students and 28.4% of secondary students in government schools reported experiencing bullying. I want to know, are there updated figures? Mr. Disdale?
We're running a new student survey that replaced Tell Them From Me. It's been really well received. We've had high uptake, so we're just waiting for all those results to come in.
Well, that's the public school survey that you're running this year. 2024 data should be available. Tell Them From Me ran in 2024, that's correct?
Let me go back, Miss Mitchell, and see what we've got.
Okay, because you've used data from the Tell Them From Me survey in the update of what works best, but you didn't include any bullying data, and that's what I'd like. So do you have access to that?
You referenced 2023 data. You're right that we did Tell Them From Me in 24.
Yep.
We replaced it with our own student survey that has been developed by CC and been well received by schools. So
but where's the 2024 data from Tell Them From Me?
Let me go back and see what
has that been publicly released?
Let me go back and see what we've got.
Okay,
but I don't have it in front of me. I've got the 23 data that you referenced.
Okay, but the 2024 data, will it be publicly released, Minister?
I'm happy to take that on notice. I don't know.
Well, why wouldn't you release it when it's always been released before?
Well, no, I would say that I'm aware that we used to have Tell Them From Me, and we don't need to re-canvass all of the issues that we've canvassed when we were on opposite sides of the table with that survey. And I'd say that certainly the need for information is one that has prompted the change, and I'm really encouraged that it's been informed by CC. I think that's really important, that our new public school surveys.
We used to be able to know how many kids had been bullied at school. I just would like to know from 2024 what that data is.
But I think
it's been conducted. It's now mid-2025. It's not a big ask.
Questions been asked and taken on notice.
I don't know how you don't have it.
So
I said I'm happy to go back and see. I don't have the specific in front of me.
Okay.
What I do know, and that's why I don't want to get it wrong and go back and get the specific, is that the 24 data didn't, was quite stable compared to the 23 data. But let me go back and get that.
That would be great.
Ordinarily, I would take the point of order and rule on it. But,
sorry.
the conversation we've done, that's fine. I just wanted to note that in future.
And just to be clear, Mr. Disdar, that's all of the Tell Them From Me data you can provide.
Correct.
Thank you.
You asked about the bullying.
I did ask about the bullying, but if you've got the rest of the data, some of it, as I said, has been referenced in a recent report from CZ, so it would be good to have all of that on the public.
And I just put on record how Miss Cross in her work, in her report, also referenced the fact that as a system, having that data and acting on that data is something that's been good and has been driving the system. I think she makes reference to that possibly being stronger across the nation in her report. I noted that when I read it. What's really important here is that at every individual school level, every incident is acted upon. But you're right, we look at the global level, so let me go back and have a look.
I think it would be good if parents could see it as well. I think it's important to be transparent.
I think the data is important, Ms Mitchell, but I just also make the point that it's then what we are doing in schools to address that, and that's certainly the cross-sectoral working group that's developing a framework. It's going to be both preventative and responsive, because I think that's really important to make sure that we're taking action. We're not just getting the data and passively reading it and saying that we've got a problem.
I'm not arguing that, Minister, but at this point a parent can't even see what the data is from last year. So that's what I'd like to have provided to the committee.
I'm not sure that's the case, but we'll take that on notice.
If you can provide it, that would be great. I wanted to take you to, I guess, the question of whether you take questions on notice that are put on from members seriously, Minister, and do you do everything you can to ensure that accurate data and full data is supplied when members ask questions?
Do you have a specific allegation?
That's
a pretty serious allegation that you're levelling.
So I asked a question in May this year that was responded to on the 13th of June. There were two parts, asking how many permanent teaching positions there are in each New South Wales public school, broken down by electorate. And the second part was how many positions are currently vacant. I did get a response to the second part, which was a referral to an LA Quan, but you didn't provide an answer as to how many permanent teaching positions there are in each public school broken down by electorate. Why not?
So you're asking whether I provided information in relation to teacher vacancies?
Yeah, there were two parts to the question. It was the overall number of teaching positions in each school and the number of vacancies. You gave me the number of vacancies, but you did not give me the number of overall teaching positions in each school, and I'm asking why not.
Okay, have you got a copy of the question then?
I've only got one copy of it.
Oh, okay. I just don't have the question.
Right. Well,
in
it's
front
a
of
pretty
me.
simple
The thing
question.
that I would say, Ms Mitchell, is that teacher vacancies is absolutely.
I'm not asking about vacancies. I'm asking about the overall number of positions.
Order.
And you're not providing data.
Order.
Perhaps if the member has the question noted, that question number can be provided so that the Minister and the...
Sure, it's 3884, I think.
And then perhaps come back to that once they've had an opportunity to find the question.
Thank you. Our rule on the point of order is that just being a helpful suggestion. Carry on.
Thank you. Well, then I'll put a similar question.
Actually. It's
Okay.
about
It's
the issue
3884.
of the Minister being able to make an informed response with the question in front of her.
Sure.
Is that a new point of order?
It's the same point of order, but I'm elaborating.
Thank you. Okay.
It's 3884. I think someone can look it up for you, Minister.
Oh,
Mr. Disdar, I actually asked you in February a very similar question, wanting to know the staffing allocation of numbers per school when we were here in estimates. You took it on notice. You told me that the census date for that was the 17th of March. You'll have it at the end of term 1. So therefore, I figured when I'd asked a question in May that data would be provided to me. Why wasn't it provided to me?
and provide advice on questions and notice and provide our best advice forward.
Okay.
At the end of the day, as you would appreciate and respect, having been Minister also, it's the Minister's answer, not my answer, not the Department's answer.
So did you provide the Minister's office with the breakdown of how many teaching positions there are at each school?
We try and answer every question on notice we get with the required due diligence.
Sure. Well, when I asked you about that last year, in February, you also said that you'd have the data for last year or the most recent data for staffing entitlement, and you took that on notice and said that, yes, we would have that, we can definitely give you that. And then on notice, what I got back was entitlement data has not yet been finalised. So you didn't give it to me for 2024. I haven't got it for 2025. Minister, what I would like, and this is not a trick question, is the staffing allocation for each public school in New South Wales, how many teachers there are allocated to each school. I'm asking now for a third time, can you please provide that to me?
Yeah, look, I mean, it's the first time that you've asked me that question.
Well, I did it on notice, but can you provide it, please?
Look, I mean, I would make the point that staffing figures are available in annual reports, and I'd probably direct you to those in the first
I'm asking
instance.
for you to provide me. It's been provided in the past. I provided it, I think, to you when I was the minister.
Well,
a list of every school.
I might go back and check
a list of
I'm
every
not sure that
school
you
and what
answered
their
all the
staffing
questions on
allocation
notice
was.
that I
I know
used to
Mr.
lodge to
Rumming
you.
would have it. I'm asking, can you provide me and the committee to not hold us in some sort of contempt by not answering questions that we ask? Could I please get a list of every school and the staffing allocation?
Well, that's a pretty serious allegation.
Well, it
that
is,
you've
because
just
I don't get
levelled
what I
that I'm
asked
holding
for.
this committee in contempt, and so I just reject that at the outset. I'm certainly happy to go away and see if we can provide you some more information. I'd make the point, we've sat on opposite sides of the table. Opposition is hard work. You've got to try and find the information yourself. It's in the annual reports. If we have additional data, we will
I just want that.
determine-
Why are you so afraid to tell parents what
Right,
the allocation is for each school?
Why were you
Why
so
won't
scared to
you
come
do
and
it?
say that teacher vacancies were an
that's an
issue?
interesting
Order.
question.
It's not your
We might
time
come back to
anymore.
that.
Can I just add, if it helps
Thank
the
you.
committee, in fairness,
We'll
every
come back.
parent sees
Order,
what
Mr.
the
Disdar.
staffing
We will
allocation
come
is
back.
I'd like the overall.
in the
Mr.
school's
Disdar,
annual
order.
report. Yeah.
When I say order, everyone shushes. Right. Opposition time has concluded. You can all come back to this in the next round for opposition time. Minister, one of the interesting issues highlighted by the Wheeler Review in that analysis of the 34 cases that he did was the revelation that there is basically the regulatory authority keeps secret ratings of services. So we have the ratings for services that the public can see, and then we have the separate regulatory authority ratings that only the regulatory authority can see. Are you aware of that bit of the report?
Look, I'm certainly aware of the Wheeler report. I've read through it. I've read the recommendations. In relation to the secret rating system, I would expect that the regulator, in addition to the requirements that it's required to provide, would keep some additional data. But again, as I said earlier, my key concern is the lack of the ability of the regulator to be able to provide that information to parents. So but in relation to the secret ratings, is it helpful for the regulator to come and provide a bit more detail?
It may well be, and while he's coming up, Mr. Bacco, so what we have, so the quote from the Wheeler Review is, he says, one of the issues highlighted by the analysis of 34 cases was the difference between the quality rating, that may be some years old, as we know, sometimes it's up to 9 years in some places, and the New South Wales RA risk rating of services that would be relevant at the time of the investigation. So it seems like a sort of fluid, up to the day analysis of how that service is doing. He then goes in to say, for example, when he looked at the services requiring significant improvement, 100% of them were very high risk, as you would expect. That matches up. But then when you look at, for example, the 6 services he looked at that were exceeding NQS, 66.6% of them, so 2/3, had a very high or high risk rating, which is very different to an exceeding NQS rating. Do you think that really we should just be publishing that information for parents so that they can make a more informed decision?
Look, before I'd say specifically what information we should be providing for parents, I think it might be worthwhile hearing from the regulator. I would just say that the lack of information for parents and the fact that the regulator is, as I feel like I'm keep saying is hamstrung by the national law is just such a key concern. I do think that that's something that they need to be able to provide to parents. One of the things that I really believe that we need to be able to do is, if there's a breach at a centre, be able to provide that, for example, on the door of the centre or at the entry of the centre, so that parents are aware of it. One of the things that we discussed at our EMM meeting on Friday was making sure that that information is actually translated so that it's accessible for everyone who's attending.
With respect, Minister, you're now talking quite beyond my question. I will come to Mr. Bacco in a minute, and I'll just give him a bit of heads up. I'd like to know what percentage of exceeding and meeting rated services are rated as high risk by the regulator. But I just wanted to bring it back to you for a moment, Minister, because this comes back to the statement of expectations. There are different monitoring requirements on services with lower ratings versus those with higher ratings or exceeding ratings. And as we know, they can go for years and years before they're rated, and can be quite like 3 years, the one I just told you about, that was 3 years between ratings, 3 years since we've had a rating for that child, the centre where that child had that horrific incident. This is very standard for there to be years and years going between ratings. Coming back to the question. The question is, the statement of expectation places those different monitoring requirements based on what the NQS rating is. Shouldn't it really be based on the actual risk rating that the regulator ascribes a service as to how often they should go in and re-rate the service?
So just before, I would say that it is my expectation, and it's been really clear the Deputy Premier's communicated that through her ministerial statement of expectations, is that every centre is visited every 18 months as a minimum.
Ratings, not compliance.
No, I accept that there are different types of visits, compliance check-ins versus the longer ratings.
Yeah.
But I also don't think it's acceptable for years and years and years to pass without a ratings occurring. Now, we'll work through what's the appropriate time frame. I do support a risk-based centre approach, which means that while we might be checking in on the services that are rated at a higher level less frequently, we're back at those ones that we are more concerned about more frequently. But I would say this, one of the key changes that we are going to move either through the Parliament or as part of the national law will be to put the safety and the health and the well-being of children in services as a paramount starting point.
With respect, you're not answering my question, which is in relation to the statement of expectations. Even when you look at the previous statement of expectations, which is now expired, so saying that we have a new one is, well, that's great. But if you look at that one, the previous one from 2023 to 2025, there was a target for the New South Wales, for the regulatory authority to go in and rate all services that were rated working towards, to reassess that rating by the 31st of July 2024. The regulator didn't do that. It didn't go and reassess all of those. So it wasn't even meeting those very weak targets. We now have a new statement of expectations that has come out. It's based on ratings, not like these external NQS ratings, not on the internal regulators' ratings. How is that an effective statement of expectations that's actually going to achieve anything?
So with respect to Ms. Boyd, you've asked me a really long series of questions there. The first thing, and this is what I was just trying to say, is one of the key changes that we'll be making to the national law is actually putting child safety, health and wellbeing at the centre. That's the paramount starting point.
Interact?
Sorry, Ms. Boyd, if you really give me an opportunity to explain, that will then be, so this actually will mirror similar provisions in financial legislation that actually puts this at the centre as at the starting point. Now, it seems pretty unbelievable to me that this is not the starting point. And one of the things you would be aware that the Wheeler Review found is that the regulator and that the law actually has conflicting interests between privacy and then the safety of children.
Better be coming back to how often they rate. Are we coming back to how often that? Because you, again, before a point of order is taken on me, it's not acceptable to sit and answer a question in a way that talks about very broad principles, when you know how much time I have here, it's very limited. I'm asking about the statement of expectations that has been issued by your government. Will it be requiring more frequent visits of services based on the secret risk ratings or on the external ratings that don't get updated for years and years?
Okay, so you now ask me a really specific
Good.
question that I can provide you a very
Fine.
specific answer on, which is that the ministerial statement of expectations, I would expect, would base the ratings on the publicly available data.
does.
But I think it would be worthwhile Mr. Bacco just explaining if they keep additional information,
Well, they
what the
do.
nature of that information is.
I will come back to Mr. Bacco because my time is now too limited to deal with Mr. Bacco during this minister's time. Can we just talk about working with children checks? I don't know if you were watching or following the early childhood inquiry hearings that we had a couple of weeks back, but we were talking there about the huge number of people working in early childhood who don't have their working with children checks verified by their employer. And this was something that I had seen in the documents over and over, but also was confirmed by the Office of Children's Guardian. We had the Office of Children's Guardian at estimates last week, and she confirmed those figures that had been provided by OCG that said in some cases people who had been found to have done really quite horrible things within these centres and faced prohibition orders, around half of them didn't have working with children checks to begin with. Now that is incredibly concerning. When I put this to the OCG at estimates, she actually suggested that a blitz would be a great idea for the Department of Education to order. I put that suggestion to you during questions in the chamber previously, that we have some sort of blitz or action. We actually put out a press release from the Greens calling for that. Given that everyone seems to think that's a great idea, is that something that you'll now be doing?
So, again, thank you for the opportunity. I think the regulator has done some work in relation to this. You asked, again, a sort of series of questions, but I think in terms of just the last one that you asked around the blitz, I think the regulator has been doing some work. So maybe just Mr. Bacco.
There was just one question. It was at the end of all of the explanation.
You asked me if I'd been following the inquiries.
Sure.
You asked me if I'd been doing
I
other
assumed you
things.
had. You are correct. Thank you, Ms. Saval. Mr. Bacco.
Thank you, Ms. Boyd. So it's a good question, and you rightly call out the importance of working with children checks. In terms of specifically about a blitz, as described, in May this year we launched a regulatory priority program focused on child safety. So that's ongoing for 12 months from May, and one of the key parts of that regulatory priority program is what's described as child safe recruitment and staffing, of which we include working with children checks.
So, sorry, just to confirm, is that a blitz? Are we going into these centres and demanding to see the working with children checks being verified, or are we just saying that's now a priority and it's just on paper and no action?
No, so it's a specific targeted program. It involves education to the sector, but also visits by authorised officers. And all visits that we do to services, the authorised officer would be checking that everyone working in that service on the day has a verified working with children check clearance.
Not quite a blitz.
Mr. Bacco is too considered to say it's a blitz. I think it's pretty clear that we've upped the regulatory action to make sure that this is happening. I also think it's worthwhile noting we're doing a broader range of changes in relation to working with children check right across the government and as you know, introducing legislation into the parliament.
We know. Yes, there'll be some amendments being proposed. Ms. Mihalik.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, I just wanted to ask you, when you had this meeting with the National Education Minister on the 22nd of August, along with the other state ministers, did the issue or the program of Thriving Kids come up in that discussion?
No.
No. Okay. Were you given a briefing from, have you been given a briefing from Minister Clare or indeed from Minister Butler or any federal public department with respect to the obligations that are expected now of the state government involving kids?
Look, no, not that I can recall, but I'd also make the point that I think our officials speak very regularly, so there may have been some other information that was passed along, but I think the Premier's been pretty clear on this.
The Premier's been very clear, and I want to quote him. He said that he's not going to provide a blank cheque, and I think that's an excellent way of putting this. I also want to quote, if I may, I asked the Health Minister last week in his hearing about this issue, and I want to quote that he raised and I'll paraphrase him, but he essentially said that what he didn't want to see happen was just a cost shift to the state. He specifically said that, which I thought was right with respect to the health budget. Do you share the same concerns that your colleague does, that perhaps some of this is a cost shift from the federal government to various different state departments?
Yeah, I'd absolutely support the work of my excellent colleague, the Minister for Health, and I think the Premier's been unequivocal in this as well. And yeah, I agree with them.
Yeah. Has Minister, has your department or your office done any kind of evaluation with respect to what expectation there is from New South Wales specifically in contributing to the Thriving Kids? As I understand it, it's going to be $2 billion. There's an expectation that the states share contribute equally or in some sort of percentage in that. The government's going to give $2 billion as a starting point. Sorry, the federal government will put forward $2 billion, and they're expecting the states to match it. There hasn't, to date, in the public arena been any particular provision for how much New South Wales is putting. Do you have any more information with respect to what New South Wales is expected to do with regards to Thriving Kids?
Look, I haven't been formally briefed on the Thriving Kids and what we're going to be expected to do. I don't know whether our officials sort of have been engaging.
Can I just quote to you, Minister, because Mr Butler said, and I want to quote him, schools can play a more coordinated role instead of the individualised NDIS approach that sees school principals reporting dozens of different therapists tuning up to their schools to provide therapy to individual students. So I guess what I want to ask yourself, Minister, or indeed the Department of Deputy Secretary here, is have you been briefed on what this coordinated role for New South Wales schools is going to be?
Look, I'd say broadly, in terms of whether schools do play important roles, obviously the question about how kids can best learn and the supports that they need is one that we talk about regularly, and you may have seen that we announced this morning that an additional 240 support classes will be available across New South Wales schools. But how that interacts with the federal government and how that interacts with that specific thing, I don't know whether it's
Minister,
Mr. Disdale or perhaps
last
Mr.
year the
Graham.
National, Minister, I just want to put to you as well that last year the National Cabinet, and I know you weren't Minister at the time, agreed, so the state ministers agreed at this National Cabinet that they would all contribute to Thriving Kids. Now, I appreciate at that time they probably didn't know that the federal government was going to make dramatic changes to the National Disability Insurance Scheme, and as such would result in a large number of potentially children of mild and moderate autism being transferred from NDIS to that program. So I know you weren't there, Minister, but I might ask if you can ask perhaps Mr. Disdale, were you there or at that National Cabinet meeting?
Our work in New South Wales is being coordinated through the Cabinet Office as a central agency. Mr. Graham, our Deputy Secretary for Teaching, Learning and Student Wellbeing, that has all of our disability supports, has been
But
working...
Mr. Disdale, were you present at this National Cabinet meeting?
No, I wasn't. No.
Right. Do you know if Deputy Premier Carr was, or...?
I think it was at a Premier level.
Yeah, my understanding was that it was a national cabinet. I think this is where I'm
just
broadly...
I wasn't sure. You're right. It could have been the Premier, but whatever happened at that meeting, there was an agreement, and New South Wales did agree to Thriving Kids. What I'd like to know...
sorry, Ms. Mahal, I actually think that that's not accurate. My understanding of it is, and I'm happy to be corrected by officials, is that there was a national cabinet decision in relation to an agreement that was made, the details of which in relation to foundational supports more generally were discussed, and that's an ongoing issue. But you would also be aware that that was agreed at National Cabinet. It also has an interaction with the National Health Agreement that is still being negotiated by Minister Park with his federal colleagues. So there's a couple of different moving
I think
pieces.
the problem, Minister, is it seems like,
and then there's the Thriving Kids announcement, which is again another new piece of information.
But it seems like a lot of that expectation is that it'll be some health obligations, but it seems like it'll be, from what I can see in the media and in what Health Minister Butler has said, that they seem to want to offload a lot of this to the schools as well. So I'm wondering whether the department or your office ministers already sort of had some thought put into what this will potentially cost the New South Wales taxpayer in your department, what additional costs.
Yeah, I'll get Mr. Graham to add some more details. We've been doing preliminary work in New South Wales around the whole concept of foundational supports and what would that look like for young people. I just make this point, a lot of our schools have got very successful student wellbeing hubs. Some have been system funded and generated, some have been done with school funding as I move around the state. And I'm always reminded that the primacy of our role is to provide the highest quality, lift the quality of education delivery, but teachers, principals, educators are not immune to also trying to meet the needs of their kids. So we have concepts like the wellbeing hubs where...
I know, but you've got something that the federal government is now saying that he expects, because states apparently signed up to this last year, the Thriving Kids, it's what's been reported, and whoever might have been at that National Cabinet, perhaps it was a Premier, not realising he agreed to something that potentially would be a big cost to New South Wales down the track. So what I'm putting to the Minister is that I think the federal government got the states to agree to this last year, but weren't very clear as to why they needed the states to agree to this, because now there's going to be significant cost shift. And I'd suggest to you, Minister, and to you as well, Mr. Disdar, that you're going to end up with a very big bill here.
I hear the point of order.
It's now 10:45. It's government time.
There's no point of order. We will allow the 2 minutes to go, and then we will come and do
there is
the
a point of
15
order.
minutes.
The chair has no discretion.
This is unworthy
to
of
extend.
you. I'm interpreting.
No, the chair has no discretion
I'm sorry,
to interpret.
No. Please continue.
The chair
Ms.
cannot
Mahaley.
extend the proceedings.
The consequences of this would be very dire. It would mean that we would have to cut off witnesses when they're talking all sorts of things. It's really
the consequence
it's
is
beneath
that
you, Anthony.
Ms.
Can we please continue?
Ms. Mahaley can take up the time after government questions.
I've ruled, Mr.
It's
Diadam.
government question
I'm
time.
calling you to order for the first time.
It's government question time.
I'm calling you to order. Please desist. Go ahead, Ms. Mahaley.
Okay. Thank you. So, can I just also put to you that in his 20th of August speech, Mr. Butler also discussed the mental health in primary schools program, which has been rolled out in Victorian schools and being currently piloted in Queensland and South Australia. Is this going to be rolled out in New South Wales as well, Minister?
Oh, look, I'm not familiar with that part of his speech, so I'd be happy to come back to you on notice.
Are you aware of
I'm not
Mr. Disdar
familiar with
that was part of his speech?
Where we're doing a lot around student mental health. I'm not sure if Mr. Graham's got the specific detail.
So
it was essentially discussed. Essentially, Mr. Butler implied that all states should take on this program. So I'm just he acknowledged Victoria. He then acknowledged Queensland and South Australia. I'm just wanting to know whether has the department had any thought about this program being rolled out here in New South Wales?
So the program was referenced in the speech. The department has met with Professor Overclade and the team who run mental health in primary school program in Victoria.
Yep.
We talked to the team about the kind of mental health supports we provide to our schools, particularly through the staff that we already employ.
When did you meet with them? How long ago was that?
Oh, I can come back to you on that, but it was
But it's obviously not since the announcement.
No, it was
right?
a couple of months ago. It was before the announcement. It was part of our
I think
ongoing
all of you have met
conversations.
in goodwill, and the New South Wales government has met in goodwill with the national, their national counterparts in agreeing with a lot of these programs, because on paper they sound great, but in reality there's been what they've now announced is a significant cost shift and burden onto New South Wales.
I think the Premier's been pretty clear we're keeping a very close eye
and that's
on
why I
cost
acknowledged
shifting.
that he made that comment.
Yeah.
I think he was right to say that he's not going to sign a blank cheque. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Government questions?
No questions.
No questions? Okay, well that then brings us to our morning
Well-
tea break. We will return at 11:15. Thank you. Great, welcome back. We will commence again with questions from the opposition.
Thank you very much. Thank you,
1 minute early.
Minister and officials. Thank you very much, Minister. If I could start on the issue of school infrastructure. Minister, has the New South Wales Education Department spoken to the New South Wales Planning Department about the government's housing reforms on the education sector, and has any modelling been done to calculate additional school requirements as a result of the housing plans?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. And Minister, in terms of when would have the most recent discussion been held, or what's in place that you might be able to provide to me?
So our government has a fundamentally different approach, and this has been led by the Deputy Premier in relation to how we plan for where our schools will be built. Now, part of this was delivering on our election commitment in relation to the the enrolment growth audit, and that work was completed last year. That was a re-baselining, we might call it, in terms of understanding where were our students needing to be attending school, where were the areas, with respect, Ms Merton, that your predecessors had neglected and had not built schools, where did we need to fix that for? And that is an ongoing conversation.
Thank you.
I'd say this, we monitor, the department and we monitor very closely on an ongoing basis the enrolment capacities of schools.
Thank you. Minister, if I could just, you've mentioned enrolment capacity. I'm talking about calculating additional school needs and resources to meet the new housing capacity, which is being brought about today by the low to mid-rise, the Todd precincts. What's being calculated or modelled in that space?
So we do a range of things to make sure, and part of that is actually about an ongoing monitoring of the enrolment capacity and then the actual enrolment numbers at each of the schools. That's an ongoing process, and that certainly informs the decisions that the government takes and that the Deputy Premier presents in relation to the future options for the capital program.
Minister, are there concerns about the ability of future governments to fund the additional schools and to meet the educational need of this booming population off the back of housing growth and development?
So the biggest challenge, Ms Merton, that we have faced in government and that the Deputy Premier has been hard at work addressing is the complete failure by the previous government to build schools where they were needed, and that was shown through the enrolment growth audit. And so that's really,
the question was relevant to the current housing developments we're seeing now in terms of the low to mid-rise, the Todds. This is your government, your housing plans.
Yes, and that is what we are doing though, is we don't start government with a blank slate, Ms Merton. We inherit the previous government's decisions and policy settings, and when the government failed to build schools, let me give you Leppington Public School as an example, which I was out recently to turn the sod to begin the construction for the really significant upgrade that's happening there. That's turned from a semi-rural school now into a very significant public primary school. That's enormous growth. This isn't something that's happened just under our government, it happened under the previous government as well, but that's what we're trying to keep up with. And the amazing, Thank
you, Minister, thank you. If Minister, if I could also commend the work of Mark Hodges, the member for Castle Hill, who has been a strong advocate for new schools in his electorate, responding to the housing density changes, the new population, the new community. I also note that the member has made many attempts to meet with the Minister and on the issue and to arrange visits to his electorate. It's good to hear you've been to Leppington in terms of plans to Castle Hill and to witness that first. Would that be something you would do?
Look, I'd love to talk about the building program that we have in the Hills district, and I would say that that is in stark contrast as well to your government's record. This was an area that your government rezoned, built a metro line through, and we are the ones that are now building. The Deputy Premier, under the program that she has established, is building the first high school in the Hills in 16 years. So I would say that there is a range of work that's happening across the Hills. I was at Box Hill Public School with our amazing Federal Attorney General Michelle Rowland. I'm losing track of time. I'm going to say a couple of weeks ago, maybe about 6 weeks ago. But I just
don't want your diary.
Minister.
This was a new public school, a temporary public school that was set up in record time, in 7 weeks, to accommodate for the enormous growth that's happening in that part of of Sydney that had not been addressed under the previous government. So
Minister,
there's an amazing
do you have
record.
an
Let me just
update
tell
for
you.
me on a new primary school at the Hill Showground, similar circumstances that you've just outlined. A new primary school at the Hills Showground.
What I can tell you is that we are building more than 600 new permanent classrooms across the Hills and across northwest Sydney. So if there's a specific project that you have in mind, we're happy to look into that. But I would say there is a record classroom building program led by the Deputy Premier, who is from not too far from there and understands the challenges that we have inherited when the previous government approved housing but did not build the local schools and the local infrastructure that was required.
Minister, are you building a new primary school at the Hill Showground?
I'm not aware of that, but I'm happy to take advice.
Like the Minister said, we monitor population movements in all localities. We are building new high schools that commence this term at Gledswood Hills, Googong, Jordan Springs, Lepping.
It was specific to the Hills Showground.
I was just giving you the list of where we are building.
We can cover that this afternoon if you want to update us. But that was the question about a new primary school at Hills Showground.
I don't believe we are, Ms Harrington.
So what we're progressing at the moment is an upgrade of Excelsior Primary School. So there's 22 additional classrooms that are going in that vicinity.
That's huge.
Minister, does the Hills Shire have the most overcrowded schools in the state based on actual enrolments versus capacity? Minister, I know Ironbark Ridge School in Rouse Hill is at capacity 256%. And this is based on enrolment figures provided by your department and the enrolment cap. There are 829 enrolled students with an enrolment cap of 324. That represents capacity of 256%.
Okay, so you've asked me a series of questions, Ms Merton, there, and I would characterise this line of questioning as leading with your chin, because this is, if you would turn to your left and you would look at the former Education Minister who did not plan a single new school in Castle Hill. So the Deputy Premier, who would normally, I mean, she would relish the opportunity to answer this question because of the amazing building program that she is leading, particularly across northwest and southwest Sydney. Now, let's just be really clear about what the legacy of your government, your predecessors'
You've been in government for 2.5 years, Minister. What are you doing?
The housing density plans,
12 years of neglect.
How many new schools have you opened that have been funded by the previous government? Every single one of them.
Order.
Nonsense.
I'll hear the point of order.
My point of order relates to procedural fairness and courtesy. It's very appropriate for the honourable members to ask the question, but it's not appropriate for them to seek to answer it at the same time.
Hold the point of order. A bit more orderly communication, please. Go ahead.
So if we want to talk about Ironbark Public School, 19 of the 23 demountables that were put there by your predecessors, Ms Mertens, and this is the legacy that we inherit. Now, if you want to talk about across the Hills, we are building more than 600 classrooms to try and cater for the growth that was not prepared for by Ms Mitchell when she was in this chair. Now, the reason why we have such an amazing building program is because we are trying to keep up. Now, we're happy to take on board if there's other areas that we need to be building, but we are trying to catch up on 12 years of a failure to build schools in the parts of the state that were growing the fastest.
Minister, in relation to overcrowded schools, as you've just mentioned, the Ironbark Ridge School, capacity of 256%. Is the Education Department concerned that overcrowding in the Hills Shire in schools will become significantly worse?
I'm saying I made the point at the outset that we are monitoring enrolment capacity and growth, but that we can't fix 12 years of neglect in 2.5 years. I mean, it's somewhat impressive to think that, I mean, the Deputy Premier can do a lot of amazing things. She's doing a pretty incredible program of reform across this portfolio.
Literally building less school projects.
You cannot fix when you have not built schools for more than a decade. You can't catch that up overnight. Now, there's some pretty superhuman efforts that are being undertaken by the department.
You're saying school infrastructure did nothing for 10 years, no new schools?
I mean, if we want to talk about what schools infrastructure did under your government,
if you want to talk about the new schools that have been built,
that we're awaiting.
If you want to talk about the new schools that have been built, Minister, how many your government have been opening that were built by the new government? Like, if you want to do that, let's do it.
We don't appear to have a chair at this point in time.
Rachel's the chair.
I'm the chair, thank you.
The deputy.
Well, then I'm going to...
Thank you. Minister, if I could draw another school to your attention, Castle Hill High School is operating at over 200% capacity and has 50 demountables on the school grounds today. That's 50 demountables. What plans are there to address capacity issues at the school?
So I would make this point again, Ms Merton, that of those 50 demountables, the 42 of them were put there under your government. So when you want to ask questions that clearly reflect on your party's period in government, then you should just maybe consider those a little bit more closely. What I will tell you is we are building a brand new public, we're building a range of public schools across the northwest of Sydney. There are 600 new permanent classrooms. That includes 6 projects, including
Minister, it is an estimate session. You have covered that. We asked the questions.
The Minister's seeking to answer them.
And I'm providing you with a directly relevant answer, Ms Merton, which says you want to talk about Castle Hill High School. Castle Hill High School that has 50 demountables, 42 of which were put there by your government. Yes, we have a program to build, as I said, 600 new classrooms across the
Are any of those new
northwest.
classrooms for Castle Hill High School, Minister?
I'm happy to take that one on notice. Okay. Let me just see.
So, Minister, we've established no new primary school at Hills Showground. Will there be a new high school in or near Castle Hill in light of Castle Hill High School overcapacity today? That's 50 demountables. Capacity is over 200% at that high school.
So I would say to you, Ms Merton, that we are monitoring the situation. We are trying to catch up. But when your government didn't build a single new school, or even, and maybe didn't even purchase land for a future school in the entire Shire, then we are obviously coming not from a standing start but from right behind the standing line. Now we are trying to catch up. The Deputy Premier is leading an amazing program of work to try and catch up on that. The enrolment growth audit showed us where we need to actually start building schools first and foremost, and that's what we're working
Thanks,
on.
Minister. Can I just ask, in terms of, you just were critical of no land being purchased in that area. You've been in government now for over 2 years. Have you purchased any land in the Hills area to build a new school?
In the Hills electorate, then I'd be happy to take that on notice and
So
come
you
back
don't
to
know?
you. What I can tell you,
Because you're very
is that
critical, but
out
you're
of-
not actually doing anything. So it's a little interesting to watch.
I mean, you can say that in here, Ms Mitchell,
Okay.
but
Well, the
you
budget
want to
papers
talk
speak
to
for
any
themselves. You're not actually
parent
building
outside.
more schools. It's all retro.
Yes, order.
The Minister, or the Shadow Minister is
I'll stop.
entitled to ask a single question at a time, not 3 questions all at once. So if she can
Thank you.
just
Yeah,
limit her
uphold that.
questions
Yeah,
to...
thank you very much. Minister, if I could move to parental choice of education. Minister, do you think parental choice of education is a fundamental right in New South Wales?
I believe parents are absolutely partners in learning. That's a fundamentally important part of education.
Thank you. Can you confirm that the New South Wales Department of Education unequivocally supports parental choice?
Parental choice
Of
on-
education?
Yes, absolutely.
So does the Department of Education support parents accessing Catholic and independent schools as a fundamental pillar of our education system.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a system that's operated in this state for several, I'm not going to say how, but for generations. It's a fundamental part of the education system in New South Wales.
So, Minister, how do you reconcile this with the Secretary's public comments advocating a debate on eliminating non-government schools which educate 35% of New South Wales students?
Well,
did Mr Disdar consult yourself or your colleague, the Honourable Prue Carr, prior to the Australian Story interview? If so, when did these discussions occur? What was the nature of the advice that the Secretary was questioning the ongoing operation of non-government schools here in New South Wales?
Okay, so you've asked me a series of very inflammatory questions there, Ms Merton, including ones that relate to before I was acting in the role.
Yep.
I would just make this unequivocal point. The Secretary's doing an excellent job. The Deputy Premier and I are on a unity ticket. He's doing a fantastic job in implementing the broad range of reforms that the Deputy Premier has led, and I'd be happy to talk about the amazing things that are happening in New South Wales schools.
Thank you. Minister, if I could just redirect, how do you reconcile the position held by yourself and you tell me the department about a fundamental right, parental choice of education, and Mr Disdar is on the record at the Australian Story interview questioning the ongoing existence of non-government schools?
I've just been really clear on this. I don't have anything more to add. Have you got a substantive question, Ms Mertens?
Reconciliation. The Minister, the government says one thing, the Secretary, in a public interview on the record, openly questions the ongoing operation of non-government schools. That's 35% of New South Wales students attend such schools.
Yeah, and I've been really clear, Ms Merton, that we encourage every parent to make the decision that is right, in the right need, that is right for their family and for their child, and that the legacy of neglect from your predecessors means that increasingly parents were not making the choice to come to the public education system. Now they are. Let me just say that the
record enrolments in the non-government sector
of reform. Yeah, that is the
record
legacy
enrolments
of
in
your
the non-government sector,
of your government of neglect,
not the government schools.
And we are rebuilding public education. The Deputy Premier has an amazing program of reform, one that I've been able to see up close, and it's been an absolute privilege to do that while I'm serving in this
Minister, if I could take you to transgender students in schools, which is Legal Issue Bulletin 55. Minister, I seek an update on the release of the revised Transgender Students in Schools Legal Issues Bulletin 55, known as LIB 55. During the last budget estimates in February, I was informed it was under review and it's due term 1 this year. Minister, it's now term 3. Where is the bulletin?
Yeah, so I understand that the department was close in relation to being able to update those documents and be able to release those, but you would be aware that there have been some other changes to laws in relation to birth certificates, and there's a need to update those documents again. So that work is underway.
Does the department not have a duty to provide the relevant documents and bulletins to schools to address issues relating to such as transgender? Parents have an expectation, there's guidance, there's consistency, there's procedure. The bulletin's missing.
Yes, and I told you that the work is underway and that the work was... look, the advice that's provided to me is that the work was underway, it was almost ready to be released, but because of updated changes to the law, there was a need to update the bulletin again, and that work was doing. These are important issues.
It was due to the schools 91 days ago.
So, Ms Merton, again, I think these sessions really work better if you ask questions and then I provide answers. These are important issues. It is this document is being worked through.
The schools, the parents, the community are being let down, Minister. We say one thing, we don't deliver.
well, I mean, if we want to talk about a failure to deliver, we can talk about your government's record, but this is an important issue, and if you'll let me just respond to any one of your many questions, and I think the Secretary is ready to provide an update in relation to...
We can come to that this afternoon. Do you expect more from the department in delivering critical bulletin materials on such issues to New South Wales schools?
As I said to you, the work is underway. They will have it. They will have it ready when it's ready for schools. But
I just
perhaps the
wanted to
Secretary
add,
can
Ms.
provide an
Merton,
update.
if it is helpful, there is an existing bulletin for our
Yes, I have it
school
here. It's on the
communities.
public record.
Yeah, I just wanted
it's
to...
the revised bulletin,
just in case
Mr.
the
Secretary.
committee...
That's the question here.
Yeah, just in case the committee thought there wasn't one in existence. There is. It requires updating. We've been hard at work, and we would have had it in a position to go out with the update, but we then paused with the new legislative changes around birth certificates, and we want to make sure we get that right rather than go out and then go back out again and confuse the ground with further updates. And we're doing another round of consultation. We're looking at that change. We're looking at what other jurisdictions have also done. So we look forward to giving that update to the Minister and then to the ground as well.
Minister, in 2019, the former New South Wales Crown Prosecutor Mark Tedeschi delivered his review of the New South Wales Department of Education's Employee Performance and Conduct Directorate, which is now known as Professional and Ethical Standards, or PES. That review found that the Directorate delivered procedural unfairness and perceived bias, significant delays in handling investigations, inconsistent decision-making, inadequate investigations, weak communication, poor support for school leaders, insufficient resourcing, etc., etc. Since that report was handed down, though, it doesn't appear that much has changed. And I don't know if your inbox is like mine, but it's full of people complaining about PES. And we continue to see a lot of statements in the media about PES as well. Can you tell me what has changed?
Yeah, so I'm advised that all of the Tedeschi, if I'm pronouncing that wrong, I apologise, recommendations were implemented. I'm also advised that Chris Wheeler did another review and that all of those recommendations were implemented. But I think perhaps the Secretary, 2019 very much predates my brief period in this role, but perhaps the Secretary could provide an update about the changes that have been made.
If I could just add to that, I will hear from you, Mr. Dizar, but for example, there was a recommendation in the 2019 report saying that there needed to be an increase in the number of principal investigation officers. But I understand, despite the commensurate increase in number of investigations corresponding to the number of school staff that have increased, we actually don't have a proportionate increase in the number of principal inspectors in the unit, as an example. So how has that recommendation been complied with?
Yeah, no, I'm happy to speak to both recommendations and both reviews. The Tedeschi review happened under the leadership of a former secretary and not the current leadership of PES either, but was fully implemented, as well as the Wheeler review. If I talk to some practical things that have changed... Can you
just focus on that staffing one though?
We've put extra staffing into PES. I'm happy to get you the numbers this afternoon. We've put extra resources into PES because one of the rightful criticisms of both reviews was, while this is challenging and difficult work, and both reviews called out, in a workforce of 150,000 people, one of the largest agencies in the Southern Hemisphere, less than 1% of that workforce faces disciplinary action. So that sometimes those proceedings, Chair, can be lengthy, and we're at sometimes at stop the clock work in relation to other agencies' involvement. But putting that aside, both reviews spoke about the fact that there could be better resourcing and more timeliness for all parties. So we have actually invested more resources into PES. Let me get you the figures this afternoon.
So I can tell you. So we've got when I received, even in December last year, I was told there were 17 principal investigators, which is only a 5-person increase since the 2019 review. That report reviewed the 2017 to 2018 period. So that doesn't seem like a very significant increase in staffing. But
Sorry,
also,
what dates were they, Chair?
So 2017 to 18 was the period criticised by Tedeschi in his report as being understaffed, and there were 12 principal investigation officers at that time, 45 in total. And as at December last year, on questions on notice, you told me 17 or 51 are principal investigators. So again, we've only got an increase there from 45 to 51 in 7 years, or 6.5 years. And 12 of principal investigators going to 17.
So right now, that unit has 158 staff, and 66 of those staff are in investigator roles.
So 66 investigators, that's a bit better. And how many principal investigators?
So let me grab you that this
Thank
afternoon. But 66 of our good people in that area are undertaking investigations. Is this also helpful, Chair, for you? As at 21 July, 94% of our investigations are under 12 months of duration, and we're completing them in a timely manner, and 6% of our investigations exceed 12 months. And I just put that qualifier, sometimes that's because we're cooperating with other external agencies around the work that they're doing to not compromise their work.
And that's very useful, thank you. And what's the caseload then? So what sort of numbers of cases are we talking about?
As at 21 July, we closed close to 2,200 cases. But let me come this afternoon with what we try and also achieve by way of caseload for those investigators, because I think that's a really fair question. It's something that we monitor to make sure we're not overburdening what caseload looks like.
In early 2024, Minister, SafeWork issued a performance improvement notice against the Department of Education in relation to PES. So they said that having reviewed all the information and documentation, the department had failed to ensure the psychological health and safety of workers by minimising the impact of psychological risks to the workers' health and safety, by failing to ensure investigations regarding misconduct and performance of workers were completed in a timely and expeditious manner. And it goes on to talk about the psychosocial risks within PES. The Department of Education appealed that PIN and was successful in being granted a stay. How can we say that we've addressed the Tedeschi recommendations sufficiently if we still have SafeWork coming in and making a declaration of an unsafe, socially unsafe workplace?
Look, I'm not aware of that particular investigation. I mean, the information you've just provided is that the department, to me then, was that the department appealed the PIN and then was successful in that appeal. So it seems as though their position was vindicated, but I'm not across the specifics of this issue, so I might just pass to the Secretary.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the question is, why did the Department of Education appeal the PIN to begin with? The PIN got stayed, it wasn't overturned.
Oh, sorry, I misunderstood what you said then.
So, but the department, rather than accepting what it already knew from the Tedeschi report, decided to try and appeal that. Does this indicate to you that there's a sort of a culture of acceptance within PES that perhaps needs to be changed if we're to try and improve the culture within PES?
Look, I would be very cautious in responding to this. I would just say that I'm advised that SafeWork is now working more closely with the department to better understand their work. And I think that I would say I have had limited interactions with PES in my short time in this role, but I certainly think that more broadly the government doesn't have specific issues with in relation to their work. I mean, if you have specifics, I'm happy to take them on board.
I'll come back in the afternoon. That might be easier. let's move to something different. Why has the New South Wales Government refused to fund a supported bargaining agreement for community-based preschools, despite the Fair Work Commission directing you to engage?
So look, in relation to this, I would just say I'm not sure that I would accept the characterisation in your question. The Fair Work Commission has directed the New South Wales Government to be a party in the Fair Work proceedings, and so that's, and obviously the case is before Fair Work at the moment. So I'd just be careful about my comments. We're in attendance because Fair Work has told us to be there. We're not actually a party. We're not the employer. The New South Wales Government, as I said to Ms Mitchell earlier in relation to her questions, we fund community preschools, but community preschools, as you would know, are run by community-based organisations. They're
pretty reliant on that funding, though.
Sure, but they can charge their fees. They're run with their own ownership structures. We are not the employer in community preschools.
Yes, but you have your hands on the purse strings. So, given that preschool teachers earn up to 30% less than their counterparts in schools, and given that Victorian preschools receive almost 50% more funding per child than New South Wales preschools, and given that we know just how much safer and better rated our preschools are than other early childhood options, why is the government not actively supporting an increase in wages for preschool teachers and community preschools?
So I'm mindful that your time has expired. I'd just make a couple of quick points, which is, as I said, we don't employ educators we're not the employer in community preschools. It's true that we fund programs within community preschools, but they charge fees, they employ the teachers, and in relation to the provision of preschools, that's why this government has been, and the Deputy Premier has been really clear about rapidly expanding the provision of public preschools. So that's where we are, as you know, we are the employer, and we're in the process of rolling that out.
We'll come back to unpick that in the next round. Ms Mihalek.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, I just want to ask you some questions about the $2 million per year over 4-year grant that was paid to the privately owned Macarthur Football Club, so football in schools, from the Department of Education. So we know that Macarthur Football Club's been conducting football in schools for 2 financial years now, and are you as Minister satisfied that the grant expenditure as reported by Macarthur Football Club is an efficient, effective, economical and ethical use of money that has achieved value for money?
So look, I know this is, I'm only broadly aware that I know that this was an election commitment. I haven't had any role to play in this while I've been acting in the role for a brief period, so I might just pass to the Secretary to speak.
But you know that I've raised matters in Parliament about this, and I had an order of papers done. You've not asked for a briefing about this particular grant? No?
I haven't asked for a briefing on that. I am broadly aware that you have raised it in the Parliament, but I have not been briefed on it, so I think it's best to pass to the Secretary.
We do.
Well, I'm asking you whether you think it's good value for money expenditure.
I can't.
Are we going to ask Mr Distar that instead now? Is that the issue? Mr Distar, I might put a different question because I don't really need to hear Mr Distar's view on that. But what I want to do, or I might ask then in that case, and Minister, you can refer it to Mr Distar, on how many occasions has the Department of Education conducted random site inspections to assess the deliverables of the grant, as opposed to a site inspection coordinated with Macarthur Football Club?
So I'd ask the Secretary. I'm just not aware.
Yeah, we're currently in the middle of an independent midterm audit of the program as well, so I'm looking forward to receiving that. We've got folk who are at our department ensuring the program is being delivered in accordance with the funding deed. There's a funding deed for each of those.
Do you know how many times the Department of Education has had random site inspections? I know there was one that was coordinated by Macarthur. What have the Department of Education actually been on site?
There's monitoring mechanisms for the contractual compliance, but let me see if I can come back this afternoon with.
Yeah, I'd like to know how many times the Department of Education, any official from the Department of Education, has actually undertaken a random on-site inspection of one of these football in school sessions that MacArthur specifically run.
Yeah, I mean,
and are receiving $2 million a year to run. In the audit papers that I received information that only one inspection took place, and it was one that was coordinated by MacArthur. And I understand the member for Liverpool was in attendance at that. So I don't know of any other inspections. So if you can take that on notice, that's fine.
I'm happy to come back this afternoon with what
Great.
we might have there, but we are executing the funding deed with the due rigour that is part of the delivery of those programs, and that goes to a number of things around our compliance with our policies and procedures, the contractual monitoring that I spoke to, the annual financial audits that we conduct, the clearly defined consequences that are in the funding deed for not meeting the KPIs.
Minister, can I just also ask, and you can also direct the question, on how many occasions has the department verified the number of participants in session conducted by MacArthur the Football Club under the grant with one of its own schools, whether by phone call or email, and please advise each verification compared to reports provided by MacArthur. You want to take that on notice, or Mr. Distar?
Yeah, I've got global data on.
And if you can also perhaps take a notice how many MacArthur Football Club T-shirts have been handed out through the Football and Schools program, and to which schools specifically. And the next question is how many MacArthur Football Club home game tickets have been handed out through the Football and Schools program, and to which schools, if that can also be
Yeah, let me take those on notice. Is this helpful to you, Ms. Mahalik, if I let you know for the Western Sydney Wanderers?
No, I'm asking about MacArthur.
Oh, okay, yeah, MacArthur.
I know there's a separate arrangement there, but you actually got separate contractual arrangements.
Yeah, we
one
do.
With MacArthur,
Yeah,
and a
you're
different amount for some reason.
Yeah. Do you want me to tell you, is this helpful for MacArthur Bulls that we're looking at 24,000?
I'm interested in the independent audit. Who's conducting that? Minister, do you know who's doing the independent audit? Were you aware there was an independent audit?
No, like I said to you, I'm broadly aware that you've been raising these matters in the Parliament, but I haven't been formally briefed on them, so I think the Secretary's best placed to
Okay,
answer.
well, I put to you, who's undertaking the independent audit? You can,
I don't know. I'm
Mr.
happy
Distar,
It's external to the department. That's another layer of
Sorry,
rigour with.
say that again, Mr. Distar.
It's
Who's-
external to the department, so let me.
Right.
It's in addition to the compliance actions we've put in the funding deed. I got to the third of those compliance actions. There are 3 others if you want me to tell you what they are as well.
Well, I'm going to be here in the afternoon, so I'm going to ask those
Okay.
questions again. So
Let's
that's fine.
help you in
You're
the
happy for you to answer it there.
Okay.
Can I just also perhaps also put to you how much of the funding provided to MacArthur Football Club to date has been used to fund head office salaries, including to any of the shareholders of the club who draw a salary? And if you can provide a breakdown for that, Minister, or Mr. Distar, if that's fine.
Let's see what we can give you.
See what you can give me. Okay. All right. Well, I'll leave the other remaining questions for you separately. I just wanted to very quickly also, Minister, just back on this Jason Clare announcement, and I appreciate you've already had some questions on that from in respect to the National Education Register that was announced, and the Uniform Working with Children laws. Can I just also ask, he announced the, CCTV assessment will occur with 300 services, is that right? Do you know how many are specifically to New South Wales, or?
Yeah, look, I might have to, I'm not sure off the top of my head how many of those services are in New South Wales. Perhaps the Secretary would be able to tell us. Certainly the federal government is calling it a CCTV assessment. Under our announcement, we're calling it a CCTV trial. It's certain that we're working through the way that this could be implemented. You would be aware, Ms. Mahalik, that this was a specific recommendation from the Wheeler Review.
Yes.
And that's why we're implementing it. But the feedback that we've certainly got, and I've certainly got from workers across the early childhood education and care sector, is that we can't just see this as the magic bullet. Like, it can't be seen as the only solution. And it's clear the evidence that's been given, the feedback that's been given to us and to some of my interstate colleagues is particularly from police and from a regulatory response. CCTV can be an important part of it, but the best way of making sure that children are safe is actually by ensuring that our educators have the skills that they need. And that's why another part of the announcement on Friday was around the mandatory training component. And also launching a review. I have to give full credit to Federal Minister Jess Walsh. This is something that she's really passionate about, which is what's called in the sector the under the roof or under the roof line kind of approach to ratios, which is not being really careful about making sure that you have
Minister,
the right
can I
number
just,
of educators
sorry to interrupt you,
in each
Minister.
room.
Sorry, because I've got limited time, but look, I know you're across it, but I just wanted to double check a couple of things. Obviously, the New South Wales government's investing $55 million on top of the regulatory authority's existing budget to boost frontline staff and increase the almost 9,000 visits completed last year. So is part of this you're going to mandate that they have to do more than 9,000 visits?
So we're looking at the updated statement of expectations. That's what I said earlier. 9,000 visits is how many that the regulator did last year.
Yeah. Can I say to you, Minister, I would have thought that's a pretty good figure, if I have to say. I mean, are we criticising... I mean, is part of what Wheeler's report is sort of criticising the work of the current regulatory, staff that are within your department? Wouldn't you think that 9,000 visits is actually a really good number?
Look, I would say that I think from I can see the chair interjecting
I get it, but let's have a look at Children's Guardian and let's have a look at foster kids and how many kids get attention there. I can tell you right now it's nowhere near those sorts of figures. So I'm just saying to you, I think they're really large numbers of site visits. I'm not sure sometimes whether it's the issue of site visits that's the concern, because I think we all know nothing stops a predator really. You can do your best, but I'm just, to me in the end it's all about each centre understanding that you have to have a certain number of staff and really do some strong character assessments on who you hire in there and what's their real interest and so forth. But
can I just on that, Ms. Mihaly, I would say it's absolutely, the staff are crucial. And CCTV is a way of sort of augmenting that, and part of the suite of measures that we're implementing, but it's not the only one. And I agree, I take your feedback that 9,000 visits is a lot. It's 9,000 visits, it's worthwhile saying, on 6,000 centres. So there is certainly a high number in proportion to the number of centres. Now, I take on board Ms. Boyd's feedback about that they should be in a different way, and we are certainly welcome to feedback in relation to further reforms we can make. But your point about the staff and the vetting of staff is crucial, and that's why on Friday the federal government announced that the National Register will be piloted later this year and will be up and running next year. Now, I personally think this is a crucial part of the suite of measures that we're doing, because if a centre has someone who turns up on their doorstep and says, I want to work in this centre and here's my resume, they don't really have a way of checking that. And in the aged care sector they do. They can say, where have they worked, who have they worked for, what were the circumstances in which they left. And I actually think that's a crucial part which is missing from the childcare sector, and that's what we'll be able to do, because one of the risk factors that should be taken into account is if they're jumping around a bunch of different centres, and that's why it's so important that we have it at a national level, not just at a New South Wales level.
Opposition. Thank you, Chair. Minister, just in relation to the recent announcement by the government around Woollahra Station and 10,000 additional new dwellings in that area, can you just advise how many new schools or classrooms you're planning to build to make up for that increased capacity that you'll obviously need?
Yeah, so what I can tell you, Ms. Mitchell, is that there's significant capacity at all public schools around Woollahra and Edgecliff. And we've been monitoring that closely.
So are you planning on upgrading or building any new schools in that area to accommodate for the people you're anticipating to move in with those 10,000 new dwellings?
Well, look, the advice that I've got here is across the 7 nearby public schools, it's currently at an average of 72% of their capacity. So there's 41 classrooms, about 930 students, that is currently at capacity in Woollahra.
So you're going to rely on existing capacity. There are no plans to build any additional classrooms at this stage.
Well, what I'm saying to you is that, as I've been saying repeatedly through the hearing today, the Deputy Premier has a fundamentally different approach to the your
I'm asking
approach,
about a specific
which is
program.
to monitor the enrolment capacity and then the numbers against that capacity regularly.
But as we sit here today,
and what I'm telling
no
you
plans.
is that across the 7 nearby public schools, that we've got an average of 72% capacity. So there's 41 classrooms
You've said that. I'm not
that are
asking you to
sitting
repeat
there
that.
are ready.
There are none in your forward planning. No new classrooms in that area in your forward planning.
Well,
is what you're telling me, correct?
I'm saying that there's 41 classrooms. In fact, what I can tell you, Ms Mitchell, is that Wallara Public School actually had demountable removed last year and have recently, the principal has requested to have that and another demountable removed. So, before we start planning upgrades, we're going to have a look at the existing capacity. Is it really your, sorry, Ms Mitchell, is it actually your testimony to me today that with 41 classrooms available, we should be planning upgrades?
I asked you, with 10,000 new dwellings expected in the area and your signature housing announcement around Wallara, do you have plans to build any additional schools or classrooms? And you've said no. That's fine. I want to move on to the Box Hill area, and again, you mentioned that earlier. Just quite a specific question, and you may need to refer it to Ms Harrington. Lot 48 at Terry Road, my understanding is that the government won't be acquiring that land. Is that correct?
I don't know that level of detail, Ms Harrington.
So we have acquired Lot 50 and Lot 52.
Yes.
48, after due diligence, it was shown not to be suitable for a school site. It is affected by flood, and we are able to fit what we need in terms of the primary school, high school and preschool full-size playing field in lots 50 and 52.
Okay, so you don't expect you'll need any additional land. 50 and 52 will be enough?
For that particular primary school, high school and preschool, no, we don't need any additional land.
So my understanding, there is some discussion about Lot 48 becoming residential, and I note you say it's flood prone, so I find that a bit curious. But if that also becomes residential, are you still confident that you will have enough, particularly for any future expansion that you might need for that school?
Yes, we are master planning for growth with that particular site.
Okay.
So we're going ahead, first of all, stage one for the high school is 1,000 children, and we are master planning for additional should we need it.
Okay, and you're confident the land you have will be enough for that growth?
That's right.
Okay, thank you, Ms
It's worthwhile
Harrington.
noting across Box Hill we've got 5 separate school projects.
Okay, I asked a specific question, Minister. I've had it answered. Let's move on. Did the Labor government, prior to the 2023 election, commit to a K-12 school at Macquarie Park?
So this is, again, where it comes back to this is a project that we inherited from you, Ms Mitchell.
Not my question, with respect, Minister. Did you commit to a K-12 school at Macquarie Park?
I'm not sure that we committed to a K-12 school.
Okay, well,
I
I'm just
know
gonna
that your government,
help
and I
you.
know that you announced that there would be an integrated school
Minister,
on that
sorry,
site.
Chair, my questions are in relation to this government,
I
2
believe you
years,
called
3
it
budgets, their
innovative.
election commitments. I'm happy to share with you, Minister, and I've got some copies for you. This is from your Labor candidate with a picture of herself and the Deputy Premier. Lyndall Howson and New South Wales Labor will build a new K-12 school for Macquarie Park. That looks like an election commitment to me. Would you agree?
Sorry, I've just recently got
happy to
glasses. I can't quite see.
Yeah, it's a pretty obvious Facebook tile with your candidate and with the Deputy Premier saying we will build a new school at Macquarie Park.
I will hear the point.
Is that an election commitment?
My point of order is once the Minister has received the item that's being tabled, you might want to ask your question then, but until that point,
well, it's pretty.
you
I've
should give her
printed
the
it quite
opportunity
large.
to
All right,
inspect the documents before you start asking questions about it.
All right, I've upheld the point of
Minister,
order. Go
is
ahead.
that an election commitment where it says Lyndall Howson and New South Wales Labor will build a new K-12 school for Macquarie Park?
Yeah, look, I would make a couple of points in response to this, which is when you're in
it's not fake.
as you, yeah, that's right.
That is funny.
we'll need to verify this. We're doing lots of work around use of deep fakes. Anyway, sorry, I shouldn't be flippant about an important issue.
No, you've
the thing
broken an
I'd
election
say,
commitment, so.
well, no, that's a pretty serious allegation to to be raising. We've got more than 70 election commitments, and I know the Deputy Premier takes them very seriously. In relation to the site at Macquarie Park, this was a project that we inherited from you. This was a project that you announced, that you said was innovative, that was going to be an integrated
Sorry, Chair, I'm going to take a point of order.
And
the minister, point
I
of
will
order.
hear the point of order.
I'm asking questions about this government, about their budget, about announcements that they have made. She's not being relevant to the direct question I've asked. Are you building a K-12 school at Macquarie Park, yes or no?
Yeah, I will, yes.
The Minister is being directly relevant. I would put to you that there is some scope to give important context, which the Minister has given for a number of her answers. Just because she's not answering in the way that the member would like does not mean that she's not being relevant.
Thank you. To the point of order, there's always a little bit of give and take. I think a little bit of intro is fine, but there does need to come a point when the question is answered.
Okay. Are you building a K-12 school at Macquarie Park?
We are building a K-6 school at Midtown. We are building a 7 to 12 school at Macquarie Park on that site.
Minister.
Can I just tell the committee that that high school on that site will be 8 stories.
Okay,
it will
that's not what
accommodate
I've asked
2,000 students.
Okay.
There is no way that the assessment of the department, the assessment is we need to be honest with the community and say you cannot accommodate what you promised on
Okay,
that
so
site.
sorry, Minister. So the Midtown Primary School, which was already underway as a standalone primary school, that was also committed to by our government. Then a K-12 was also the commitment by yourself and your Labor candidate in that seat. You're now confirming that that's only going to be a high school. So you're effectively one primary school down in that area. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct.
How
And
is
you
that not correct?
Well, if you
The commitment was a K-12 and a K-6 at Midtown. And now you're telling me it's a K-6 at Midtown and a 7 to 12 at Macquarie Park. So you're missing a primary school based on your election commitments.
Are you finished?
Do you have an answer?
I'm trying to answer, if you'll let me answer. So on that site, Ms. Mitchell, I don't know if you're familiar with it, but the advice that has been provided to us is that when you made the announcement that there would be a K-12 school, which we accepted.
You made the commitment,
we
Minister.
accepted,
This is not a trick
yeah,
question.
Exactly. We accepted that
failed
you did the
election
due
commitment from
diligence
Labor
when you were the
in the seat
minister
of
to
Rye.
actually
Fantastic.
check whether you could build a K-12
Failed
school.
commitment.
And so
Thank
when
you,
you
Minister.
say, is there going to be,
Well, it's
we
not me,
expect
it's
some
you.
level of ministerial
K-12 school for
responsibility
Macquarie Park
that you
under Labor.
actually test
And it's
what's
not
given to
happening.
you.
That's a
And what
broken
we
election
have said-
commitment, Minister.
Right,
It is
look.
a broken election
right,
commitment.
order.
You understand the point of order.
Yes,
I
order.
mean, question asked, Minister seeking to answer. The member who asked the question is again seeking to answer it. I'd like to hear the Minister's answer.
All right. I do uphold the point of order. Can we have question followed by answer so that Hansard can record?
Sure.
Do we have a clear question that's
I've
being
got to have
asked?
my answer. Thanks, Chair. I want to move to Madawi High School, Minister, and specifically just in relation to the site that has been chosen. I've raised this in previous estimates before, and Ms Harrington, I know, will remember. I'm continually getting community concerns about the site that has been selected, the fact that students have to cross a really busy road with an estimated 10,000 vehicles per day. There's no traffic lights. What assessments have you made in terms of the risk and safety of students? Are you 100% guaranteed that students attending that new school when it opens will be safe on their journey to and from school?
Okay, so you've asked me a series of questions about Madawi High School. Can I take this opportunity to pay tribute to the incredible member for Port Stephens, Kate Washington, who has been advocating indeed to the community, but even to me personally for this project for the better part of 15 years. And I am so excited that it's going to be open and ready for students finally on day one, term 1 of 2027, and I think we released the designs of that particular project recently for the community. It is a fantastic local facility that the community has been crying out for.
Can I
that
just
your
direct you to my
government
question,
promised
Minister? I've
for
allowed a little bit of
years
latitude for a
and
general
didn't
response.
ever deliver.
I'm asking about parental concerns about the very busy road that students will have to cross, and whether you are comfortable with the site that has been chosen and that you can give the guarantee that students will be safe when they are coming to and from school when that school opens?
So look, I'm told that the Medowie Public School is located across the road from the proposed high school, which seems pretty logical to me, but I think probably Ms Harrington is more familiar with the site and can give you more details.
So obviously through the planning process, these sorts of concerns or issues are addressed as a matter of course, so safety, transport, traffic, that sort of thing. We have received planning approval for Medowie, so that is something that's been assessed and appropriate mitigation measures are in place.
Okay, so what additional measures will be put in place in terms of student access? As I said, there's no traffic lights, there's roads, there's commercial access. Are there any plans to improve student access for that site?
So that will all be detailed in our planning documentation, so I can come back on notice with that.
Okay, do you know when that would be available to the public in the community?
When we do get planning approval, it is published, so it should be. I can just check on the timing for that.
If you take that on notice, that would be great. And just how many students that school will cater for from day one as well, if possible, please?
Okay.
Do you know now, Minister?
Yeah.
Or Ms Harriet? I'm happy for either.
I can come back on notice.
Okay, thank you. Minister, I wanted to just quickly, in the time I have left, talk to you about the selective schools test debacle. Can you tell me how much Dr Bruniges was paid to conduct the review into the opportunity class and selective school tests?
Oh, look, I don't have that figure at hand, but I'm happy
Just
to come
Mr
back
Disdar,
to you.
can you let us know?
Let me come back, yes.
Okay. Can you confirm that from next year the tests will return to being held at local public schools as was the previous practice?
Yes.
Okay, so can you then advise why the decision was made to move them to mega testing centres this year, given that you've now spent money, presumably, for Dr Bruniges to do the review? Why you're just reverting back to what was originally the case? Why did you move to a mega testing centre in the first place?
Yeah, look, I'd just say a couple of things at the outset. I think the crowd control disruption that occurred on Friday the 2nd of May was just not acceptable, and it fell well short of our government and the department's expectations. And the Deputy Premier was really quick. She was apologised at the time for the disruption that was caused to students. I'd have to take on notice why the decision was taken to move to large testing centres. What I am aware is that this is something that's done in other states, for example in Victoria. I'm also aware that, and it's only natural that if something like this occurs, that we would undertake a review as to what happened and how we can make sure that
So
that
some
doesn't
of the
happen
documents
again.
we got back through the call for papers, Minister, indicate that when they did the trial of the off-site exams, there were concern raised about crowd management, students, and what they were going to be able, how they were going to be able to manage those large cohorts. Yet the exact same issues occurred on the testing day. You've just said that that's not good enough. But why didn't you look at the results from the trial period of the test? And as I said, why did you do this in the first place? Was it because the teachers or the principals wanted you to move off school site? What was the genesis of that decision?
Okay, so you've asked me a series of questions,
Yes.
including one that I've already taken on notice, which is why was this decision taken? And you would be aware that that was a decision that was taken prior to my period in the
Okay,
role. So
I'll
I'll
accept
take that
that.
on notice. I'll get some advice. In relation to the other questions that you asked me, it's worthwhile noting that this contract was actually signed by you, Ms Mitchell, just on the very final days of you in government before the caretaker provisions started. So there is no doubt that that this was an existing contract that was in place. You raised questions in relation to issues around
The
crowd
trial, the
control.
practice that they did, yeah.
And I'd be happy to refer you to the
Sure.
Secretary. I know that I think it's probably best for the Secretary to answer to those particular questions.
Yeah, I also just want to take this opportunity to again publicly apologise to those parents and students and families that were impacted. As a former student in the system that went through the selective schooling system, I know the merit and worth of how parents and children view that. The Minister's spot on. It certainly doesn't meet the standards that I hold the department to. I welcome Dr Bruniges' review. I think the review in context is really important. Dr Bruniges calls out that we ran those tests in 104 other centres where it went really well, and she calls out that we didn't do enough operational due diligence on the 3 large testing centres. As Secretary, I haven't hidden behind any contract or Janison. I've said that operationally this should not have been the case. We did run the trial, we did call out and put more resourcing and requests for resourcing with that contract. We won't be running them at these large testing centres anymore. We'll move to a local model. As a former principal on the ground, it's been a long-held view that can you help improve so that it doesn't happen in every single school? There's a workload and administrative angle to this. So, we also had those representations.
Sure.
When I looked into when I came in as secretary, this does stretch back to former leadership. It's been a long journey after a review into selective schooling. Dr. Bruniger says there's merit in going local, there's merit in online. She also calls out the adaptive nature of the tests that we can improve. We're going to go hard and work on that.
Thank you, Mr. Disdar. I might come back to you with this afternoon
Oh,
because I don't
sure.
have long with the Minister.
Okay.
Sorry, Minister, just in relation to the Janison contract, can you just confirm when that was signed, please?
My understanding is that it was signed by you just at the end.
Well, Janison announced it on the 6th of February 2024. And that was when it was listed, and they're a stock exchange listed company. So
The advice that I have is that this was a contract that was signed by you.
Mr. Disdar, do you know when the Janison contract was signed?
The briefings, the approval processes to go down this approach stretch to a former secretary, former minister. As to the exact contract execution, let me find out.
I mean, if they're announcing it on the 6th of February 2024 and they are an ASX company, I would anticipate that it was signed closely to that time, you would expect.
If this helps the committee, what I found out and discovered when I came in as secretary is that these decisions stretch back to 2020. Now, operationally, executed under our watch, and that's why.
Yeah, that's what I'm curious about, and particularly that Janison contract. What happens to that now, Minister?
Can I just help the committee there, Minister, if
Yeah,
that's
sure.
okay with you? We'll be undertaking some contractual discussions with them, and I've got to be very careful with what
I
say.
appreciate
Yeah.
that. Yeah. Just one more. During the time, it was in June this year. August last year, sorry. The High Intelli contract that was also awarded for selective education test provider and test centre management services. What was that for?
So the contract with Janison was to execute the online selective schools testing, both the production of those tests, which is through Cambridge University, as well as the administration of those tests. And the higher intelligent contract goes to the hardware, the actual computers that we use.
Could you also take on notice then what happens to that contract as well?
Again,
if
that's
you're going
subject of
as much as you can provide on notice would be great. I'll just hand back to
Yeah,
my
look,
colleague.
and I've got some updated advice, which was that the tender was approved by you, Ms. Mitchell.
I'm
The
asking when the contract
contract.
was
Yeah, and I'm just clarifying my evidence, which is that the tender and the procurement approach was approved by you in those final days. The actual contract was awarded subsequently, but that
the contract
decision
was
to
signed off under your government.
the decision to outsource was already taken.
The contract was signed under your government, so that had continued under your government. Is my
I'm just saying, yeah, this is one of those things that I talked about earlier. We inherit,
and you
we
chose to
inherited
continue.
from you.
To be fair.
Look, I mean, I personally didn't make that decision, so that's why we're going to come back to you on notice.
Thank you. Sorry, I probably used it for a minute. You go.
Minister, if I could take you to Western Sydney and if I could take you to Blacktown Hospital, I think we've all seen the images, patients sleeping on the floor. I've seen it myself, patients undergoing examination, IV drips. I've got messages on my phone from nurses. It's a crisis. They're looking for immediate help from the government. As the Minister for Western Sydney, what are you doing on this?
Yeah, so you're right, I am the acting minister for Western Sydney, and I am broadly aware of those distressing images that you're referring to. But I think specifically the steps that the government is taking in relation to Blacktown Hospital, I think they're probably best directed to Minister Park. I'd make this point. I think I saw a media release from him maybe earlier this week that said that the performance indicators had tripled in their improvement, or perhaps I can come back on notice in relation to that. But I'd say this government is doing a huge amount of work across Western Sydney to play catch up on the lack of infrastructure and the lack of investment that occurred over the past 12 years.
I will now throw to my colleague, Dr. Con.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Minister.
Good morning.
I appreciate that you're acting in this role, but I wanted to ask you about something I know you were interested in as a member of the opposition previously, which is air quality in classrooms. The National Science and Technology Council recently released yet another report confirming that proper ventilation in public buildings, including education settings, not only reduces infection transmission but actually improves learning conditions for kids. Last year, when I asked for updates on the progress on the department's plans to enhance ventilation, I was told at that time that 29,000 of the 43,000 libraries and teaching spaces in New South Wales rely on natural ventilation, so things like opening a window. And we know that in winter, or if it's noisy, or if there's outdoor air pollution, teachers don't open the window. Do you think it's acceptable that a majority of those learning spaces are still relying on natural ventilation?
Yeah, so you're right, Dr. Conn. This was something that I asked a number of questions about in opposition, particularly during the COVID-19 pandemic. I haven't asked the department for updated information since acting in this role for a brief period, so perhaps it would be best to pass you to the Secretary to provide you with updated advice on that.
Ms. Cohen, I might get Ms. Harrington to just unpack anything that we've got that we can add there.
Sure, I'm happy to come back in the afternoon in terms of dissecting the figures, but I suppose to the acting minister, we're now past the peak of the COVID pandemic, but I suppose the evidence is mounting that this is important outside of pandemic conditions, that this is about actually best practice learning conditions for kids, not only relating to infection transmission. Do you accept that it's important to have ventilation in classrooms?
Yeah, look, I'd accept that. We want our schools to be safe and great quality learning environments, that our current capital budget is about $9 billion over the next 4 years to provide a range of school upgrades. I would expect that some of those would include measures to address some of those concerns. But again, I'm not across the finer detail of what they are, and I'd be happy to come back to you on notice if that's appropriate.
Thank you. And look, I'll come back this afternoon to ask those questions of the department. My understanding is there's a program at the moment, which is the Clean Air Schools program, in partnership with the Education Department, that's studying air quality in 100 schools in New South Wales. If the results of that study show that further upgrades are necessary, do you commit to doing that work?
Look, I would say that we've got a record school building and upgrades program that's been actively advocated for by the Deputy Premier. She is very keen in advocating, I'd say that as with my other Minister for Finance hat on, and she's a tireless advocate for more funding to provide those upgrades for schools. So I think we would be informed by evidence or by updated data, but we've got, just by way of example, we've got 20 major school upgrades or new school builds that are happening between the budget and between the end of the year, the construction starting on those. So that's just the major upgrades. Like I say, $9 billion of new classrooms, new schools, upgrades that are occurring. This is in addition to the usual maintenance work that's underway as well. So it's a very large program of upgrades that are occurring, and so I would expect that part of those upgrades would be in relation to the specific issues that you're asking about too.
Thank you. At the previous estimates hearing for this committee, I asked Minister Carr about synthetic turf installations at school, and I understand the Education Facilities Guidelines recommend against it unless it's essentially required, and there's a number of reasons there. At that hearing, I was asked to follow up with a list of schools that I've got as examples, and I did write a letter to Minister Carr that included 18 examples. That list wasn't exhaustive. Okay. Thank you very much for responding to that letter. In that letter, it noted that most of the play areas with synthetic turf are partially shaded by surrounding trees. The chief scientist recommended that synthetic turf be shaded. It's because it's a burns risk. It gets really hot in sun. It can be hotter than adjacent concrete, notwithstanding the other health and environmental issues associated with synthetic turf. Are you satisfied with this answer, that only most of the non-exhaustive examples that I provided are actually following the chief scientist's advice?
So I'd say we have had some discussions in relation to this. I don't recall the 18 specifics. I do remember that I signed a letter to you in relation to the question, in relation to your concerns around synthetic turf, and I think I was encouraged by the advice from the department that said the default position is that natural turf is what we want. Natural grass is not natural turf. Natural grass is what we want. But as you would know, there are certain parts of schools that are shaded or that require synthetic turf, and that it's a calculation of how we can make sure that kids still have access to outdoor play space, but then also, particularly with the weather that we've just had over recent weeks, but then also that the default position is that natural grass is the best option. So in relation to the 18, I might pass to the Secretary about what are the specifics?
Yeah, so again, I'm happy to come back this afternoon. I suppose what I'm trying to draw your attention to, Minister, is I've asked about this a number of times now, and that response that natural grass is preferred is reiterated, and I'm pleased that that is the policy position of the Education Department. People who are concerned about this issue who watch these hearings subsequently contact me with the list of existing or new schools that have synthetic turf going in, and there are at least some examples that aren't following what is the stated policy position of the department. So I suppose what I'm looking for is, are you willing to actually make that examination school by school? You know, the 18 that I provided on the list wasn't an exhaustive list, they're just the ones that I know of. Are you satisfied that every case of synthetic turf at a school in New South Wales is actually following your own policy, or will you make that examination?
Look, I'm happy to take those specific examples on board, and we'll go away and do the work. That's completely fine. I would say that the department's been pretty definitive in their advice to me that's the starting point, that we want natural grass wherever possible, but like I say, if you've got specific concerns, we'll certainly follow up on them.
Yeah, thank you. Look, I'll continue that conversation with you, Mr. Dizar, this afternoon.
Okay.
And with the remaining time, I'll hand back to the Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Conn. Minister, I understand that in relation to the national law, back to early childhood again.
Yes.
That the discussions with the other states and territories have been working on a bunch of reforms, and one of them has been this issue around the limitation period that applies to certain offences. And I think everyone's quite pleased that the limitation period will be extended. There's still a question mark, though, over whether or not it will be retrospective.
Yeah.
Would you be supporting retrospectivity for that limitation period at the national level?
So that's an excellent question, and yes, that's true. It has been subject of conversations that we've been having. This is where, as I said earlier, we're really clear. We will go it alone if we need to, and we do have some specific concerns around the way that the regulator can take action. But I might just pass to, I'm not sure Mr. Barraquette might be the best place to provide a response about where we're at versus where the
Can I just be specific as well? So I'm talking about, for instance, where an approved provider, if the regulator had known at the time, would have been able to actually prosecute against an approved provider, but because it's been, say, 10 years since, it's particularly relevant where we have sexual abuse of children.
I might get Mr. Bacco to come and join me, but in regards to your question, there is work underway to look at historical offences, and you are correct, there was national agreement around that. However, there is still an ongoing discussion about that retrospectivity piece that we're working on with all states and territories and the Australian government. But Mr. Bacco might be able to describe how that applies in practice at the moment.
Yeah, I'm very curious on whether New South Wales is taking a position that it wants retrospectivity for that limitation period.
We are very interested in retrospectivity.
Okay, all right. I might just leave it and then come back this afternoon to more details.
So what I can say to you, Ms. Boyd, is that we're drafting our legislation as we speak, and that's certainly what we want to be the case. We're also looking at some provisions around stop the clock, because we know that the limitations are a real problem, especially when we've got the regulator taking action and perhaps then the police investigating as well. So
Thank you.
We're looking at this closely.
There's been a number of the Jack Lowe coroner's report recommendations that haven't yet been implemented. The one that I'm particularly interested in right now is the one that was rejected by the previous government. So most of them were accepted and supported. The one that was rejected was that all approved providers needed to have some level of experience in early childhood and a qualification in order to be an approved provider, which seemed like a pretty sort of obvious thing. At the time, it was rejected on the basis that it would discourage those with, commercial background, for instance, setting up these services, and that might impact on the supply of the service. Given what we now know, is that a decision that you would be interested in going back and revisiting?
I mean, I think that speaks to the previous government's approach in relation to this sector, but I think in relation to where we're at on that specific recommendation, am I best to pass to the Secretary or Mr. Bacco?
Can you add anything to the recommendations and where we're at with implementation?
So in relation to the recommendation that you're asking about, Ms. Boyd, you're correct in that the response from the government was that the recommendation was noted. Just to add some additional information that whilst you're right that recommendation has not been implemented, what we do currently is a thorough assessment of anyone entering the sector.
And just before you get there, because we will have to have a debate about that. I've seen lots of examples where people have not quite met that standard and still been allowed. Let's come back to that this afternoon. Thank you. Ms. Mihalek.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, I just want to ask you about the provision of Section 26 of the Act, which allows parents to allow their children or to inform schools that they want to opt out of certain classes or certain activities. You're across that, right?
I'm broadly across the issue. I'm not.
Yeah. Can I then just ask you, do you, how are parents informed that this section exists? Do you know, is there a online portal that people can notify the school if they have an issue with respect to something that's done at their school? Do they have to email the principal? Is there a permission note that's sought annually that the school can then ask parents or advise them of Section 26 and their rights as parents?
Look, I'm just not across the detail of how it's administered within schools, but the Secretary might be able to tell you about that one.
Yeah, you're right, Ms. Mihalek. Section 26 of our Education Act gives the Secretary power to issue an exemption certificate for a child and family, but that would be very cumbersome if it was executed at the Secretary level. So what we do operationally is we encourage all our families to approach the school principal in the first instance. We certainly make our principals aware.
Mr. Distar, what I wanted to know is how parents would even know about Section 26.
Yeah, we communicate that through our principals and schools.
So how do the principals notify the parents?
There's a requirement to make sure that you're taking parents across the curriculum offering for their child at their age and stage, and that's done at the beginning of the year, that's done on parent-teacher nights, that's done through newsletters, that's done
Minister,
through the classroom teacher.
Thank you, Mr. Distar.
That's
Minister,
done through the
thank you,
executive
Mr. Distar. Minister, do you recall when you participated in the Education Legislation Amendment Parental Rights Bill 2020 inquiry that you suggested at the time, and quite a good suggestion, that there be an online portal for parents, and you actually you queried as to why wasn't there an online portal available for parents to inform schools in a non-controversial way that they wanted to their kids to opt out of certain classes. Do you still think that's an effective method?
Yeah, look, I don't recall the specific proposal, but it seems pretty logical to me. I haven't spoken to the Secretary about it.
So you support it? Would you be keen to implement an online portal, or just to give parents an opportunity to be able to do that in a way that doesn't mean that they have to write specifically to the principal? So would you pursue this?
Look, I'd be happy to give that some more consideration. I haven't done that while I'm in my current role.
Can I also ask you, I think one of the other things that you supported in that was actually putting, I think, you actually put the idea of an annual permission note as well. You also put that idea. So is that something you would consider as well, where an annual permission note is sent out to parents where they could actually then advise in that process?
My understanding is that our kids, our parents do get asked to sign an annual permission note, but I think maybe Mr. Disdar might be better placed to tell you about the way that that's administered. This is just me sort of reflecting as a parent, not necessarily as...
So I also see this as a parent in the system at the beginning of the year for Adam in year 4 and Aidan in year 7 and
you get
Alia in
everyone
year
gets
11.
an annual permission note, is that what you're saying?
I got annual information on a range of things around what my child would be doing, in what subject areas, what excursions would be running, what incursions would be running.
Does it mention section 26 to give parents the option?
Yeah, I mean, you know, it certainly makes it clear that if I've got any concerns with any parts of the curriculum, that I should approach the school. You know, I take it with great due diligence that we serve close to 2 million families in New South Wales and carers. I don't want to overload them with legalese or, you know, wrap that around it. I want them to make sure they're comfortable in approaching their school with any concern, and on curriculum ground I would want them to approach the school. We've had some rare instances where the schools then approach their DEL or the executive director for further assistance. Normally these things are
Mr.
solved
Disdar, I've got plenty of time with you in the afternoon. Can I just go back to the Minister? You, in that inquiry, you supported a number of recommendations, recommendation 2, 5, and I'll summarise them for you, but they talk about the government making a concerted effort to inform parents of their rights under the controversial issues in schools policy, and which include a notification at the beginning of each year to all parents by the schools and by the Department of Education. Have you taken any steps to implement that reform?
Look, I haven't taken any steps while I've been in my current role, but the fundamental change I would say is that the thing I've been really encouraged by while I have been acting in this role is that the Deputy Premier has led a fundamentally different approach, which is that schools need to get back and to be focused on teaching our kids across the knowledge-rich curriculum that is being implemented, and that we run a system of schools, not under local schools, local decisions, where you had every single school making individual decisions across a range of different areas. So I think the program of reform that the Deputy Premier is leading, that the Secretary is implementing around explicit teaching, a focus on explicit teaching, on making sure that we are really refocusing in the classroom on getting the best outcomes for students. I think that's a fundamental change in relation to the way that our schools, the direction that's being provided to our schools from the centre, and that's something that I think the Deputy Premier should be commended for, and the Secretary.
Well, I'll just remind you, in recommendation 2, you supported that in recognition of its obligations under the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, New South Wales Government support all paternal primacy provisions and protections in the Education Legislation Amendment, and the right for parents to withdraw their children from teaching that is consistent with their core values and convictions. So I'm just, given that you supported that back in 21, you still share those views?
Yeah, look, I have the same views, but I would say that our education system is very different under the Deputy Premier than it was previously.
Well, you're now in the hot seat, and I'm delighted that you're there, Minister. I'm delighted that you're there. And I think I'm hoping that the same views you had in 21 you might still have. Can I put to you a couple of questions that I previously put to Mr. Disdar about the mobile phone ban? And in an answer taken on notice at the hearing on the 25th of February 2025, Mr. Disdar said that the Centre for Education Statistics and Evaluation is currently collecting and analysing data on stakeholder perceptions about the mobile phone ban. Have you been briefed on that, Minister?
I don't think I have, but I would say that the overwhelming feedback that I've received from parents and from teachers is that it's a fantastic initiative, not so uniform from students, but to be honest with you, the really interesting feedback that I have actually got from some teachers is that they now have, because obviously mobile phones are banned not just during class time but also during recess and lunch, is that there's actually an increased call to be purchasing sports equipment because kids are running around, they're wanting to be active during those breaks where previously they were sitting and scrolling, and I think that's a really encouraging development.
Minister, did in the 25-26 budget, has the government allocated some money to support schools to install see-through lockers or lockable pouches in New South Wales public schools to help enforce the ban?
The secretary's nodding to me, so I might just ask if he's got
We
some.
know of one school that had them. One school, Ashfield Boys. Do you know if any others have installed it, Minister?
Yeah, when we operationalised the ban, Ms Mihalik, in Term 4 2023, we're now almost 2 years down the track, and everywhere I move as well, Minister, I get wonderful.
How many schools have the lockable pouches, see-through lockers?
We made it very clear to our schools that
Minister, how many? Could you direct Mr. Dizdar to answer the question? How many
Look,
have
I'm
the
happy for you to
lockable?
come back on
Take a notice,
notice,
that's
but
fine.
I
Take
just
notice,
I'd make this
yeah.
point. I've been out to I think it's more than 20 schools in my brief period in the role, and different schools have different approaches.
No, I accept that.
And some of them, to be fair,
Yeah.
some of them have been in place for longer than the government's policy's
Yes.
been in place.
Well, I think what the government decided in the end was to allow each school to determine what that ban would mean, so they actually vary across schools.
Yeah.
Where, and that's a problem to some extent, because you've got maybe one or two that might have a locker, others that are just expected to kids keep it in the bag or maybe not even bring it in. I don't know. But
the ban's not optional. How they implement the
is optional.
mechanism
Yeah.
that they use, we wanted to respect
Miss,
that they
Minister,
would do
Minister,
that
do
in
your children take a mobile phone to school?
I mean, I think that, Tanya, I really don't think that that's it.
Yeah, point of
Mr.
order.
Dizdar? Well,
Yeah. Sorry, yes, that
is that
question
a
was
personal
out of
question?
out of
I
order.
can tell you that my children do.
Personal.
My children do.
Nothing to do with.
And they're at a public school. All right, leave it.
Okay. We now have a little bit of time left
Thanks,
for
Chair.
opposition.
Just a couple of very specific questions, Minister. What is the capacity at the moment at Wallara Public School?
At Wallara Public School, let me just have a look to see if I've got it in my note. At the moment, I'm advised that the capacity is 84%. So the utilisation rate is 84%. So there's 50 student capacity with 5 classrooms.
How many are currently enrolled?
667.
Thank you. And for Double Bay Public School?
236. So that one's at 77% capacity with 65.
Thank you.
Available.
And then just quickly back to Macquarie Park. When was the decision made to change that commitment to just a 7 to 12 high school? When did that happen?
Look, I'd have to take that on notice. We are being very honest with the community about what that site is actually able and capable of producing.
Sure. So just on that, and I've got a copy for you. In January this year, the federal member there, Jerome Laxale, said that the Macquarie Park Education Campus will include a new primary school as well as an integrated public preschool and a new high school. So that was in January 2025, and you'll get a copy of that. So was that information correct as of January 2025?
Look, I'd have to take that on notice. I wasn't in the role at the time.
Okay, so you announced, though, just this week in the Sydney Morning Herald that it would be a high school only.
Yep.
Did that happen during your time as acting minister?
Well, I just made the announcement. You said that.
Right, so was that decision made since you've been acting minister that it would just be a high school?
Look, I'd have to take on notice whether it was formally taken by me or at what point.
How do you not know what you decided? Like, you announced it this week.
Yeah, I announced
Was
it.
it under your time as acting minister that the decision was made to just do this as a high school? Because in January you've got your federal member saying it's a preschool, primary and high school and work's underway and it's all been funded. This week you've said it's just a high school. Did you make that decision as acting minister?
So I'm just need to make sure I've received a number of briefings in relation to failed projects that you promised
I'm
to the
asking about
community
this
that were
project,
media
Minister.
releases and pipe dreams.
I'm asking
with
about this
no
project,
plan
Minister.
for delivery.
Chair, it's a
so
very
I'm just
specific
having
question.
to check my recollection. Do you recall
I'm
when you were the
asking you,
minister,
Minister,
whether you
can
actually
try all you
pressure
want.
tested
the reality
the idea
is you have,
of whether
you have
could
walked
put
back a commitment to that
3,000
community and you
students
know it.
on
In
that
January,
particular
your federal
site.
member
All right.
is saying it's a public preschool, primary school, high school. This week you're saying it's just a high school. Did you make that decision, yes or no?
And I said to you that I have been briefed on your failure to do the
Courtney,
due
that's a terrible
diligence
answer.
on that site appropriately.
Okay, so
did you
was
know?
Jerome wrong in
did
January,
you
was
know
he?
that it
Was
would
he
have been
telling
the
fibs
most
to the
dense
community
school in
before the
Australia?
All right, order.
That's
Probably
disgraceful.
was.
Minister, one of the other things that keeps coming up in the regulatory documents through the SO52 that seems to be a very routine compliance breach is in relation to staff understanding safe sleep policies and safe sleep practices. It's really, really common, and I know it's also one of the things that the coroner in the Jack Lowe inquest noted, that people just didn't seem to understand safe sleep practices. There's a current campaign being run to try and get this implemented where we have mandatory training across the board for people in these services to have that minimum amount of safe sleep training. Do you support that?
Look, I'm certainly aware of the campaign, and I am aware of, and I've asked questions about some of the consequences of that. I am reticent to mention individuals' names because but I would just say, yes, I am very aware of the serious nature of that, and I'm aware of that campaign.
Will you advocate for it at the national level?
Look, I would say that, look, I'm certainly aware of the ask of the campaign. I'm just going to be careful about what I can say, but can I come back to your notice on that one?
Thank you. Ms. Mihaly?
Minister, just very quickly on all these sorts of increased sort of housing targets that the government has. Obviously, your department, I assume, are working as to how these housing targets will potentially impact education and where you'll have schools and additional schools and so forth. But I'm just wondering where you're likely to now have high rises, and I think I've put to you the example of Whaley Park and Lakemba, for example, that's going to have a significant rezoning right next to at least 2 or 3 schools there actually in the area, and they're going to have significant high-rise developments right on their boundary. Has the department or your office had a look at what impact that will have on the school operations?
So I think you've heard me say several times this morning, Ms. Mihaly, that the department has a fundamentally different approach now, which is, and as I read out to the figures in relation to some of those eastern suburb schools that the Nationals Party member to your right was asking in relation to, I would just give you.
The Minister is that, for example, Canterbury Bankstown are going well and above what the government's expectations are for housing. So there's going to be a significant rezoning that's probably going to exceed whatever else is being done by the government across New South Wales. So I'm just wondering whether you've had a look at what happened to those couple of schools there, Whaley Park Girls and Lakemba.
I personally haven't looked into that specific example, but what I can say is that the department has a much closer monitoring of existing school capacity, what their current enrolment utilisation rates are, and when considering future upgrades is just monitoring that far more closely. And we're aware that the key focus of this government is in relation to addressing the housing shortages that we see, and so as we do that, we don't do it in a vacuum. We're not operating in a silo. We're certainly looking at it across government, but I think the Secretary can provide you more details now or perhaps this afternoon.
I think in the interest of it being government question time, I will ask
with bated breath.
I will ask the government if they have any questions.
We do, Chair.
Go
Thank
ahead,
you.
Ms. Savall.
Minister, noting that there has been more questions today asked about schools in Wallara, Double Bay and Vaucluse by the Honourable Sarah Mitchell, we thought we'd ask a few questions about schools in the regional communities we have in the bush. Minister, can you give an update on flood recovery impacted schools? I know recently you visited Condong Public School, Tumbulgum Public School and Blakebrook Public School. How's it all going?
Yeah, so look, I really appreciate the opportunity to talk about some of the beautiful new schools or rebuilt schools, I should say, on the far north coast that are really utilising some state-of-the-art modern methods of construction to get those schools back on site. As you know, we've talked about this a number of times, which is there's some particular challenges, and I talk about Condong or Tumbulgum specifically, and to be fair, Blakebrook, which are rebuilding relatively small schools on existing sites that are going to be the subject of future floods. And I have to say, I was really impressed with the lengths that are being gone to at a local level to design the schools so that when the floods inevitably come, that those schools can be back up and running as quickly as they can. And I had a little bit of trepidation before I went to Blakebrook, reading that it was going to be 4 metres high in the air, but that's actually turned into all of this amazing covered outdoor learning area that the students there were really excited about as they showed me around their new school that was open just for the start of term 3, which is, it's really wonderful, and it really goes to how important our schools are at the heart of their communities, particularly across parts of regional New South Wales. And so that was a really special experience for me to be able to go there as the acting minister and see how we're rebuilding these schools. Tambourgum is obviously getting their classrooms. I think it's this week actually being craned in. I was there at Condong with the school. They were all very excited. The kids, we were very excited. The teachers and the staff were very excited as well to actually see the classrooms being craned onto the steel gantries. It's pretty incredible effort, and I really want to give a shout out to the amazing project teams up there that are making that happen.
Thank you. Noting now there were no questions asked about schools west of the Great Dividing Range by the opposition. I've just got a couple of questions about some of these. So, and I note the government's investing significantly in high potential and gifted education facilities in particular. Can you outline how this will benefit regional schools, and in particular schools like Forbes High School, Tamworth High School, Broken Hill, Muswellbrook High School, which are all getting upgrades? And I understand in particular Lithgow High School, this will be the first major upgrade that school has seen in more than 12 years. There was no major investment there by the Nats.
So I have to say, I said earlier that one of the privileges that I have in this role is I get to see the reform program that the Deputy Premier is implementing up close. And this is one of the programs, signature project of hers, that I'm most excited about, which is the high performing and gifted education approach. Now, there's an approach in terms of learning, and that's really being rolled out, and the Secretary can probably speak to that in more detail this afternoon about the professional development for our teachers to make sure that we're doing that. But this is really the government partnering with schools. As the amazing work is done in the classroom, we're upgrading the facilities. There's $100 million in this budget to upgrade 33 schools across the state, and you listed an amazing number of them. It's true. Lithgow, that's the first major upgrade since 2010 that's going to see STEM rooms, art rooms, music rooms, woodwork and metal rooms, and an upgrade to the hall. I also visited Casino High School, which is also going to receive an upgrade. They are so excited. Music rooms and a state-of-the-art recording studio, food technology kitchens, and upgrades to the school hall as well. And I'm going to give a shout out because when I was at Casino High School, I met Ruby, who was one of the school captains. Amazing. One of the best parts of filling into this job in this job is meeting with some of the amazing teachers and students, and Ruby is one of those ones that leaves a lasting imprint. She is school captain. She's doing really well in terms of her study. She's doing some ridiculous amount of units. She's also on the local radio station. So this is some of the, when you talk about the magic of public education and some of the incredible things that our local schools are able to achieve, that's been a real privilege to do it. So we're seeing upgrades at Lisero High School, Maruga High School, Narara Valley High School, Casino High School that I mentioned, Forbes High School, Muswellbrook High School that you mentioned, Broken Hill High School, which is great, in addition to the rebuild that we're doing at Williama there, Bateman's Bay High School, Bowral High School, Canobolas Rural Technology High School, Tamworth and Lake Macquarie. So that's a pretty amazing program of reform where we are really giving our kids and encouraging parents to take a second look and say, look at the amazing things that public education has to offer, and we're providing those upgrades around the state.
I just want to ask about Williama High School.
Sure,
and
yeah.
Rebuild there. If you could perhaps provide an update on that.
Yeah, look, this is I think I'd take the opportunity really to do a shout out to our teachers at Broken Hill High School and at Williama. It's really been a challenging time for them, and I'd really like to thank the head of the P&C at Williama, who I know has engaged a lot with the Deputy Premier and with the department to as we this process has been difficult, but the government is absolutely, and the Deputy Premier has really been really committed to rebuilding that school to create a modern high school. It's going to have some of the best and most impressive educational facilities in the state, and it's perhaps not the timing of our choosing, but it doesn't mean that the school community is going to be disadvantaged. So it's wonderful to see. Look, there's been an extensive process of consultation, and to be fair to the department, some changes that were made to the rebuild as a result of that consultation. But I really want to say thank you to Ms. Allen, and I think the PNC president at Williama. She said that. To quote her, it's really evident that the feedback has been taken on board. And I think for regional communities, in my experience, that's really what they're asking for, is that they can be heard, they can raise these concerns, and that's certainly the approach that the Deputy Premier is leading, and the one that the government and the department under her leadership is adopting. So, I think that's probably all I have to add there.
Started building.
What about Anthony Diadam?
Thank you.
Questions? You haven't built anything.
Now, we could spend the remaining 7 and a bit minutes talking about regional schools, given the lack of, contribution from those opposite. But
Chair. We're allowed to
we
ask
will
questions.
we'll leave it there.
Right. Thank you. That does conclude our time with the Minister this morning. I echo the sentiments that were shared by the rest of the committee, that we wish the Deputy Premier well, but we are very grateful that you were here today, Minister, and able to give us the benefit of your expertise. The Committee Secretary will be in touch in relation to any questions taken on notice. But that concludes our time with you, and we'll be back in the afternoon with everyone else. Thank you.
Thanks. Well done.
Passed on. Thank you. We will recommence, but before we do that, there are two new witnesses that we have here for the next hour. If I could ask, starting with, no, hang on, oh, sorry, like where have you gone? I'll start with Ms. Noy. If I could ask you to come forward and state your name and position title and then swear either the oath or the affirmation.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Mary Noy, the Executive Director of Health, Safety and Staff Wellbeing, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And Mr. Curry.
It's Darryl Curry, Executive Director of the Professional Ethical Standards Directorate. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Fabulous. Thank you very much, and we'll recommence with questions from the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to just start probably with you, Mr. Barakat, just back to some of the early childhood area. I just wanted to ask whether the government has put in any additional measures specifically for for-profit providers in the last 2 years?
I'll take that on notice, but my recollection is that the majority of measures have been directed at not-for-profit services. I think there might be some initiatives through the fund where for-profit providers have been eligible, but I'll take that on notice and come back to you.
Okay, and then but also I guess I mean more than more regulatory oversight. Sorry, is what I meant. Like, are there any specific regulatory oversight changes that relate to for-profit providers only?
So I will ask Mr. Bacco to answer that,
Sure,
because
that's
Mr.
fine.
Bacco is the head of the regulatory authority, and that sits outside of early childhood outcomes.
Sure.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchell. I'll have to take it on notice and come back to you with any details about specific programs in relation to for-profit services.
Okay, that would be great. Thank you. The 100 preschools commitment, public preschools, which is back to you, Mr. Barakat. Can you just advise how many of them are expected to open in this financial year?
At this point, I don't believe there are any that are scheduled to open this year. I might get Ms. Harrington to confirm that. We are expecting around 4 to open, if not this year, early next, with the remainder scheduled for day 1, term 1, 2027. But I'll just get Ms. Harrington to confirm.
If it helps, and then Ms. Harrington can dive in.
Yep.
96 of the 100 are to commence construction in this financial year,
Mhm.
and we've got to have all of them open. The 100, there's 99 to go. One's already open.
Yeah.
For day 1, term 1, 27.
Yeah.
That's
I
what
get
we're
that. I just was wondering because it's 1 so far. I think you said an additional 4, so that'll get you to 5, and then you've got 1 year to open another 95.
That would be...
well, actually, less than 1 year to open
yes,
another 95.
but there are some methods that school infrastructure are engaging to make sure that they can have these delivered on time, but Ms. Harrington can speak to that.
There are 3 that we are forecasting sort of June next year. They're the ones where we're utilising existing buildings. So that's Blackett, Cringilla and Hillview. So it is a lot, but I think as I mentioned last time, we're breaking that up into 8 geographical bundles so it can be managed more as a program.
So one of the commitments is for a new public preschool at down in Albury at Thaguna, which is also a new public school. Will that be open and that school open day 1, term 1, 2027?
The preschool certainly will be open by day 1, term 1, 2027 as part of the election commitment.
Well, there's no, but will there be a school there
So
then?
we're building the school there. We have had some issues there in terms of some flooding challenges we had to work through, also some I think there was a particular endangered species that was discovered, so we were a bit delayed in terms of the planning and getting the design right for that site, but we're working through that now, and we are committed to making sure the preschool is what we'll start with. Obviously the primary school will be part of that, but we'll make sure that the preschool is open for day 1, term 1, 27.
But at that point, if the school's not there, it's not going to be co-located, it'll be standalone preschool.
No, it's all on the same site, it's just that the contract is going to start and make sure that the preschool is open first to make sure we follow through on that commitment.
Okay, but yeah, okay.
We'll have the principal on board for the school.
Yeah, no,
as well.
I just that
it'll be under the
that's
auspices
been in the
of
works for a long
principal.
time. I just was curious. Anyway, I'll take that up with the minister. It's fine. The non-government preschools, which was also an election commitment. I think I asked about that last time. Have there been any announcements in terms of where they will be located?
So I will ask Mr. Kreutz to answer this.
Sure.
Thanks.
Thanks very much, Ms Mitchell, for the question. The government has not made any announcements in relation to that at the moment. We're undergoing assessment of the first round of applications and working with the non-government school sector in relation to future application rounds for that program.
Okay. Do you anticipate that those services, though, that are either going to be expanded or new, will be opened by day 1, term 1, 2027 as well? Is that your time frame for
I have to
delivery?
take that on notice because it's a grant program, so it operates slightly differently, and we will be engaging with the sectors around delivery timeframes for particular projects in relation to when Catholic schools, New South Wales or independent schools can open those.
Is the expectation from government, though, that you deliver those in this term of government?
Yes, government has an expectation of us that we will disperse the grants and work with the sectors in this term of government, correct?
Okay, thank you. Mr. Rumming, so I'm a little bit all over the place this afternoon. I've got a lot of things to go through. Just a very quick one for you. When we were here in February, you were able to give me, just in terms of teacher numbers, it was head count, but it was sort of full-time, part-time and casual, I think, or full-time, temporary, casual. Do you have any updated data that you could provide?
Yes, I do, Ms Mitchell. In terms of our 23-24, because our numbers are financial year numbers, so we've just finished the 24-25 year, so I can't give you those numbers yet because we're just pulling those together for the annual report. But the 23-24 figures had 62,758 permanent employees, 19,603 temporary employees and 13,931 casual employees, so a total of 96,292 for financial year 23-24.
Okay, thank you. The issue around flexible working arrangements for classroom teachers, and I'm happy with maybe through you, Mr. Tisdale.
Sure.
If you need to refer it to any of your colleagues, that's fine. That was obviously part of the award, and there's some information I know just in relation to flexible work arrangements, particularly for classroom teachers. Can you just talk me through what does that process look like, who makes that decision, and how many teachers have taken up that option so far this year?
I certainly can. I'm proud of the consent award that we negotiated for 3 years with the New South Wales Teachers Federation. Part of that was to modernise the workforce conditions for those inside the school gates. So we have always had the opportunity for part-time employment, but that was never systematically applied. And what we did through this award is to make that clearer as an option for the workforce. So we came out and communicated with our teachers in its entirety that this goes to retention, you know, when the whole nation's grappling with teacher workforce challenges, having a teacher not leave the profession, but maybe with life circumstances, work circumstances, make a decision that they want to remain for 2 or 3 days. We wanted to give primacy to that. So we gave clear instructions to our principals to support those award conditions. We also made another change, and that is that when we go to recruit for a teacher vacancy, sometimes you can, you know, go a number of times and not be able to fill the position. So we said that once we go out for merit selection, if we're unsuccessful in the recruitment of that position, on the second occasion for that role, we will create the option of part-time employment. That was done like, you know, I know of schools where we've gone 5-6 times for a maths teacher in a high school, and we felt that we could open up the opportunities if it went part-time. My view was that you're better off having a maths teacher that you recruit successfully for 2 days than not 5 days when you keep unsuccessful at that.
Sure.
So that were the two major
How many, though? Can you tell me how many?
I'll
you've
have to come
recruited
back on
under that?
data for you because
that would be good.
You know, we're in the first year of its award
Yeah,
implementation.
I mean, I understand what you're saying about the concept. I'm just curious as to how many, I guess, have taken up that, and I'm assuming it's open to existing teachers as well, not just new recruits.
I know, it open up to the entire
Sure.
workforce.
And then who makes the decision to approve that arrangement? So if an existing teacher says, I want to go to be flexible for, you know, caring reasons, family reasons, whatever it may
Yes.
be, does that decision rest with the principal? Does it go to the DEL, the department? Who decides?
So the principal makes that decision.
Okay.
But we gave clear guidance on what that looks like.
Yeah.
And we also had to, we also respected the operational requirements of a school, because if you've got multiple applications in front of you, what would that look like as well? So we've given guidance, but clear instructions on where our stance lies.
Okay. And is there any limitation as to how many teachers in a school can take up that option?
No, there is.
Okay. And what's the process or the right of appeal or review if a teacher puts forward that application and it's not approved by the principal? What can they do about that?
Yeah, so, in the first instance, we want the clear consideration at the local level, but just our normal processes. If one of our staff members, a teacher at a school, put that application in and spoke with the principal and the principal didn't support it, we've got our Director of Educational Leadership and our Executive Director, and we've got Ms Summerhays who oversights the public schools as an escalation point if necessary. I can tell you that none of that's come into play in the first year, which tends to indicate to me that it's being operationalised well with the intent that we had.
Okay. And any data, as I said, in terms of numbers on notice would be fantastic if you can
Let me
provide.
see what we've got, yeah.
Thank you. I've got some questions now in relation to what happens if there's a reportable conduct matter received. It might go to you, Mr Curry, I'm not sure, but you might want to maybe do a little seat swap with Mr Bacco, please.
Why don't we just bring you across here?
Yeah,
Mr. Curry?
whatever's
Why
easy.
Don't you stay there, Mr. Bacco?
That's
Why don't we
fine.
bring you across here?
Just the process when a reportable conduct matter is received, how it's then referred to the Office of the Children's Guardian, and the time frame around that. What are the requirements?
Thanks for the question. Basically, as soon as a allegation of misconduct is brought into PES, it's assessed in terms of misconduct and reportable conduct by our preliminary investigation team and the director there. And as soon as that has actually been ascertained that it is reportable conduct, it is referred directly over to the OCG electronically. Okay, and it's... Sorry, go.
No, I didn't want to cut you off.
Within the prescribed time frame. It's 5 days, I think it is, but it's immediately that we can do it.
Okay, and then and I'm happy for you to take this on notice, unless you've got it, but I don't expect you to. How many reportable conduct matters were referred to the OCG in the last 12 months?
I'd have to take that on notice.
And if possible, can you also, of those, advise how many were referred sort of after 24 hours or 48, or the average time period, I guess?
Yes, I think we'll be able to get that.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Should we come back to you on the reportable period that's given?
Sorry? Yeah.
There's a reportable period that
think
you've
you
got to
said
meet it
5
within. I think you said within 5
yes,
days.
yeah. But I'm sure some don't take 5 days, I would assume. You would do them more quickly. But anything you've got around that would be fantastic. And then do you keep a record of the exact sort of date and time that you send them off to the OCD?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And then just in terms of any sort of safeguards that you put in place, and I appreciate there can be a very wide-ranging nature of complaints, but if you get these reportable conduct matters, what are the safeguards that you put in place, I guess, for students, particularly around safety if there are concerns about behaviour?
I've just been corrected. It's a 7-day time frame, not a 5.
That's all
it's
right.
a week, not a working week. Okay, so
okay.
it's fine, 7 days.
Yep.
In terms of the risk mitigation that we actually take, we take action on. We assess each case in terms of the risks of a few things: risk to students, risk to staff, risk to the investigation, risk to the department's reputation or the reputation more broadly of the public service, and then we take appropriate action. That could be broadly from directions if we believe that that is enough, or removal and placed on alternative duties, or suspension without pay. It would depend on the nature of the allegations and what evidence there are, prima facie evidence to begin with, that they've actually taken place.
Okay, and then do you as PES do much directly with the OCG, just in terms of like the timeliness of that, making sure that things are operating well? How closely do you work with the Office of Children's Guardian?
Very closely. We communicate with the Office of the Children's Guardian on a regular basis, and they oversee all of those reportable conduct cases. Now, that oversight might be very close oversight, depending on the nature, or it can be wait until the end, and then we have to report all of the information in that investigation, all of the evidence, all case file notes, everything at the end of the case has to be sent over to the OCG, but they can ask us for information on any of those cases, and they do on a regular basis. We also have regular meetings with OCG representatives to discuss broader issues as well as individual cases. But the other thing is the investigator and the director of investigations who have carriage of each of those cases will actually communicate with the OCG on a regular basis with regards to that case.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had to ask you, Mr. Curry, but you're very welcome to stay sitting at the table. Others might have questions for you as well. I'll just move on to some of the challenges, I guess, in declining student enrolments in public schools, and the Minister spoke about this a little bit this morning. But in terms, I guess, of the most recent data, what's the sort of current number of students at New South Wales public schools? What's the most up-to-date figure that you've got, Mr. Gister?
Yeah, so the 2025 enrolment figures right across the country, including in New South Wales, are due to the Commonwealth in October.
Okay.
There's a Commonwealth collection period that occurs, and it's on an annual basis in October.
Okay, but surely you can tell me today how many public school students there are currently in New South Wales public schools?
We're very close to 780,000.
Okay, thank you. But the exact figure will come out in October?
The exact figure is given to the Commonwealth in line with every jurisdiction for our funding lines in October.
Okay. In terms of, I guess, when you do have declining enrolments at particular schools, can you just talk the committee through what impact that has in terms of school funding, but also staffing allocations at a school?
Well, the needs-based funding model called the school-based allocation report and the resource allocation model factors in student enrolment numbers and the composition of that enrolment. So you can get a situation where a school might drop enrolments, but its funding doesn't drop because of the needs of the student are higher. So that school might drop 10 enrolments, for example, and you'd expect its funding to drop, but you might see the reverse. You might see funding increase because the number of students with disability has increased, the number of EALD, English as an additional language or dialect, has increased, the low SES nature of the student body has increased, the low level adjustment for disability has increased. It is true that the staffing, the permanent staffing called full-time equivalent, is based upon student numbers, but you can also get the same situation in that example I gave you. So even with a drop of 10 enrolments in this example, you might still get an increase in staffing because we give EALD staffing as part of that formula. We have, as part of the Aboriginal education formula, we've got ACLOs and AEOs.
Yeah, sure.
So you can actually, I know I'm giving you a bit of detail, but it's not a direct corollary that just a drop in enrolments leads to a drop in funding or a drop in staffing.
But in some instances it does.
It can.
Obviously. Yeah. In terms of, I guess, enrolment, targets or aspirations, and I've heard you say that, rebuilding public education, and that's something you take very seriously as Secretary, and I 100% accept that. I've worked with you. I know how passionate you are about that. But is the government setting any enrolment growth targets? What are you percentage of parents? I think we heard earlier evidence about 35% are in the non-government school sector. Is there any sort of tangible expectation from government in terms of what they would like to see those enrolment figures increase to, or even as a percentage of school-aged children attending public schools?
So obviously, I respect parental choice around what parents choose around their education provision, but I've made it no secret that I want to grow public school enrolments. I want more parents in New South Wales to have confidence in their local public school and the system of public education. My own 3 children are part of that system, and I'm a product of that system. In our success measures, we've made it clear that we want to stop the decline in enrolments, because to be able to grow enrolments and to have that aspiration, you've got to first stop the decline. So we do have a system measure in our plan for public education that we want to achieve that by the 2027 school year. And we're just in the process of, for the first time, and Ms Summerhayes will be able to talk to this because this is great work that she's been leading, and this is work that we haven't had in the past, where our organisation is 20 schools in a network that you'd remember with a Director of Educational Leadership. So we're looking at having, alongside the system success measures, enrolment growth measures at a network level, because we're a system. We want all schools to buy in and support each other in that system. So we're looking at setting enrolment growth measures network by network for the Director of Educational Leadership, and we're looking at bringing that into play next term for the following school year, and we're looking at that being a from 2026 to 2028 target. But Ms Summerhays has done all the heavy lifting here. You might want to unpack what that looks like.
If you want to add anything. And maybe I'll ask a question then, Ms Summerhays, on that topic, but is that looking at it across each of those areas, is it so that you can ensure that, you know, you might not have great numbers in one area but other areas are doing well, you can try to have that lift across the system? Is that the intention?
So it's looking at the practices that we think make a difference. We don't want it to be an individual school, because then you're cannibalising your colleagues if it's about getting numbers for your school. But if we look at the geography and we're saying here are the makeup of the schools in our geography, where is it working well? What are the things that are happening in the system across schools in our geography that might encourage families to come to public education within the 21 or 22 schools? So it's really looking at it in a way that I think we just got back from our 10 regional rural roadshows, which I know you know about, Minister, and it came through really strongly from our colleagues in the Triple R space that can sometimes be geographically quite apart. We don't want to be always working alone in this space. How can we work together? And that's been a really good approach.
And will those those sort of cluster ones be publicly available? Will we be able to see what you're trying to achieve in terms of a lift?
I don't think that. I think it will be really public when schools are doing their annual school reports and saying this is how many children have come to our school, this is the sort of programs kids are engaged in. You would be aware that on day one, term one next year, all of our schools are going out with their high potential gifted education provision. So it's all a conversation about how our parents and families can know more about what's happening inside the school and within the system to support student learning and wellbeing and encouraging families to come to public education.
Thank you.
Chair, can I just add one more thing that's very useful for this great question? The system measure, I said we want to stop the enrolment decline by 27, but the ultimate measure, which sits publicly, is that by 2034 will grow from 62.9% of market share in New South Wales to 65.5%.
Okay.
Mr Disdar, I am going to have questions for Ms Noy, as well as Mr Curry, and then I'll come back to Mr Backer.
We might bring Ms Noy up to the front bench.
Want to arrange accordingly. Just while Ms Noy's making her way up, can I just check, Mr Curry, when you were talking about the reportable conduct triaging, are you saying, someone reports to you and then you don't report to OCG until 7 days?
Not until 7 days, within 7 days.
Okay.
So what happens is when we receive allegations that may be of a reportable nature, they are assessed by the preliminary investigation team. A delegated officer there actually decides whether those initial allegations would be considered under the OCG Act reportable conduct.
Right.
If they were proven. If that is the case, it is reported to the OCG, those allegations.
Okay, but if those allegations have come from somebody who themselves is a mandatory reporter, presumably they are reporting themselves? So we're talking...
No, mandatory reporting doesn't mean that you're reporting yourself. Mandatory reporting means that you're reporting alleged harm to a child, and mandatory reporting is very separate to reportable conduct.
Okay.
Mandatory reporting is much broader. It's not just about employees. Mandatory reporting covers things such as reporting a student at your school at risk of serious harm at home. Okay, that's not what we're dealing with. We only deal with employees. So what actually happens in the reportable conduct scheme, any allegation that may, if proved, be reportable conduct, those very broad terms, sexual offence, sexual ill treatment, sexual misconduct, etc., under the OCG Act, we have a responsibility to report those allegations and the name of the employee to the OCG so they can oversight the investigation.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand. So there's a situation in early childhood, for instance, where
we're finding approved providers are acting as a kind of filter or triage and sitting between mandatory reporters. So I'm just checking that's not what's happening.
If they're a departmental employee, we only deal with department employees. We don't deal with private providers, NGOs, anybody of that nature. So if in an ECE setting in a school, there was the principal called us up and said, here's an allegation, or a parent, doesn't have to be a principal, an allegation that something had happened, we would report them to the OCG.
Okay, straight away or within 7 days?
Within the 7 days. One of the things is it's the preliminary investigation team, so we look at the allegations. If there is evidence that those allegations, prima facie evidence, it's reported.
Okay. I will move to Ms. Noy. Hello. So the data that we've had collected from a SO52 in relation to workers' compensation has a bunch of really useful iCare summary documents. And in there, the data is showing that burnout and work pressure claims have declined significantly in education, which I hope we could attribute perhaps to the pay increase that's flowed through to prevent more teacher attrition. But unfortunately, overall psych claims have still increased, with burnout and pressure claims being replaced with mainly bullying and harassment claims as being the driver of those psychological injuries. What new measures has the department rolled out to address those bullying claims to try and bring down the psychological injury rates?
Thank you for your question, Ms. Boyd. First and foremost, I would say the organisation is absolutely committed to the health and wellbeing, and we launched our staff wellbeing strategy in 24-27, and under that strategy it outlines a number of initiatives we put in place. Thank you for acknowledging that our claims have started to reduce. I think that is a reflection of the organisation's commitment to supporting that with things like the pay rise and the commitment to reducing workload. We've also launched an enhanced employee assistant program that provides an additional amount of services available to all employees and family members, which I think goes to trying to maintain wellbeing and resilience in the workplace. Things like financial counselling, legal counselling, as well as leadership support, which I think is really critical when we're supporting our employees in the workplace. We obviously work closely with Allianz, who's our claim service provider, on initiatives that if an injury does occur, and first and foremost we try to prevent injuries occurring by addressing the different psychosocial hazards in the workplace, that we promptly engage in early intervention and supporting that employee's needs with regards to trying to get them into evidence-based treatment as quickly as possible to drive a safe and durable return to work.
Okay. Has the department ever raised concerns with Allianz or iCare or CIRA in relation to surveillance and intrusive investigations of people within Department of Education, Department of Education employees who have been making claims, psychological claims through workers' comp?
Not to my knowledge. I've only been with the department since February, so in my time I haven't had those conversations with those departments.
Okay. Could you take on notice just if there's ever been any concerns raised by the department with CIRA about the way that iCare or the claim service provider manages claims for education staff? Just in the time available, I will go back to you, Mr. Curry. So in relation to the PIN that I was talking about before, so SafeWork issued that PIN. I understand that the department relied on arguments in the matter in order to get that stayed, that to update or change the policy would take sort of multiple years and extensive consultation, but then the policy...
That's not exactly
factual.
Can I just say though, I've got to be very cautious in answering this question because the information that you've been given isn't exactly correct.
Okay.
That matter is actually before the IRC at the moment, and the decision has been reserved. It's in the process of decision making, And the other thing, the characterisation that you had before, and I was trying to answer this through the screen, trust me, when it was on, but
we've all been there.
What actually has happened, you characterised it as it's about the time of investigation, whereas the department, and I, in actually representing them, would characterise that safe work notice compromised our ability to protect children, other staff, the investigation and the reputation of the department, because it actually went to our ability to apply risk mitigation. Now, the length of the investigation was part of that safe work notice, but it was actually our ability to investigate allegations in a safe manner.
So just, sorry, because I was quoting before. So,
yes.
So quoting from the Safe Work PIN, they say, quote, on 5th February 2024, having reviewed all the information and documentation, I formed a reasonable belief that the department had failed to ensure the psychological health and safety of workers by minimising the impact of the psychological risks to the workers' health and safety, by failing to ensure investigations regarding misconduct and performance of workers is completed in a timely and expeditious manner, and not having a process and prescribed timeframes to provide formal, regular and documented updates on the progress of an investigation into misconduct and performance to workers while investigation is underway.
Yep. Once again, it's before the commission, so I'm a bit reticent to say something.
But when I said it was to do with ensuring timely investigations, you've said it wasn't.
That was one element of it. I said that was one element of it, but it actually went to a broader sense of how we ensure that sites are safe and that we can complete the investigation without risk to other elements of the investigation.
Right. Okay. So there's even bigger problems then with the way this works than just
I
delays.
wouldn't characterise it as that. I would say that there are issues that people have with some of the measures we take to protect people, to protect, as I said, children, other employees, the investigation, and the integrity of those processes.
Can you explain what you mean by that?
Once again, please I'm not trying to avoid it, but
Yeah.
I am very conscious it's sitting with a commissioner at the moment, actually making a determination on some of the things that we've put forward. A lot of this surrounds the implementation of alternative duties, in order to remove people from a site when there are allegations against them.
So, okay. Well, yes, we've run out of time, but over to you, Ms. Mahoney.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Dist, I might just ask, I did ask on notice a couple of things this morning. Was there anything that you're coming back with me now?
Yeah, did you want me to update you, Ms. Mahalik, on the football in schools?
Yes, that'd be
matters?
great. Let's start with that.
I'm just bringing it up. Sorry.
Sure. I think we were asked about there was an independent audit undertaking, yes?
That's being undertaken by Grant Thornton.
Sorry, could you just repeat that, Graham?
Grant Thornton.
Yep. And is there any more details in relation to that, when that will be completed, or it's still ongoing? Or?
My advice is that audit's underway.
Right, okay.
And is due this year. Yeah.
That's fine. And you were going to come back to me on the site visits?
Yeah, I can give you some more information on that. I'm advised that the large proportion of the MacArthur Bulls activities occur on our school grounds, where our teaching staff are present. So obviously we've got our own workforce there supporting the sporting and physical activity. There are components of the MacArthur Bull activities that include holiday programs, multicultural programs, girls-only programs. I'm advised that we have undertaken 6 planned site visits to date to see the programs in action ourselves, and the purpose of these visits has been so we can have ongoing program management and verification of staff and student ratios.
But you're not relying on teachers. I mean, there's a difference between supervision and a site inspection or how the grant is being run. So I'm not expecting the teachers that might be just there to supervise children.
I know.
You're not actually asking them to provide any information back as to the value.
I know,
of
I
these
wasn't.
No,
I wasn't.
sorry, because that's how you
sorry.
answered it. I just wanted you to
No,
correct
no.
that. They're not doing us. They're not.
Yeah.
I'm asking whether the department does random site inspections
Yeah.
of
So-
this particular grant.
Sorry if I've
Yeah.
confused the issue. I've had 6 site visits undertaken by our people in the centre. I
Yep.
just clarify that every one of our schools is part of the department, so it's all of the department, but we've had 6 visits from the centre, if you like, and the vast majority of the programs are executed inside the school gates.
Yes.
So I don't ask my people to inspect, but I also would ask them.
Well, you
to
did do
notify
an
me.
inspection. You were invited. I think there was what I found in one of the audit papers. The department did turn up to an inspection when they were invited by the Macarthur Football Club to come in
Yeah.
and view one of the
We've done
sessions.
6 planned inspections.
6
ourselves.
planned sessions.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because you do know there's a couple of schools that aren't public schools. It does go across
I do.
into the not. Yeah.
Yes.
Right.
I liaise with my cross-sector colleagues around.
Okay. All right. Well.
Was there anything else on that?
Yeah. No. I think on that. The other one I asked, I think on notice, was the Professor Alleganarius
Yes.
and his contractual arrangement. Did you also took that on notice? I'm not sure if you're ready with that now or.
Yeah, if it's okay with you, we might come back when we don't have it in front of us. So is it okay if we come back when we give the answers to supplementary questions?
That's fine.
Is that okay?
I might put some more questions to you about that then. All right. So, Mr. Dizza, I just want to a little bit more on that issue. So we know he was a chief executive officer of NESA and the previous board of studies. Prior to his appointment to conduct the review of Section 83C arrangements, can you please advise what the selection process was to identify Professor Alleganarius as a person most suitable to conduct the review, or was there a process of inviting others to participate
I
in this?
might get Mr. Martin to speak to it, but can I just say, as a NESA board member, and all of my cross-sector colleagues are board members.
Yes.
The head of the Catholics, the head of the Independents. All 3 of us, as heads of the sectors, were delighted with the appointment, with his vast expertise working across the sectors.
Yep.
So I think it was a very good appointment. As to the process of the appointment...
Well, I'm just interested to know, do you invite others to participate, or was it just a done deal that he would be the one?
Normally we're looking for expertise.
Yes.
And it's quite specific expertise. And normally we make sure we fulfil all procurement...
So this was an open procurement process?
No, I think you'll find that we went to direct negotiation on it.
Okay.
Because of the eminent expertise he brought to the role, and
Yep.
like I reiterate, I think I would speak for my sector head colleagues. We're all delighted with the appointment and had full confidence in the work that he'd undertake.
So was it specifically yourself that contacted him to do the review, or was it Mr. Martin?
No, Mr. Martin was the one that engaged him, yes.
I think, sorry, I think that Mr. Alleganarius was appointed prior to his engagement with NESA, but I'll take that on notice to get the exact sequence of events, and also, as I said this morning...
Sorry, what do you mean he was appointed prior to do this review?
He was appointed by, as far as I understand, and I'd have to get this on notice, appointed by the government to conduct a review into Section 83C.
So who was it from the government, the Deputy Premier herself or her office?
Well, I'll take that on
You'll
notice.
take it
and
on
I'll-
notice, okay. And you don't know if any other proponents were considered to undertake the review, or?
I think Mr. Alleganarius' expertise in cross-sectoral matters meant that he was
The most appropriate person.
most appropriate candidate, and was welcomed by all 3 sectors.
Okay, well, I'm not questioning that, but I just wanted to understand the process of how he was chosen. So, and he's been engaged earlier in the day. I think you said, because I played the tape back, and I'm pretty sure you said that he's been engaged on other occasions by NESA to conduct reviews.
I don't think I said that this morning. I said that he had previously
He's been engaged was the term you used. I wasn't sure what that meant.
I think that he has, well, I'm absolutely sure he's previously been the CEO and or the president of the Board of Studies.
And since he's left those roles, was he ever engaged in any kind of contractual arrangement?
He is currently working with the Centre for Educational Measurement at the University of Sydney.
No, I understand that. He does that.
And we have arrangements with that organisation, but that's not directly with Mr. Alleganarius.
This is a private arrangement, so this is a private contractual arrangement, and you're going to take on notice what the value is, because I think I put it on notice this morning.
In relation to 83C, yes.
Yes, 83C, yes. Was any staff also provided to Mr. Alleganarius or Professor Alleganarius in conducting his review? Any departmental staff or NESA staff to support his
NESA
work?
provided some secretarial support for Mr. Alleganarius.
Okay. And at what point was the arrangement, at what point did it become clear that he would then be implementing the recommendations? Did you say only once
I think
the
there was a
review
decision
was
made post the review and the report coming down, the implementation process and the movement from the 83C Secretariat to NESA, that it was also decided that
So when did he start, Mr. Martin? Sorry, when did he start his...
I'd have to take the exact
can
dates
take it
on
on
notice,
notice, yeah.
but he's still working with the cross-sectoral committee to put in place the recommendations that came out of that review.
Yes, so the media release from the Deputy Premier at the time, back in August, or whatever month it was in 24, was that it was going to be implemented in 25. So are they now all implemented, all these recommendations, or is it still on?
Some of the recommendations have been implemented. Some of them are still being progressed. There are changes.
Can you specify or take it on notice?
I'll take it on notice, but there are changes for both the guidelines and potentially for regulations.
Yeah, I'd just like to know to date what's been done and what is yet still to be done.
I'm happy to provide it on notice.
And at what point he became an employee? Did you say he became
He's not an employee of NESA, but he is contracted to conclude the work that the review.
So there's a separate
recommended.
contractual.
As far as I
arrangement?
understand it,
Yeah.
yes, but I will find. I'll take
Can
it
I
on
then
notice.
get the value of this secondary
Absolutely.
implementation?
Yes, of course.
Of the implementation, and whatever terms can be made public. I assume some can't be. All right. Can I then? And can I also then ask a question about some of those recommendations that suggestions to the minister? And I appreciate this. The minister earlier today said that that's not something that she had been briefed on, or look, I don't want to misquote her, but I think she was saying that the changes that I put to her that were proposed on page 67 in this report, potential changes to the Education Act, is not something that, as I understood, she'd been considering. Is the department considering this, Mr. Disdar, the changes that he's proposed in this report? They're not part of the recommendation. They're just additional suggestions to the Education Act. Is that
if I may answer in relation to
Mr. Martin,
in relation to this matter, I think that it was determined and included in the report that changes to both guidelines and regulations would adequately substitute for changes to legislation, that the emphases that came through in the recommendations could be adequately dealt with in other means, by other means.
And back to the opposition.
Thank you. Thank you very much. If I could just pick up the issue relating to school infrastructure. Earlier I was asking a question about the coordination but between the Department of Planning and the Department of Education. I guess with a view of the department meeting, the commitment to meet the future educational needs of what the new housing and what new communities and population, changes will mean on that. And this question was put a couple of days ago in a similar estimates question to planning on this, and it was sort of it was put by the Department of Planning and I think Monica Gibson, when the question was put to her about who has responsibility for the infrastructure relating to the housing development and the scale of the development and the population surge, and the school infrastructure came up, and then she says they're much better at providing the advice, meaning the Department of Education, and a similar message came in terms of road infrastructure that the Department of Planning, they seek the advice from the road agencies. I'm just wondering whether you might be able to give us an update or a record in what is the contact, the relationship, how often are you meeting, how are we sharing this information?
I'll let Miss Harrington give further information. Miss Merton, we work very closely with the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure. As a government agency, like all government agencies, we adopt their common planning assumptions, and then we monitor all of our student by area projections on a great regular basis. I can tell you that I engage with the Secretary for Planning. I know that our Deputy Secretary for School Infrastructure, Miss Harrington, is regularly engaging with the Department of Planning. At the end of the day, we give advice to our Education Minister, our Deputy Premier, our Acting Minister on the schooling needs across the state, and that goes off the back of what the Minister spoke to this morning, the growth audit that School Infrastructure led, that we collaborated very closely with the Department of Planning. So we're in regular contact, regular work with them.
How often do you meet? Could I have a record in terms of who's holding the meetings, when and where they're held, and what's discussed?
Well, I mean, I'm part of a secretaries board
Yep.
that has all of the secretaries across New South Wales, and I'm in contact with the head, the Secretary for Planning, on a fortnightly basis. And Miss Harrington and her team have great regularity of contact.
When would have the last meeting been held, Ms.
To
Harrington?
add some more detail.
So there's a few different more formal mechanisms that have been introduced recently that have strengthened that connection. So first of all, the Urban Development Program, we meet, there's various committees under that and working groups under that, sort of breaking up, looking at the growth areas for that formal connection. And the other thing that has been introduced recently is the Government Property Advisory Committee that I'm a part of. So basically agencies get together and can get visibility if there is surplus land from any other government agencies to see whether it might be utilised by another government agency, so that's assisted. Also with the TODs, it's enabled us to zero in on where housing will come. So it's a way that we're able to really sort of start to improve our forecasting of where that housing is coming. In addition, we've got more granular with our projections. So it used to be that we would have, from the common planning assumptions, the data at basically a local government area level. We're now at a suburb level, and then we added in extra data sources, whether it be from the federal government or councils or developers. That's helped us just be more clear about where the growth is coming and the type of dwellings and the pace of that development.
Thank you. Are you able to provide the committee with any of those materials or possibly the last meeting papers where these issues were discussed? Relevant to the Hills?
Is there something that you're particularly interested in?
It's just relevant to the Hills in terms of the projected housing,
Right.
and people are continuing to ask the questions, are the government departments talking? How are they going to meet this? And they're seeking more information. We're told the meetings are held. If we could see records of what's actually, how often you're meeting, what are you discussing, what's the action plan?
I can come back on notice around the
I
meetings.
appreciate there's committees and good intent.
It's probably more the data that is useful for us right now in terms of, yes, we have the committee meetings, but obviously staying very close to what's happening on the ground is really important, because we will have projections, there will be plans, there will be precinct plans, but what we need to do is be very clear about understanding exactly what's coming on. Some things happen quicker than others, so I can come back to you on
if I
notice.
could just give you an example, just
Sure.
in terms of what you're touching on there.
Yeah.
See, in terms of the Hill Showground, I mean, the community know that there have been changes to the housing caps, and there was approval. There was a cap to allow 5,000 dwellings in the Hill Showground. That cap has now been removed, and 10,000 dwellings are now permitted. I then put the question about the Hills Showground Primary School. We've established this morning no plans for a new school. Any future land or infrastructure being identified to meet this? We're told nothing.
I'm happy to
What do
respond
we
to
know?
that. Yeah, I'm happy to definitely agree with you that northwest growth area is
And
The
just
growth
adding,
there
we
is-
realised the local high school there, Castle Hill, 50 demountables.
Yes,
No
so
plans for a new high school. No plans for Hills Showground Primary School. We hear about the Box Hill School. That's a 40-minute drive on a good day.
So I agree with you that there is significant and rapid growth in that area. The way that we need to make sure that we're utilising existing schools before we invest in new schools, that's really important. So that's why we've put forward the Excelsior Primary School upgrade first to add those 22 additional classrooms. We are planning for a high school in that area. We are talking really closely with other government agencies. I can't disclose too many more details because that might compromise those discussions, but we are really looking at the best site for a high school in that area, very close to the metro.
And just in terms of future land, any sites been identified or?
It wouldn't be appropriate for me to talk in detail about particular sites.
I'm not
before we've
asking
closed those.
location, but just within the precinct,
Yes,
given the
within that.
level of growth,
Yeah.
the student cohort, have any sites been identified?
I think Miss Harrington's indicating that we're in discussions. We've got a property and land acquisition team. We undertake this work unrelentingly right across the state. The southwest, Western Sydney, northwestern Sydney growth corridors are featured in the enrolment growth audit. We're really focused on future provision. But Miss Harrington is spot on. We've got to maximise existing sites, and then these projections go out to 20 years. So we've got to have longer term game plans. We're in discussions around those locations, and I just want to
Mr.
reiterate
Secretary,
what the Minister said
the
this morning.
families are then asking themselves, 50 demountables at the local high school.
Yeah.
How many more can fit on the ground?
Yeah, I mean,
what do we go to? Do we double that?
I think the Minister covered that this morning as well, that 42 of those are not new, but that growth in that northwest...
It's the quantity, Mr. Secretary, that concerns the families.
Yeah. And
not who put them when and how or when,
Yeah.
you know.
So we're at work in that area, and Excelsior Public is our first upgrade, and we've got more work that we'll advise government on in time, and make sure we can meet the enrolments in that growth corridor.
We do have an upgrade at Rouse Hill High School that is underway as well, so that will assist. We have fast-tracked the secondary school capacity, obviously in Box Hill. I know you mentioned it's a little further away, but
Rouse Hill's about a 30-minute drive to Castle Hill. Yep, Box Hill's about a 40-minute.
yes, so I've just explained we are looking for a site that is within that particular area that you're talking about for a high school.
Thank you. Ms Harrington, if I could now, on the similar topic, move to Chatswood, concerning why the government terminated plans for a 1,000 place public school at 607 Pacific Highway, Chatswood. I think it's known as the Chatswood Dive Site from memory. So I guess the issue, why did the government terminate plans for the 1,000 place public school despite this being a long-standing commitment linked to the completion of the metro and what that would mean in terms of the student cohort?
So we have recently completed the upgrade at Chatswood Public School, and we constantly need to look at our enrolment projections and see when the Chatswood and also the St Leonard's projects were proposed. It was prior to COVID, and the enrolment projections were a bit different to what they then became after COVID. So we did reassess. We were able to confirm that we didn't need that dive site anymore, and we confirmed that to Metro. We were able to deal with the existing demand with the existing Chatswood Primary School, recognising that in that area, Willoughby, Chatswood, there have been significant upgrades in the last little while, and so there was sufficient capacity with those existing schools. We're also undertaking upgrades at Camaray and Northbridge to provide additional capacity there.
Thank you. And and if I could just acknowledge the strong representations by Tim James, the member for Willoughby there, who no doubt you guys, who is well known to you in terms of discussions relating to school infrastructure. I mean, Tim and the community have put it to me that they feel it's a betrayal of local families and the future, it's a planning disaster, housing density is proceeding, infrastructure is proceeding, and the government is terminating plans for schools that were once that once had approval?
So we are still looking at it. Obviously, we've got the Crow's Nest Metro there, so it isn't an area that we are dismissing. It just, at this stage, it doesn't make sense to put an additional school there because we can deal with the demand with the existing schools, but we are still monitoring it, recognising it is a TOD, it is an area that is going to have additional growth, so we need to continue to monitor.
Thank you. And Ms Harrington, in terms of the student enrolment modelling that you refer to there, that was undertaken prior to the decision to cancel the school, can that be shared with the committee?
I can come back to your notice on what we can share there.
Okay, thank you. And if I could then go to at the last estimates, it was asked, this is relating to a St Leonard's, it was asked if you're saying enough space in existing schools around St Leonard's that you don't at this stage need a primary school. I guess that was the case put to the estimates hearing, and it was reaffirmed that that's exactly right. There is enough space in existing schools around St Leonard's, and at that stage we didn't need a new primary school or a high school. Is this still the position?
Yes.
Is Camaragal High School at capacity?
So we have made some intake area changes around Camaragal and Mossman to deal with, there has been an increase in students in that area, I believe, with some migration changes there. So we have, again, one strategy that we need to use is amending and adjusting intake areas as well as utilising existing schools before we make any investments in terms of new schools. So that is a tactic that we've used with Camaragal.
Yeah. And in terms of that tactic, I mean, families that are seeing the demand here for education, the communities are growing, the houses are growing, the cars are everywhere, and then to understand that the boundaries are being changed in terms of the lower North Shore enrolment zone. They're being changed to accommodate this surge in population and demand. Is that the response?
Boundary changes are not new, Miss Merton. We make those adjustments because we have to maximise all levers. We don't just jump to a new school build. We have to maximise all of our footprint. They're two fantastic schools that I've visited. It's not surprising to me that they're both high demand schools, wonderful leadership, producing great student outcomes. But we have had a major upgrade at Mossman High, and we want to maximise. In fact, I'm on my way there next Wednesday to see how we're travelling, and that'll be my third time visiting the school.
If I could just redirect, this is relating to the Camaragal High School and that community.
I know, and the boundary
regards to Mossman, and hope the visit goes well.
Yeah.
But if we could just come back to the community and the need to build at least a new high school in that Camaragal catchment zone, whether we're calling this the Lower North Shore enrolment zone.
We're not seeing the need for an additional high school at this stage in that area.
Okay, thank you. And if I could then just go to, just in my last remaining comment, Mr. Disdar.
Yes.
And this came from my colleague in terms of the Honourable Tanya Mihalik.
Sure.
And it was just about the opt-out provisions relating to schools and the choice given in terms of parental rights, in terms of students participating in different subjects at the school. And as you may know, a lot of families, in terms of the values that they may bring in terms of classes around respectful relationships, sexual health, sexuality. Mr. Disdar, does that opt-out provision, is it in place?
What I'd say, first of all, they're all important components of the curriculum and a child's learning. My experience is that our schools do a remarkable job in an age and stage appropriate way. They're topics that are important that we deliver, and it's delivered right across the country. We do respect parents' views. The they're the primary educator, and that's enshrined in the Act. And I repeat what I said earlier. If any parent's got any concern around any part of the curriculum delivery, please approach the school principal. Please discuss that. You know, often it's resolved at that level, and if it needs to escalate, then we're here to help as well.
And how do parents have knowledge or awareness that there is an opt-out provision relating to those topics of discussion?
Well, I just gave my operational experience. I've got a son at Drummoyne Public School in Year 4. It's a fantastic school. I've got 2 children at Newtown High School of the Performing Arts, fantastic school. And they communicate with me as a parent. They do it with all parents at the beginning of the year with the entire curriculum delivery in that school, what excursions, incursions are going to run, what the expectations are for the student body. I meet with them at the half-yearly and the yearly report mark. They do the same. It's clear to me as a parent, I don't need legalistic words, because that would confuse me. I'm not a lawyer.
I value that you've had a good experience with those schools, and, you know, commend them on that.
Yeah.
But in terms of, we're looking here in New South Wales schools.
These are New South Wales.
And that opt-out provision, is it communicated to parents? Can I have a copy of how it is communicated to parents?
Well, I'm just indicating that if any parent's got any concern in the curriculum area and its delivery, they should just approach their local school, because my experience is it's resolved at a local level often. Often there can be misunderstanding around what the curriculum delivery is and what happens in respectful relationships or sex education or consent education. So please approach the school if you are still uncomfortable as a parent and guardian here in New South Wales. Then we're here to help at the system level as well.
I guess parents are probably looking for instruction or guidelines to know that that is available.
Well, that just comes from my experience at the local school level and its delivery. You know, everything is on our department
Do we not
website.
have a duty to, you know, inform there is a communication or there's notification that this is available?
Yeah. Is there a particular concern that's in front of you that we can also help
I
with?
guess
or?
families are just asking, you know, if they have concerns, how do they act? They don't know that this is available.
Then can I just indicate to the valued 1.6 million families in public education, please reach out to your local school principal if you've got any concern. That's what I do as a parent in the system. Please jump on our website. We've got all the curriculum information that's there as well. But don't hesitate to approach your child's school if you've got a concern with the curriculum delivery.
Yeah. Is it also, Mr Disda, sometimes an opt-in situation as well? Parents will be told if there's going to be, for instance, an external provider to come for a particular program.
Can I?
That's to be frank, been my experience as a public school
Opt-in
parent.
as opposed to an opt-out.
Sometimes you get
Miss
advised that a particular
Can I
program's
thank
running.
you?
Yeah.
Thank you for that reminder as well.
Yeah.
Not everything's a mandatory curriculum component delivery. There's opt-in exercises as well. So in those cases, the parent permission note goes home, etc. So thanks for that reminder.
Just wanted to clarify that. Sorry. Are you okay? We've got 30 seconds. I'll start on one area. The decision to move homeschooling from NESA to the Department of Education. Who made that decision, and were homeschooling families consulted?
That was a government decision, and we've implemented that decision.
Okay, so that was the Minister or Deputy Premier had made
Yes,
that decision? Okay. What consultation happened with the homeschooling families who were going to be impacted by that change?
I think it was a decision taken on the grounds that we respect parental choice around education provision as it sits in the Act, but the clear view was that we could provide better support for those students and families. We're a large organisation, as I said this morning, particularly with our curriculum and wellbeing expertise. So it was to see how, the thinking was to see how we could strengthen the support that we provide.
Okay, I'll come back to this in the next session. Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you. According to our schedule, I am now obliged to let Ms Noy and Mr Curry go. I think we may need to get you back for longer next time.
They'd be delighted to stay.
Would that be all right to stay?
If you've got some more questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Okay. Oh, all right. Now I'm unprepared, but I'll come back to that.
They're fine public servants in my experience. They're always willing to help.
Okay. Well, I will quickly go to Mr Bacco. So if I could get Mr Bacco up, and then I'll come back to Ms Noy fairly shortly thereafter.
Mr. Backer, we were talking about busy bees in New Lambton earlier.
Yes.
And in the interest of time, I wasn't able to give you a bit more of a chance to say sort of what's gone on. But I guess looking at the show cause notice that was issued to them on the 17th of July 2024, what has happened since? I see that they're still there as a meeting standards provider, service on the on a CEQA. So how did they, I guess, show cause that they should be allowed to continue to operate?
Thanks, Ms. Boyd. So as you would be aware, the show cause process requires the provider, in this case Busy Bees, to provide a range of information to the department about essentially, in this case, why their approval to operate should not be cancelled. So they responded to that show cause notice. I can advise you that since that matter, the regulator has visited the service a further 7 times, most recently in this month in August.
Okay. So they've somehow, even though they have this track record of at that service for well over 5 years, having some very significant problems with, and it's noted in this letter very clearly that the rate of, says, I note that between 2020 and 2024, 13 compliance actions issued to the service compared to a sector average of 2. And a total of 52 confirmed breaches were substantiated, 23 serious incidents, 14 complaints, comparing to a sector average, which is a less than half of that. This is a very serious situation. They've got to the point of being issued a show cause notice, but when parents look at the ASIQA website, it just says that they're meeting standards. That how were parents given any other notification around these issues? Do they know?
So I absolutely agree. It is a very serious matter. I also agree with the Minister's comments from this morning. Transparency for families is incredibly important. I don't have in front of me the specific communication to families, if there was any, in relation to that matter. So happy to take on notice and look into that specific example. But it's fair to say that transparency is incredibly important. We have increased the amount of enforcement actions that we publish on the department's website significantly. And the legislation that the Minister mentioned will also consider additional ways that we can be more transparent. I think it is incredibly important that parents understand what is happening within early childhood education and care services that their children are attending.
I think we can all agree on that, but what we've got here, I mean, this is just, I can't tell you how easy it is to find these examples. It's quite shocking. There are so many centres like this. This is yet another example of one that has had a 5-year history at least of just incredibly concerning issues. Any one of them would be a concern. To culminate in a child being that badly injured, unsupervised, not told, no one got told about it. It's really, I don't understand what they could have provided to the regulator that then allowed them to just carry on. So in this case, are you telling me you don't know why they were allowed to carry on?
No, what I'm saying is I agree it is incredibly serious. I'm happy to take on notice and provide you with further information about the specific response from the service to the concerns that the department outlined.
Given that there have been numerous examples of services breaching the rules and having no fines, or if they do get a fine, they might get a $200 fine if you don't tell the parents something, which is absurd. Are you able to tell us how much Busy Bees New Lambton has been fined?
I can certainly provide that to you on notice. I don't have that in front of me, but I do agree. I think Mr. Wheeler described the financial penalties as paltry under the national law. And again, the Minister mentioned this morning bringing forward legislation, and indeed Education Ministers last Friday agreed to triple the maximum penalty available under the national law in relation to financial penalties, to clarify.
Do you still have that situation where there's a physical penalty infringement notice book that has to be filled out before a fine can be issued?
So in terms of penalty infringement notices, you are correct. There is a physical penalty infringement notice book. We will look to address that in due course. The first thing that we're focused on is increasing opportunities for the regulator to issue penalty infringement notices.
Just on that though, how many of those books does the regulator have?
I would definitely have to take that on notice.
Is it
I'm
two?
not sure. I don't know how many books we have.
I'm told it's 2. So if there are 2 physical books that have to be filled out before you can actually fine somebody, and you have over 6,000 services across the state, and presumably you have inspectors going out to all of those services at some point, is it true that they have to try and find whoever's got the book in order to then issue the paltry $200 fine to the service for not notifying a parent of something as serious as this?
Yeah, I don't know the details of the specific books. Happy to take that on notice. What I will say is that the underlying issue...
Sorry, are you absolutely clear? Because I know that. Why are you saying... Yeah, I understand, but I'm also very... Mr. Backer, you've been part of this organisation for some time. I just want to be very clear that you're telling us, you're under oath, that you are telling us.
In fairness to Mr. Backer, we'll go back and make sure you've got some information. So let's go back and verify. Okay. I did meet with Mr. Wheeler on his review.
Yeah.
He described the penalty system as needing significant overhaul.
Yeah.
He described parking tickets to me
it's
being
farcical.
worth more. That's why at the Commonwealth meeting in Sydney here last Friday, credit to our Minister for strong advocacy, they agreed to triple the penalties, but here in New South Wales we're pushing for a greater range of infringements to be able to apply penalty notices, because that was another recommendation from the Wheeler Review. It's not just about tripling, it's about what you can apply it to, and that's work that we're also doing across the country.
Yeah, so I absolutely agree with you, and perhaps Mr. Dizar, I'll direct the questions to you, and you can refer them to, because I understand Mr. Bacco is only acting at this point, and you've not been in that role for very long.
Yes.
But when it comes to these particular, there's 2 different things, isn't there? There's the national framework, which talks about what those penalties should be, which is clearly inadequate.
Yes.
But then there's New South Wales's implementation of it.
Correct.
Did you know that they have to issue a physical copy?
Yes, I did, yes.
And what steps have been taken to make it so that that's not the case?
Yeah, so we've been hard at work to try and overhaul and implement the Wheeler recommendations and push...
But before Wheeler, we knew about this.
Well, at the moment, with the way the penalties stand, it's actually much more human endeavour, and if you're going to go down the prosecution route, Mr. Wheeler finds in his report how you'd be enormously discouraged from doing so, given the cost of resource, not only financial but human. So, we've got to make sure we can fix the system, fix what's in play, and then you're spot on. If you're going to then indicate that we need to be more strident on how we implement that, I agree with you.
Okay, but so there's, again, maybe there's 3 things. So there's the sort of implementation, the attitude towards implementing the rules and enforcing the rules. There's the rules themselves. But then there's this little oddity in New South Wales where you have to issue a physical copy. So it means that you have to go and find the book. You get it from your colleague who is, however many kilometres, hundreds of kilometres away, in order to then issue this paltry fine, which seems to be the only
really available penalty in many of these cases, surely that in itself is a very fixable thing, with no longer having to do physical paper.
I agree with you, and that's why we'll look at that as well and try and overhaul that. But
can we just do it though? Can we not just?
Yeah, the
like,
overarcher here is that the framework wasn't fit for purpose. So we've been hard at that.
I mean, yes, but then you have this really low-lying fruit which is just hanging there, which is saying, like, I don't understand how we have that.
I just think the way that it was described to me, and I just appreciate the expertise, was that even if you had a foolproof system of handing those out, it is so lacking in being a disincentive to get it right that that needed fixing, and that's what we've really zoomed in on. And it's great to get national consensus to triple the penalties.
Sure.
But if you're going to, you can also make it easier at your end to apply that, then I agree with you. And so that's what we're also looking at.
Can I just ask you just to go and do that? Can I ask you to work out and let us know if it needs, I don't think it requires legislative change, but if it does, let us know. We'll all be very happy to pass
that's
that.
An implementation thing at a regulatory level that we can certainly assess. But we just committed to go back and have a look at it because you indicated that we've got two of them, so let's go back and look at that.
That would be very useful to know. Thank you. Mr. Bacco, are you able to find out over the tea break what the case is with Busy Bees at New Lambton and why they're allowed to continue?
I'll have to take it on notice. Happy to provide the information that we can, but yeah.
If you could just have a look, that would be very useful.
If we can't achieve that in today's estimates, we're open to coming and sitting down with you, Chair, if you're open to it. And
I'm always open to it, but I also want public transparency.
Sure.
And I feel like the public ought to know why in this case.
We'll see what we can get you
Okay. Can I just turn to Ms. Noy? I'll come back to you in a bit, though, Mr. Bacco, don't worry.
Thank you. She just cancelled her 3:30 appointments.
Thank you. Sorry, just back to the measures that are being taken to specifically drive down the instances of bullying and harassment, which seem to be a big driver of the increasing psychological claims within the Department of Education. What specific measures are being taken to deal with that bullying and harassment piece?
Thank you for your question. So I think we are committed to addressing psychosocial risk and acknowledge that bullying is a psychosocial hazard. And the department has worked with the Federation as well as other stakeholders in enhancing our tools and resources around psychosocial hazard identification as well as how to mitigate those risks. So for example, we have staff wellbeing advisors that we have in the field that can support schools in implementing the People at Work survey to help schools and workplaces identify what hazards might be present and then look at what they can put in place to mitigate those risks. And if there's a hazard, for example, around bullying identified, then obviously they will look at what mechanisms are available, and Mr. Curry might be able to talk to different policies and that to support those workplaces in preventing harm as a result of those potential hazards.
I think previously you mentioned 2024 to 27 document.
The staff wellbeing strategy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that a public document?
I'd have to check on notice. It's certainly well communicated and promoted within the organisation.
If you're able to provide it on notice, if it's possible, if it's not, or if it's just public, then just a website's fine.
I can help, Chair. It is publicly facing.
Okay, but you need a staff login for it?
No, you don't. No. You just jump onto our, and let me get the plug-in for our website. It's a fantastic website, education.newsouthwales.gov.au. And I've been hard at work improving the search engine. So if you type in...
You personally?
Well, I've had good people. If you type in staff wellbeing strategy, it'll take you directly there. Yeah.
Okay.
It is publicly facing.
Right. Here we go. No, download the strategy. Need a login.
No, I just went in through the public domain. So.
Yeah. It says
Staff Wellbeing Strategy 24 to 27, and then when I click on download the strategy, it says I need a login.
Well, I seem to get in.
Who runs
but
IT?
I think maybe you've got the
without
login, so
I didn't
that's
log
why.
in. But anyway, let's get you a copy.
That would be lovely if you could. Thank
Let's get you a copy.
Thank you very much. Can I ask Ms. Noy how many staff are currently off work on workers' compensation? Do you know that?
So at any one time, our dedicated employee health recovery team is supporting about 2,700 employees with return to work, but I can come back to you on notice with those exact figures as they change regularly.
That would be useful if you could tell me how many of them are psychological claims and how many are physical claims.
I can do that
would
on
be
notice.
useful. Thank you. Has the department been found non-compliant with workers' compensation reporting obligations in the past 3 years at all?
As I said earlier, I only started in February, so I'm happy to come back on notice. But as all TMF agencies were subject to the CIRA review that did look at and audit TMF agencies, I can go back and have a look. But as I understand, there were no findings, but I can come back.
Not that I'm aware of, but we'll check. We'll double check.
Thank you. So has the department conducted an internal review to ensure it's meeting its statutory obligations under the Workers' Comp Act and the Workplace Injury Management and Workers' Compensation Acts?
So we did review our Return to Work or Recover at Work program earlier in the year. CIRA had already audited it and found it was compliant.
Okay.
We are constantly reviewing our systems and processes to make sure they're in line with regulatory framework we work within as well as best practice. And we have implemented recently, around reporting a digital online form to enable people to report, not only through our hotline injuries, but via a digital form as well.
So, but in terms of an internal review to ensure you're meeting statutory obligations under those acts, has that been done?
I'll just check again if we can come back this afternoon. We'll quickly check if we've done one or if it's part of our audit plan.
Okay. I'm interested in whether the department's identified any instances of non-compliance with reporting timeframes for workplace injuries and claims lodgement, in particular. Okay. I think I will go back to Mr. Curry while I have you here. So we talked about numbers of staff now within PES, and I think I asked for, I understand the percentage of cases that are finalised within a certain time frame that seems to have improved. The current average caseload per investigator.
I'll let Mr. Curry speak to it. I said, and he'll correct me if I've got this wrong, but we've got 66 investigators. He'll definitely correct me if I've got that wrong. And I think the average caseload is 11 cases per investigator or thereabouts.
Thereabouts.
Yeah.
And that's correct, that's 66.
Yeah, so if it's okay with the Chair, I'd go back and address the PI question that you had earlier on the day as well. First thing though, I just want to, I understand some of the quotes that you said from Tedeschi earlier, but I think sort of misrepresented his overall findings, which were the staff of EPAC consist of well-intentioned people wanting to do a complex and highly pressured job in a professional manner under difficult circumstances. This review has identified some of the measures that, if adopted, will go a long way to overcoming the criticisms that have been levelled at EPAC. That still holds today.
Sure, can I just stop you there though? It'd be very boring estimates if we just asked
No,
about
I
all of the
understand.
good things.
I
We're
understand,
talking
but-
about the things that are lacking, not
what's
the things
important. What's important here is that we've now implemented all of Tedeschi, and I think it's important that the people of PES hear that their work is valued because it's difficult work. In terms of you asked about PIs before. Tedeschi actually suggested one of his recommendations that wasn't implemented initially was the placement of 9/10s in the position as a senior investigator, so that those senior investigators, in the past it used to be 11/12s PIs and dropped to 7/8s as investigators.
Yeah.
So there was an implementation. That's been done, and so what's actually occurred is we've gone from the 17 that you mentioned before, PIs, to 24 in total seniors. There's 12 senior investigators, 12 principal investigators to make that up. So 66 investigators in total, 24 of a senior grade that actually complete that. In terms of numbers of cases, we're down to 11.6 at the moment per investigator. That's a bit of a false currency at the moment, though, and I'll explain that. We've just had 17 investigators come on board. So while our averages have gone down, some of those people are only carrying 3 or 4 at the moment for a couple of months while they get used to our guidelines, our processes, etc. So that will actually bear fruit in the next few months as that average becomes more operational, that everybody has 11. I also note that Tedeschi's recommendations and some of his hopes for what was going to happen were predicated on a 5 to 10 per investigator average. We're not down to that yet. We're hopeful that we will be, but that then we hope will actually see a lot more cases being ended a lot quicker than they are now.
All right, my time's gone. I will go to the opposition in just 1 second, but just to respond in just your point there about the individual.
Use your 3 minutes now to keep going.
Sure, that would be really good. Thank you.
Yeah,
Just the individual workers, whether it's within pairs or the ECEC regulator or the department as a whole, just to be clear that we are never criticising their work. My criticisms are always reserved for upper management and the senior
I would expect
bureaucrats.
nothing less. Yes. Thank you.
I think. So shall I just take
Just
this?
keep
and
going.
then-
Yeah.
Sure. Okay. That's very, very happy. Thank you. How often do PES findings get overturned or varied following appeal, external review or ombudsman or guardian scrutiny?
Well, in terms of findings, as in findings of misconduct?
Yeah, or the other way.
They're not
Yep.
the jurisdiction that can overturn those findings. It's the IRC that will actually overturn those findings.
Okay.
In my experience, in 5 years of decision making, twice, I think. I have to take it on notice, but I think it's twice in my experience of the findings.
Okay.
And not so much the findings, the decision. And I think it's really important to point out they don't overturn the findings. It's a case de novo, so they make findings of their own, not necessarily on the same evidence. Because we, or I, make findings when it comes to dismissal based on the evidence in front of me. If the person goes to the IRC, it's a case de novo, whether it's a public sector appeal or it's unfair dismissal. New evidence may be actually proffered that wasn't available to us through submissions, etc., and they will make a determination themselves. So, yep, may not be the decision that I made, but it's not an overturning, it's a different decision based on different evidence.
Okay.
And can I just point out something? Sorry. Tedeschi in his review said that we should, not this is a paraphrase, but we should have more overturned because we should be, in the interest of protecting kids, take more decisions that may actually be overturned, but that's the sign of a healthy department that is looking at protecting students.
Has PES established a central database of disciplinary outcomes as recommended in that review?
Yeah, we actually report those, proactive release of all those disciplinary outcomes
Is
each
that
year.
a central database, though, of the kind that was
Yeah, we have a central database
Okay.
of all of ours. All of the Tedeschi recommendations have been implemented.
Okay. How frequently does PES give, principals or alleged victims or people who are subject to allegations with sort of updates? So a lot of the people I get contacted by people who are complaining that they have no idea what's going on and they haven't got a progress update. What's the policy around
So
that?
the guidelines state once per term we update people. Okay. However, in practice and operationally, that is done a lot more regularly. Sometimes what we find is that people might call us weekly asking for stuff, but then when we don't send the once a term letter, they go, I haven't been updated, even though we've been speaking to them weekly regarding it. At least once per term, so that's once every 3 months at least, but operationally, not many people could do the investigation in that way because the people themselves, people subject of allegations will contact us or we have to contact them for information. So at the very least, once per term.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Just want to go back to the homeschooling issue. Mr. Disda, so sorry, can you just tell me what consultation happened with the families that were currently
Yeah, it
on
was
school?
a machinery government change, a government decision, machinery government change.
Yeah.
It didn't go through an open process.
Okay, so there wasn't consultation with the families?
It was just a government decision,
Okay.
movement of it into the department with a machinery government change.
Okay, can you tell me how many, or what the latest data you have on the number of children being homeschooled in New South Wales?
Yeah, I can. Sorry, let me just bring that. I've got figures as at the end of last year.
Yeah, I'll take
Is
those.
that okay?
Yeah.
12,762 children.
Okay, and
in
when would
New
you
South
expect to
Wales.
have 2025 data?
I think we report on it annually, Miss Mitchell, so it'll be in our annual report. But if it's any different, let me come back to you.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. And then I wanted to ask about distance education through the department. And obviously I'm aware some students will do it for certain subjects and the like, but do you have any data in terms of the number of students who are doing full-time distance education in 2025?
Yes. So this is data, my notes tell me, that was at the beginning of term 2 this year.
Mm-hmm.
Term 2 this year.
Yep.
We had 2,235 full-time students.
Okay. And do you know how that compares to previous year's data? Is it an increase?
I might have that. I might not. So let me come back.
Could you take that on
notice.
notice?
Yeah, mate.
And then is it possible to provide also a breakdown of those students as best you can, sort of regional versus metro as well? Obviously I understand some take distance because of where they live.
Yes.
But I've sort of heard anecdotally that there's more, I guess, metro-based students taking that option as well, and I would be curious for the best breakdown that you can provide. I'm not sure how you hold that data, but
let me come back to you with what we have.
okay. And then could you also provide, and again I'm happy for this to be on notice, if possible, the breakdown of the year groups that are studied by distance education?
Sure. The numbers I gave you was K to 12, so
Yeah,
we'd have
but just
a
again curious if it's more frequent in high school. That would be fantastic.
And just to clarify, that was full-time.
Yes, yeah,
As
that's what I was
you
asking.
also know, we have some students that do a distance ed subject.
Yeah, for a certain subject. No,
But
no,
that
I
was full-time,
I want
yeah.
full time is
Okay.
what I'm after as well.
Yep.
And then do you do any analysis if someone moves from being in a school-based setting to a
I do have one
distance ed?
piece of data that might be helpful on
Yeah.
the spot, but I'll still come back with the others I committed to. Of that number I gave you, 10% of those students are geographically isolated.
Okay. We might come back. Thank you, Chair.
Cool. That brings us to our afternoon tea break.
Thanks,
I will allow Mr. Curry and Ms. Noy to leave. Thank you very much
Can
for
I
staying
just
a little bit longer.
thank them for the extra time they provide.
Thank you. We will take a 15-minute break-ish. We'll be back at 3:45. Thank you.
Thank you.
time. If I think we come to opposition time, if I could...
Rachel's chair, Abigail's on his way. Yeah.
She's not far away. If I could pick up the issue from this morning about legal issues, Bulletin 55, and I asked the Minister this morning about the scheduled release of the reviewed bulletin, was term 1 this year. Mr Disda, where is the bulletin at the moment? We understand it's under review.
So we're operating with the 24 guidance. We're not operating in a vacuum. There's still the bulletin on gender diversity and sexuality that our schools can tap into. I am quite glad that we didn't end up going out, given the legislative changes that have now occurred with enrolment. We want to get that right and do another loop of consultation with key agencies. So I want to deliver that this year. I do realise that I'm at the midway mark of term 3, so I want to deliver that this year.
Thank you. Mr. Matt, when we last met, it was going to be at the end of term 1. So just to confirm, the release date is now term 3?
So we're in term 3, week 6 of the school term, in a 10-week term. What I said back at estimates, at our last estimates, Ms Merton, was the best advice I had and was accurate. But, you know, circumstances have changed. We've now had legislative change around birth certificates, and I want to make sure I get that right with the advice and guidance I give to schools and incorporate it. So I'm quite glad I didn't go out and then re-go out
Thank
again.
you. So the revised date being, sorry, I didn't hear you,
I do want to achieve it for this school year, so I don't want to put an exact time frame on it, as expediently as I can, but I do want to achieve it for this school
So we're
year.
thinking, this year.
Is when I'm aiming for.
Thank you. And my second question is just relating to civil claims.
Yes.
Mr. Disdar and others, I just pick up a report that, in the Sydney Morning Herald relating to the issue of claim farming.
Yes.
Among other things, the report mentioned the increasing focus on civil claims for alleged abuse being made against the Department of Education, rather than making criminal complaints or applications made to the National Redress Scheme. The media are reporting what they're viewing, I think, as claim farming. Mr. Dister, what proportion of claims made against the department alleging child sexual abuse appear on their face to be the result of claim farming? Have you got an experience on this?
I do want to commend the New South Wales Police. My colleagues there have done a great job. They established Strike Force Veritas, and we've been working with them, and my senior counsel in legal, Sarah Hargens, and the team have been working very closely to investigate, not my investigation, New South Wales Police, but to assist them there around fraudulent child abuse claims against the Department of Education and the Department of Communities and Justice. Why I want to commend them on that work is that it's my understanding that 7 people were arrested in February this year with claim farming related offences. I am, as the head of the education agency here in New South Wales, I've got to abide by the model litigant requirements that are the New South Wales Government Guiding Principles for Government Agencies responding to civil claims for child abuse, which date back to the Royal Commission into institutional responses to child sexual abuse. And I know you'd know this too, Ms Merton. On 9 April 2025, the Claim Farming Prohibitions Act came into force here in New South Wales, prohibiting the solicitation, buying or selling of personal injury claims. So I'm cooperating fully with New South Wales Police around their strike force around this, whilst also meeting my model litigant responsibilities.
Thank you. And just a final question, just in terms of, process on this. Us as staff members against who allegations are made, just in terms of the process, are they normally stood down following a civil complaint?
That's not an easy one to answer by way of, often these relate to former staff members. They're often historical matters. So you often find they're not current staff members. In my experience in working with senior legal counsel in the department and the New South Wales Police, it's almost always related to a former employee.
Mm-hmm. So just in the event that if an allegation was made about a teacher or someone in a school environment...
If it was a current employee, as Mr Curry gave great coverage here this afternoon, we would undertake a risk-based approach, and that preliminary investigation team would assess it. But we have to always be protective as our first stance. So if any children, staff or community were at risk, we'd stand down the individual.
And just finally, Mr Disda, in terms of sexual assault cases or allegations made, reported to the department, how many would there be?
Are you asking, sorry, Ms Merton, around claim farming or just sexual assault claims?
Sexual assault claims.
Okay, right. I don't know that I have that data in front of me. Is it okay if I
take
come
it on
back
notice?
to you?
Sure. I'd be keen to get a breakdown, maybe in terms of government schools or non-government schools, or I'm not sure how the process works.
Yeah, you'd have to ask the other sector heads for non-government schools. I've got carriage of the government schools, so I'll see what I've got.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks. Mr Barakat, I'll direct this one to you. The Start Strong Pathways program, is there been a funding allocation for that in this year's budget?
Let me just check my notes. I'll have to come back on notice. I don't have anything specific on my notes.
So my understanding, the current contract or the program that was funded is due to expire on the 31st of December this year. So I guess my question is there any funding to continue that program beyond 31st of December 2025?
Yeah, I'll have to take that on notice, and if there is a decision to continue that, then there's different ways in which it can be funded.
Okay. I guess just for providers though, some of them we're now in almost September, some are looking at contingency planning, particularly those who operate playgroups in rural and regional areas. Obviously that's a very important part of communities. I guess just some timing or clarity around the timing of a decision of government just to allay or answer the...
Certainly. We are anticipating an update to the Start Strong guidelines and all the components of that out soon, so that might clarify that for the providers, but I'll certainly take that on notice and provide you with the information.
Okay, that would be great. And then just the issue of foundational supports, I'm not sure...
Yes.
Who is the best person to...
Mr Graham's our expert.
Oh, good. I'm sorry, Mark. I mean, Mr Graham, you've been a bit quiet today. It's always nice when everyone has a little chance to answer. The budget allocation, and obviously we've been looking at this in a separate inquiry as well, but I guess just in terms of the role of the Department of Education in foundational supports, any additional budget measures, where is that work up to?
So Cabinet Office and Department of Communities and Justice have the lead for New South Wales on those issues, and so they're involved in supporting government on a long-term agreement. So the funding issues and so on are in the lead of Cabinet Office, and we support them.
Yeah. Are you engaged in those discussions though?
So we're engaged in those discussions, but very much in a support role. So we work with Health, DCJ, Cabinet Office, as part of those discussions.
Okay, and are you effectively just waiting for decisions to be made around what that will look like and how the funding will be allocated?
Well, we've been working particularly about, what does the current landscape look like? We provide an educational service, Foundation supports a disability service, but we are a place where, between us and the non-government schools, all children in that age group are in one of our schools.
Yeah.
So we work...
Or in an early childhood service.
Yeah, or an early childhood service. So, what are the allied health services that people are accessing maybe on a school site, but potentially provided by health already? So, we're talking about that landscape in particular.
Okay, thank you. I want to go now to school maintenance, so Ms Harrington. Can you tell me what the actual spend was on school maintenance in the 2024-25 financial year?
I can come back to you with the exact figure.
Okay. What about the total allocation for school maintenance in this financial year, 25-26?
So I believe actually there were some statements on the budget last year in terms of the breakdown. I think it was 1.5 billion for maintenance and minor works, and there was a breakdown, I believe, in a release, but I can dig that out. We've got a similar amount of funding going to maintenance this financial year as well. We the difference in the last couple of years is more money for renewal through that HPGE High School Uplift program.
Okay, so just in terms of, you just said, so in the budget papers, obviously there's major works that are listed and then minor works.
Yes.
When you say minor works in the budget papers, that covers both minor works and school maintenance, is that correct?
It does, but actually planned maintenance is in capital funding and also in recurrent funding.
Okay. And then so just on that, I guess I'm curious as to why in last year's budget, the total for minor works was just over $1 billion, and then this year it's $557 million. So it's sort of half as much allocated to minor works in this year's budget papers than was there last year. Can you explain why?
I can come back to your notice. One of the changes we have made is we have previously included money to acquire land in minor works, and we are now allocating that a little bit differently, attaching it to projects. So it might be that it's related to that, but I'm happy to come back to your notice.
And has that changed within the last financial year, that process?
Yes.
Okay. But yeah, if you could just for the absolute clarity, what the maintenance, specifically not the total, but the specific maintenance spend was last year and what is allocated for maintenance this year.
I can also just say now that it is about the same for both years.
But it would just be good to have the actual figures if I can have. Thank you. And then I wanted to ask, I've got a few of school infrastructure ones, so these will be all to you, Ms Harrington. Just in terms of the number of asbestos inspections that were conducted in public schools in 2024, do you have any data around that?
I do. So, well, I've got with 629 schools in financial year 25 for asbestos surveys, and we're planning to do a similar amount this financial year.
Okay. Do you have any data from 2023?
I can come back to your notice.
That would be great. Thank you. The issues around is there a minimum amount allocated for you to list a project as a major capital works in the budget papers?
$10 million is above 10 million is what we consider a major project.
Okay, so there's a couple of examples, and I want to go to one particularly, which is was in the budget a couple of years ago. Minamara Nature Playground had an upgrade that was listed as a major capital works, but it was $110,000 spent. So why was it listed that way?
Obviously, the budget papers are prepared by Treasury, not by us. The classification of a major project is more an internal assessment, and that's the 10 million threshold. I can't comment on what's included, line by line in the budget papers. We obviously provide information to Treasury, and they prepare the budget papers.
Yeah, because there's also been examples of like covered outdoor learning areas listed as major capital works, but come in well under the $10 million threshold. So I just was curious as to who decides how to list it in a budget paper. But you're saying that's not you.
No.
Okay. And just with that nature playground at Minamara, when was the department asked to provide funding for that particular project?
I believe that was an election commitment, so that would have been 2023.
And are you aware that that was previously listed as a commitment under the local small commitments allocation?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Okay. Would you be able to take on notice, because I appreciate you were not in the role at the time, but just when that became a Department of Education project, because pre-election it was local small commitments and post-election it seemed to have found its way into the education budget. So I'm just curious as to when that sort of change occurred. If you've got any information on that, that would be
I can come back
useful.
on notice.
Yeah, great, thank you. The Madawi High School, which again I asked some questions about earlier, I just wondered whether there was any update in terms of any modelling that might have been done in relation to sort of water runoff and flooding. There's been quite a bit of rainfall in that area recently, and I had some photos sent to me showing the site being impacted by quite a bit of water. What is the latest information in relation to that advice the department has?
I can come back to your notice. Also, I can confirm that actually the planning documentation is published now.
Okay.
So a lot of information, and it would likely be addressing any sort of flooding impacts as well, would be publicly available as part of that REF approval.
Okay.
I can confirm as well in relation to your questions before that There is some supporting documentation that relates to safety, transport, traffic, those sorts of issues. And there has been a commitment. Obviously, we need to make sure that all the road safety measures and the mitigations that are listed as part of that planning documentation is in place before the school opens.
Okay. And then just a couple more on Medowie, because I've got some very interested parties in that part of the world. How many students will be the capacity for day one, term one, and then what is the expected capacity over time?
So year 7 only, so it's about 110 students for when it opens.
Okay.
And the capacity is 640 students.
Okay. And is there room to grow beyond that if need?
I can come back to your notice in terms of whether we're master planning for future growth.
Okay. And just to be clear, the day one, term one, 2027 is an ironclad date. It'll be open by then?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. This is probably to you now, Miss Summerhayes. I might have some more for you though, Miss Harrington. I'm just trying to get through as much as I can. Oh, actually, no, I'll stay with you. Sorry. For the Williama High School rebuild, I've asked about this last time, but just in terms of the negotiations with iCare, is there any updates on that? Who's actually funding the rebuild of the school? Is it iCare or Department of Education?
We are still in conversation with iCare. A final determination as part of our insurance coverage hasn't yet been made, but there was money allocated in the budget so that we can get on with the rebuild.
Yeah, but that was the first money that was allocated in the budget, because in previous budget papers it wasn't listed.
So as often happens, even if we're pursuing a claim through insurance, we get on with the works. We don't wait for that to come through. So a similar thing has happened with Williama. We weren't waiting, we were planning, and obviously the demolition is underway at the moment while those negotiations and conversations with iCare continue.
Okay, and is the budget allocation that's been provided this year enough to do the complete rebuild of the school if the iCare negotiations don't end in your favour?
Yes.
Okay. And then just start date for construction of that project?
We are expecting to award the contract in October. So we would start in early 2026.
Okay, and when would you anticipate the school to be open to students?
Day 1, term 1, 27.
Okay, thank you. And is there any, sorry, Mr. Martin, I have some for you, Mr. Martin, but if you want to maybe come up and I might do it in the next time. I do have one on Williama, so I'll give you a bit of notice. Just going back to you, Miss Summerhayes, the decisions around Canberra Public School and being put into recess.
Yes.
What is the status of that at the moment?
Okay, so all of the consultation responses have come in. They are now being considered and a brief put together for consideration. So we're almost at the end. We obviously want to let our community know this term.
So what would be, is the school still accepting new enrolments at the moment, operating as usual?
It's operating as usual.
Okay. And is there any, so by the end of this term, you would like to make a decision, is that what you said? Or?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And what would you envisage if the school does get put into recess? When would that be, from the start of next term, or?
Anything that we're looking at the moment, Ms Mitchell, for potential recess would be for next year, but it would be inappropriate of me to preempt the outcome of that. Yes.
Yeah, okay. But at the very least, you would anticipate the school to remain operational this year?
Yes.
Okay. When was the last time a metro school in Sydney was put into recess?
I'd need to take that on notice, but I can tell you it's quite a rare occurrence.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. And then also just some of the issues around Kalara High and Linfield Learning Village local enrolment areas that were announced earlier this year. How was that change communicated to local parents?
So I'll probably ask Ms Harrington to speak to you about the process, but local parents were communicated with to let them know about boundary changes. We actually had a lot of parents come back to us about that, and some decisions were made to address some of the concerns that were raised. But I might ask Ms Carrington just to explain the process to you, and then we can talk about what we got back through the communication.
Yeah, I just kind of want to know the date parents were told that those changes were coming into effect. Do you have that, Ms Harrington?
I don't. I couldn't come back to notice.
Do you provide that on notice? Thank you. Was the original change of enrolment area due to start next year? Is that the case?
I can come back to your notice on the, we did have conversations with the school community and some changes were made following that consultation, so I can come back to your notice with those details.
And do you know whether the new boundaries will come into effect now at the start of 2028, is that correct?
I'll have to come back to your notice, I'm sorry.
Okay. Do you know Ms Summerhayes? Or?
I should take it on notice, Ms Mitchell.
Okay. Is there...
I can help there, Ms.
Yeah, that would be great if you've got information.
We've put in a transitional arrangement off the back of the feedback. So we've given families the choice of enrolling at either Killara High School or Linfield Learning Village for 25, 26 and 27.
Okay.
So it's really 26 and 27 because they're currently enrolled.
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes you get mobility in a school year, so we've given families the option of choosing either of those schools for 2 more school years before the decision that we've communicated, and that being the boundary from
And that comes hard into effect in 2028?
28.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Collins.
Thank you, Chair. Just keen to follow up the 2 lines of questioning I had for the Minister this morning. So the first one was synthetic turf installations, and the 18 non-exhaustive examples that I'd provided, the answer was that most of the play areas with synthetic turf are partially shaded, which, on balance is good, but what about the ones that aren't, and what's the rationale for the synthetic turf at those sites?
Yeah, so Ms Harrington might talk more to this. We've got a really good model that's valued by principals on the ground. We have an asset service officer for every 10 schools. I know you'd appreciate this. As a former principal in the system, I've got zero asset expertise, and 99% of our principals would be the same. They're educators, so that model's highly valued so we can make sure they get the right asset advice. The first thing those asset officers have been doing is saying, any works you're going to do to your school, make sure you work with us. Because we want to avoid the situation where a principal might locally decide, let's put synthetic turf here, without appreciating the stance that we're taking. And then we've also asked them, as they work, because they work very intensively with their 10 schools, to just gather the information on what is already out there by way of any synthetic turf, and if we're meeting any and all of what the safety mechanisms we'd put around that. But do you want Ms Harrington to unpack that? We're in the middle of that work.
Thank you. So with the new guidelines coming out, and obviously the Chief Scientist report, we are conscious that we don't have good central data on where there is synthetic turf through schools. So through our asset management unit, we are now, as the Secretary said, collecting data to make sure we understand exactly where synthetic turf is on all school sites. So we're collecting that data now, and as part of that, just checking, obviously conscious, as you mentioned, around the heat impacts, to make sure that there's no concerns. As the Secretary said, and following your questioning last time, we did go out and really check, particularly that list of schools that you provided, but we are going out to all schools now just to collect that data centrally to make sure we know where it is and that the right shading is in place, recognising those concerns.
Thank you. I'm really pleased that it's being done in a systematic way. So my one quick follow-up question is, what's the time frame for the data collection? When
I
will
can
you
come
have that
back to you.
information?
The survey is out now, so I can come back to you on notice with that.
Thank you.
Can I just also add, we've made a clear stance that it's natural turf first preference, but we don't rule out where we may not have the option. So, if it's a very high use zone, or it's a shaded area, or other areas where growth of natural turf is difficult, we don't rule out using synthetic field for that, but we don't want schools to make that unilateral decision. We've got the expertise, we're working with the experts, so we want to make sure we do it in a coordinated way.
So for sites that have existing synthetic where that's not in keeping with your policy now, so for example where it wouldn't be installed now but it's existing, what guidance is then given to schools for when either that surface reaches the end of its life or it fails, like we saw at Chatswood?
I think it's a really good question, and that's why this body of work with the ASOs, the asset service officers, and the survey is really important, so we can get the lens, because right now today I couldn't tell you where we might not be compliant or needing better guidance, and that'll then give us the system level view of what we then need to do, and we'll obviously need to take advice to government once we do that work.
Can I ask, there's one specific site which was the Linfield Learning Village. I think when I asked about that previously, I was told the department was looking at whether or not natural turf can be installed at that location.
Yeah, if I've got it right, Ms Cohn, please correct me if I don't. I've visited the school a number of times. There's a playfield that's adjacent to our school. It's not owned by us, but we do access that playfield. it's synthetic. It's a synthetic field. Is that where you're referring to?
This may be part of the problem, but I suppose if students on school time are accessing that facility, surely all of the same safety concerns in terms of inhalation, ingestion of microplastics and heat still apply.
You're spot on. Just because I don't own the site doesn't mean that I would put my kids on there without meeting all those requirements. So I might get Ms Harrington to give you more detail.
Please.
But having been to the site a number of times, that's the only zone that I know of. I just want to clarify if that's the same.
So I've also been there recently. It is the Charles Bean Oval that's got the synthetic turf that's owned by Ku-ring-gai Council, but there is also some synthetic turf that's been installed near some play equipment that is on the school site. So we're just looking at that at the moment. But in relation to that Charles Bean Oval, obviously it is owned by the council, so we're having discussions with them to make sure that the particular material is okay for use.
And this sort of auditing exercise you're doing of existing facilities, does that include the 100 planned new preschools as well?
So we obviously, with the guidelines, we have to be compliant across all our schools and all our projects. So yes, we do need to look at the whole preschools and schools. There are actually some projects at the moment where we have had to change our approach. So Eagle Vale Sports High School, we are needing to do some extra work there because of the new guidelines coming out and some flood impacts. So we're doing some extra design work in recognition of those guidelines and those to make sure that we're compliant.
But it'll definitely incorporate any builds underway and future builds as well.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'll have more questions for you once you've got that information from your audit presentation.
Yeah, it'll be the first time we've got a system capture of it, so I think you'll be interested, and we're happy to come and brief you outside of estimates.
Thank you, I'd really appreciate that.
Yeah, we're happy to do.
Can I also come back to that question of ventilation?
Sure.
What's the current guidance that's given to schools and to teachers for those classrooms with natural ventilation?
I might get Ms Harrington to talk to this, because we've given, off the back of COVID, it was a testing, challenging time, but it brought many positive things by way of all our learning. So we've been giving clear guidance around air cooling and heating in all of our schools. Do you want to talk to this, Ms Harrington?
Yes, so just in relation to that clean air study as well, we have very recently received the report. I haven't yet been briefed on the findings, but we're obviously going to be looking at that, because that was that methodical way of checking to make sure that where we do ask for the windows to be open for natural ventilation, that actually there is the appropriate air quality inside. So we'll have more information about that soon. I have confirmed that we've received it, but I just need to be briefed on what the findings are.
Sure. Thank you. That answers my earlier question about the clean air program, but I suppose what the question's outstanding of what's the current advice that's given to schools around natural ventilation?
So we natural airflow in those sites where we ask for the windows to be open, but then we work with them on what air heating and cooling might be required, given the diversity of climatic zones that we've got across New South Wales. If I've got a site where I say, keep the windows open, and it's absolutely freezing cold out there, then, that's a marker for me and Lisa to make sure we can support that school on it, because we do case-by-case basis on making sure we can get air heating and cooling into those locations. If I've got that wrong, please add to it.
Yeah, obviously it was really looked into at COVID time, and we do follow the health advice, and natural ventilation is recommended. We do recognise, though, as the Secretary said, there's some climates where teachers don't want to, or you don't want the windows open on particular days. So that was part of why we did that clean air study, to just check whether if that is happening or is not happening, is the air quality inside at the right sort of level for learning. So we'll be able to come back to you with more details on that. But yes, we do recommend natural ventilation. We do recommend that windows are opened, but we are conscious that that might not be practical in all environments. So that's an ongoing thing that we're looking at.
Sure, and I suppose you've just referenced the health advice, and what I'm really trying to raise here is the increasing body of evidence that adequate ventilation is independently important for learning outcomes in terms of carbon dioxide and other levels in the room, independent of direct infection transmission. So there's a real benefit to kids learning here from getting ventilation right, regardless of the health advice, whether we're in a pandemic or not. So I'm interested to understand.
And I didn't mean health advice in terms of, catching COVID. I mean health advice in terms of what are the appropriate levels of carbon dioxide for the individuals in that room. That's part of what the Clean Air study was looking at.
Thank you. That's a helpful clarification.
I've got, the advantage when you're doing upgrades and new builds. Obviously, we build in the air cooling, heating from scratch. But I do have a sizable challenge. We've got a footprint that stretches back 177 years of provision. So, while we've had programs and rollouts across the state, even in existing long-standing schools, we still do work case by case where it's really needed that the upgrade's got to go in. Yeah.
Thank you. Just checking. Are you almost
done?
done?
Supplementary questions.
You're just supplementary. Okay. All right. Good. Thank you. Can I just ask, Mr. Disdar, the 2024 data for suspensions and expulsions, is that available yet?
I'll ask Mr. Graham if we have that. Mr. Graham?
So no, that data hasn't been published yet.
Why has it not been published yet?
So I understand that data is still undergoing cleaning and is in preparation for publishing.
Okay. It's very slow. So this is something I've been asking for 6 years now. And before that, Mr. Shoebridge, now Senator, was asking for this information as well, and particularly the disaggregated, so that we can see what the percentage of children with disability are and the percentage of First Nation kids are that are being suspended and expelled. It didn't used to take this long. Why is it it's been, what are we on now, 8 months after the end of the year?
Look, I'm advised that's not an unusual amount of time. It is a complex data set, and Centre for Educational Statistics and Measurement undertake that work, and it's published when the data's finalised.
Okay. I've asked several times now for the 2023 data to be disaggregated so that I can have a look and see exactly how many children with disability were being excluded under that. And I haven't been provided that either. Do we have that on a disaggregated basis?
I don't have that in front of me, but it is published in a number of different disaggregations, so we can have a look at what's available. We can check that out.
Yeah, that would be really useful. As I say, I used to get this all the time, and it's weird that it doesn't seem in the last couple of years, but particularly there's a lot of focus given the change in exclusionary discipline policy. We're very interested to see what the statistics are that was in place since the beginning, term 1, 2024?
That's right.
That new policy? Is there anything you can tell me about that data?
Oh, look, the department's completely acknowledged that we have an overrepresentation of students with a disability who are in the suspension data. We know that's something that we've been, trying to address. That's a known issue and something that schools work very hard on.
Okay.
We're trying to do a number of things on that front. While we do acknowledge the data is far from ideal, you might be interested to know that we recently announced that for an upcoming school development day right across the state, 95,000 teachers, 2,219 school principals will undergo training and development in neurodiversity and disability. We need to keep investing in our workforce. It's now become a mandated ITE module that's got to be standardised and at quality. It was not the case, and Mr. Martin might be able to talk to that. That comes into play right across the country from next year. You also may have seen this morning's government announcement around the additional support classes that we're putting in. We really want to keep our students within their local community and context. One of the rightful criticisms we've had in my time across the organisation is, students being given a support class outside of their community when their local school does not have one. They've got to be on assisted student transport travelling for an hour and a half. So we're actually looking at trying to increase the footprint of support classes across the state as well.
And I appreciate that, and perhaps it's a slightly different topic to what I'm talking about, but it's...
I just wanted to just table these things can be helpful in trying to better meet the needs of our students that require adjustment, because we're determined, like you are, to bring down their representation in this data.
Okay, yes. So talking about that, the recent inquiry for this committee around the experiences of children with disability in the school system made some findings around how suspension and expulsion were not only ineffective but also negatively impacted students with disability, often for life. And we spoke with people who had been really quite horribly impacted by being excluded from school because they were misunderstood and mismanaged. In response, the government response said that the New South Wales Department of Education endorses evidence-based behaviour support and management approaches, including positive behaviour learning, etc., etc. Now, positive behaviour learning is contradictory to a trauma-informed approach and inclusive education. Are you aware of that?
I wouldn't characterise it as being conflicting. We roll out trauma-informed practice training. I think I'm not sure where you're reading from, but if it's departmental representation, positive behaviour for learning talks about a whole school approach to student welfare and well-being. Mr. Graham can unpack it more for
Perhaps
you.
we've got a different, we're using positive behaviour in a different way there.
I think it might be,
Understood.
Yes.
But what evidence base did the department use to inform the current approach to exclusionary discipline?
So we do drive hard on trauma-informed practice, and we do. We're at work on a range of professional learning modules to deliver the neurodiversity and disability support training right across the workforce.
But sorry, just back to the exclusion policy, because this is this exclusionary discipline approach, when it was brought in, all of the stakeholders in the inclusive education space were quite alarmed at the impact this would have on children with disability. It's really concerning that we haven't got the data now to be able to see sort of how things have been tracking. But you've got the data. What is it telling you about your approach?
Yeah, so Mr. Graham said sounds like it's imminent. We're in the final throes of the process through CC to release that data. It's collected on a twice annual basis with schools, so it's a semester basis, and then requires the data practices that go with it. But the data historically shows we're overrepresented, like Mr. Graham indicated, and that you've got to make sure you're tackling this from a range of avenues, and you should not underestimate investing in the capability and capacity of your workforce. And
sure, but while we're excluding children, it's kind of, it's all a bit like,
I do certainly share your concern. I'm not sure I would share the exclusion commentary, because I think you're referring to the suspension and expulsion procedures.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which I think we refer to as exclusionary discipline.
Exclusion's got a different meaning.
Sure.
On education grounds, but suspension, despite the change in 24, where we did restore a balance between authority, predictable, orderly, settled learning environments, we did maintain. When I was a principal, the suspensions that were available to me were up to 20 days per suspension. That is at 10 days under the new guidelines. It's lower for those K to 2, and rightfully so. And it's never been, even from when I was at the school gates to now, designed as a punitive measure. It's often...
That's the impact, though. I mean, we could perhaps argue about the correct approach to these things, but without the data, it's very hard for me to have an informed conversation. So let's just park.
Okay, we'll make sure
we'll park that one.
Releasing
Just
the data.
Back to the supported bargaining for the for the community preschools, I understand that the Fair Work Commission ordered the government to finally sort of respond to the claims being made, and that was due on the 20th of August. Was a response put in?
I'll get Mr. Barakat to speak to this. He's been with Mr. Reardon, who heads up our IR, attending the hearings. I'll just concur with the Minister's coverage that we're not direct employees. It's in the Federal Work Commission, but we have been a participatory party.
Yeah, because you're responsible for the funding. I mean, I do appreciate what the Minister was saying. Obviously, you're not the direct employer, but if somebody is reliant on a government for funding and that government is underfunding it, it's going to make it very hard for it to then pay its workforce properly.
So I do acknowledge that we provide program funding to a very important, I think I said it this morning, they're a very important fabric of the early childhood sector, and they have a strong record of good service delivery. But we don't pay the salaries, we pay for program funding, but Mr. Barakat might give you some more.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the question. We did attend a hearing on the 20th of August. The Deputy Commissioner did ask us to provide a response to 3 aspects of the bargaining. One of those was in regards to some case studies that community preschools had provided in regards to their structure and what they were spending funds on. We indicated that we felt, while we didn't disagree with the case studies that were put forward, that they did not include complete financial information, including the accumulated funds that some community preschools have, so we didn't have the visibility through that process there. We also indicated as part of the response that the Start Strong funding had increased in its total by 106% over 5 years, while enrolments had not increased by that amount. So we did provide a response to the Deputy President as part of that process.
Sorry, just to clarify, enrolments or cost of?
So the Start Strong funding had increased in total by 106%, but enrolments in that time frame had not increased significantly at all.
Per number of children or by?
I think the enrolment number has, over that same period, had increased by 1.5%.
And that included a differentiation of those children with additional needs?
So there's funding that is available for children with specific needs. So we've got the Disability Inclusion and Support Program that provides up to $16,000 per child per year. Also, there is $5,000 available for services for specialised equipment and $20,000 available for services that make environmental modifications.
We'll come back to that.
Thanks, Chair. To you, Mr. Martin, just in relation to Williama High School HSC students, are there any sort of group special considerations in place for those students given the impact on their learning being on the Broken Hill High School site?
So, as the committee may be aware, there are 2 ways in which students can get particular considerations for the HSC. One is disability provisions, the application process for students with a disability that may affect both their teaching and learning and the exam itself. And then illness misadventure, which are things that happen quite close to the day of the HSC, rather than things that occur over a long period of time. We've had issues of illness misadventure where we've wrapped around services in the flood areas of New South Wales. It is the case that it is very difficult to apply a particular provision to a group of students because of issues that may be in relation to construction or a range of other matters in the school. We have a team of people looking at the issues at Williama, and where we can, we will provide appropriate provision, and where not, we will also be talking to UAC around the effect of those sorts of issues on the school themselves.
Okay.
So we try and do as much as we can.
Yeah, in I guess for last calendar year, were there any provisions applied for students at Williama and the year before as a group collective, given that they had to deal with the mould and moving and all of that?
I'd have to take that on notice.
That would be great. And then I just want to take you to the issue that the Secretary just raised before, actually, in relation to the ITE reforms and the time frame around that. So 2026, I think you just said, Mr. Disdar,
Yes,
is when
correct,
the universities have to have their fully aligned programs. How is that work tracking? Have any universities met that target already? What's the latest on that?
So we have a team of, I think, I'll take it on notice, but I think it's 114 initial teacher education programs in New South Wales. We have a team of people at the moment working on looking at each of the programs for the teacher education expert panel review recommendations, which go to core content and the neuromyths, etc., that Mr. Disdar was referring to. I think we're more than halfway through our examination of those programs. So we'll have sent back to those universities what they need to do to change and adapt. We're very confident that New South Wales will conclude the process in time with the universities. I might add that because we already had subject content requirements and core knowledge in New South Wales prior to the TEEP requirements, our universities are well ahead in comparison to some of their state and territory colleagues. So the short answer is we're looking very positive around the implementation.
Okay.
Mr. Martin's really humble because at secretary level across the country it's been stated to me that we're leading the country in making sure that the alignment of the TEEP review with mandatory content is underway and will be adhered to for the start of 26. So I think credit to him and his team. They've been hard at it.
Yeah. So in terms of, sorry, just so I'm super clear, so have some of the providers already gone through that full approval process and they know that they're good, ready to go, or does that all get tied up at the end of this calendar year?
I think it'll be tied up at the end of the calendar year.
Okay.
It's a kind of iterative process where we would send back and then they would send improvements, etc. So we've done more than half of them for that in that process. We'll have it all concluded. But I think it's probably the case that some have already concluded, but I'd have to take that on notice.
That's fine. And then I appreciate your optimism, and I hope that they all are
always
able
optimistic
to go through the process and come out through the other side. But I guess what contingency plans are in place if a particular provider, university, isn't able to deliver those compliance programs by 2026? What happens?
So we have two ways of assessing and making sure that the compliance works. The first one is that there's also a Quality Assurance Oversight Board, which is a national process which looks at what we've already looked at to try and get some national benchmarking. So that's a national process to assess whether we've done our job properly, and they will inform us if they think that there are some programs that haven't quite met the standard that we may have judged that they have. So we've opened ourselves up to a national process of assessment. But we have the provision to apply reduced amount of approval. So instead of getting a 5-year approval program, we would say, you've still got work to do. We're going to give you 1-year approval because there'll be students in the middle of programs. We can't just cut that off. And they would have to advertise that on their site that they've only got 1-year approval while they continue to meet the
and is all that publicly, or that information will all be publicly available should that occur?
Were we to give a reduced amount of approval, yes, it would be.
Okay, great. And then I think you sort of touched on it then, but in terms of, I guess, ongoing compliance after this work is concluded, you talked about the national process. So that will be a sort of a continual monitoring of making sure that the ITE providers are meeting those expected sort of benchmarks, I guess.
So the Quality Assurance Oversight Board, it's familiarly known as the QAB, is assessing the state and territory assessment of the programs to create benchmarks. So we're very much in favour of it being a national process, and we're open about whether we're meeting our requirements.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. This is probably to you, Mr. Disdar, but in March, in budget estimates hearings for Minister Harris, he said that there was some work being done by government to look at having a box on the school enrolment forms for students to identify that they're part of a veterans family. Are you aware of that, and has that enrolment form now been updated? And I'm happy if someone else is better.
Mr. Graham is. He's been working on the enrolment form for us.
Yeah, so we're looking at a number of actions, one of which includes identification of Defence Force personnel. So, for example, when they get posted somewhere, they don't have to go to the local school with 100 points of ID because they might not yet, have, all the kind of standard paperwork someone might have if they took out a lease and so on. So we're making sure that they can enrol. And so we're looking at, any other changes we might need to the form to be able to enable us to actually take actions like that.
Okay, so, and that's for existing defence personnel, but will people also be able to identify if they're a veteran family as well. Is that something you're looking at?
So we've been looking at a range of issues, but it's kind of, they're normally tied to, if we need to have a purpose for collecting something. So under the Privacy Act and so on, we'd have to have a reason for for collecting that information to actually do something with it.
Okay, so I appreciate you wouldn't have been watching Minister Harris's hearing, but yeah, just wondering whether that specifically a veteran family is going to be identified on those forms or not. I'm happy for you to take it on notice.
We can take that on notice. We're certainly taking action for current Defence Force
personnel
personnel
and I appreciate
where that's been raised as an issue.
Yeah, okay. The issue, again, I'll go to you, Mr. Disdar,
Sure.
but happy for others. You can,
I'm happy to share with
allocate
my
as you
colleagues.
need to.
Yes.
And this is not a new issue, but just the challenge around particular subject specialist teachers for secondary school, maths, science. Again, that's been an issue for some time. Is there any data that you have in terms of those specialist teachers on certain subjects, how that's tracking?
Yeah, Mr. Rumming might have data. We just released the Term 3 data, Day 1, Term 3, and we're 61% below in teacher vacancies from 2023, which is fantastic.
Just want the specifics, though, for like maths and
For
science.
high school
Yeah,
maths
high
and
school.
science.
Yeah.
Let's see what Mr. Rumming has.
We'll come back to you on notice in terms of the breakdown. As Mr. Disdar alluded to, the vacancy rate was 962 Day 1, Term 3. What we have worked out is that about 40% of those vacancies are special ed or TAS.
Okay.
And they are actually far higher than maths, but I'll come back to you with the exact details.
If you can provide a breakdown if they are special ed or TAS, but as I said, I've had some just feedback about maths and science as well, and wondering, I guess, how many teachers are teaching out of area as well that aren't trained maths or science teachers, but who are teaching those classes. Do you have any data in relation to that?
We'll see what we have. We support teachers that teach at a subject area. As a former high school principal, I had teachers who wanted to, because then you can get the qualification and the codes.
Yeah.
So there's a process that's not new, but we'll see what data we do have.
That would be great. And then just on, I guess, a similar topic, the alternative supervision survey that you normally do in Term 3 for merged and collapsed classes, is that happening this term?
Yeah, Ms. Summerhayes can talk to that. That's underway is what I'm going to say.
It is. It's happening between weeks 7 and 9, Miss Mitchell. So next week I think we start and we've got a 2-week window. And we're asking our schools to provide that information.
And when would you expect to have that data available?
We normally have had that the start of the following school year, and we have publicly released that. It showed over the 2 survey periods that we've been able to have collapsed, merged, and
I feel like we got it towards the end of it was maybe October last year we got it.
I was going to say the beginning of the year, but I'm happy to stand corrected.
Yeah, I could also be wrong. I feel like it was made available more quickly.
I'm pretty
but
sure.
But it will be made public again and listed on the website like
we'll make sure we
is.
release it. That's we want to be transparent around how
we're
travelling.
But it won't be this school year.
That's why I'm happy to stand corrected. My recollection is that we released it at the beginning of the next school year. So, but if I've got it wrong, we'll be releasing it earlier. We'll be releasing it in the same sort of time frame we did.
Okay, that would be fantastic. Miss Harrington, I think this is for you. There was previously a Smart Energy Schools pilot project which was obviously looking at seeing what we could do to help schools in terms of solar panels on roofs and battery storage, and I appreciate it was an initiative of the former government. But is there an update on that pilot, and is there any more work being done in that space?
So we are continuing that pilot. That's still ongoing. We're still collecting data through the Smart Energy Schools pilot.
Okay.
It is still progressing.
Are there any new schools being added to that?
Okay. We're still collecting data from
how
existing
long
schools.
will you continue the pilot project for?
I can come back to you on notice, but that is still underway. So we're still collecting the data to prove up that program.
Okay, and then will you then, I'm assuming, give that data or evidence to government to make decisions about whether there's more that they can be doing in that space?
That's right.
Okay, but if you could provide on notice when you expect that to be finalised, I guess, as a pilot project. I suppose a pilot can't last forever, so it'd just be good to know when it's going to be concluded and maybe something more permanent. The student wellbeing nurses that I think Health Fund but are implemented in schools. Do you have any data in terms of how many are currently working under that program?
I'll see if Mr. Graham's got it, because my recollection is that we're about 100 or thereabouts, highly valued, but Mr. Graham might have the exact number, and I do want to thank my health colleagues because it's a mutually beneficial program. Nowra East stands out, where I've been and seen the wind nurse in operation there in the Wellbeing Hub. I was going to say 106.
You are absolutely correct, Mr. Secretary.
You didn't copy his homework then, did you?
No, and no one even texted that. I do like to come having done my homework.
Thank you. And that, my understanding is that's been that funding was extended as well for, I think it might have even been last year, by Health for a few more years.
Correct.
So, and so will those positions stay in the same schools, just continue on as they have been?
We've got no intention of taking from the schools that they're in.
Yeah.
We'd hope to be able to grow it in time, yeah.
Okay. Are you able to provide a list of which schools those 106 nurses are working out? I'm happy for you to do it on notice.
We can do that.
Yeah, that would be great. And then in relation to support, picking up a little bit on the Chair's comments around students with disability, I've had some reports from parents, specifically with children with hearing loss, that some of their classroom support has been taken away as a result of funding allocations or lack thereof. Is there any update in terms of hearing support teachers, how many there are currently working in schools, and whether there have been any changes to those positions?
Yeah, I'd be keen to get the representation.
I don't want to publicly talk about it, but I'm happy to speak offline about the specific example.
I'd really value speaking offline, because...
Just generally I'm asking, though, for on the record.
I've also met with representatives and also seen some of our hearing teachers in action. Certainly we haven't removed any budget from that area.
Okay.
We haven't cut anything, so I'd be really interested.
Do you have figures as to how many hearing support teachers there are in schools across the state?
We would definitely know how many we've got and how many students they're supporting. I think Mr. Graham's got it.
Yeah,
I don't have that here, but we can take that on notice, and certainly hasn't been any reduction in support.
Yeah.
Okay, can you provide that on notice, and if possible a breakdown of, if not potentially the specific school, if you can, that would be great, but if not, even just sort of the general area where they're working out of.
And if you're open to it, I'm happy for you to
I might have an
outside,
offline
because
conversation. Yeah,
there's
I just don't want to
obviously some
disclose
crosswire if they're
confidentialities,
thinking or feeling that we've cut funding, because we haven't done that.
Okay, that would be great. Thank you. The issues around how the department sort of responds to any concerns about domestic and family violence, particularly, I guess, for staff having the capability to perhaps identify students who might be at risk. How does that work? And I've been asked to specifically ask in terms of the New South Wales Common Approach to Risk Assessment and Safety Framework. How does that work in a school-based setting?
Sorry, I just missed the beginning.
So how do you ensure that school staff have the capability to identify students who might be at risk through domestic and family violence, and how does that fit under the Common Approach to Risk Assessment and Safety Framework?
All right. It's quite specific, so I might need to get advice and guidance. Can you help me?
So we have professional learning for our staff is provided, which is consistent with the kind of New South Wales approach. But we also provide specific training to our child wellbeing unit. So often that's the place where schools notify things that they're concerned about, they think it might be an incident, and those staff have received additional training, in close concert with the kind of New South Wales approach to family domestic violence, to make sure that people are using the same definitions and are lined up in the same way.
Okay. And are there any primary prevention initiatives that you run through schools currently?
Certainly so. I mean, there's a kind of foundational level of respectful relationships work, which is an extensive work that we're, in the middle of rolling out to every school in an extensive way. So we've got, that will be professional learning for all staff, and it will also be programs and work through the core new syllabuses, respectful relationship in all of the PDHBA syllabus we're rolling out to all schools. And that's also done in concert with Our Watch. It'll have the same definitions as the Commonwealth works. When you see the ads on television, kids will be seeing the same messages as they receive if they're in those classes, and teachers will have the same professional learning.
And that's probably a segue to you, Mr. Martin, in terms of the new curriculum and the rollout around consent and respectful relationships. So obviously to have that consistency from primary to secondary schools and across school sectors. What sort of when is the time frame of that being fully implemented in schools?
K to 6 PDHP syllabus has already been released.
Yep.
7 to 10 PDHP syllabus was released earlier this year, I believe.
Yep.
There'll be 18 months of familiarisation, so be implemented. I'll take on notice the specifics, but I believe 7 to 10 is 2027, and it does have that continuum of respectful relationships and consent all the way through.
Okay. And then in terms of, I guess, just going back to the professional learning that's available and what's on offer for teachers and school staff, is there like an evaluation process to, I guess, measure the impact of that training, whether it's giving teachers specifically kind of the adequate supports that they need? How do you assess that it's effective, I guess?
We run, as a general, across all the PL that we offer in the department, an evaluation of it. We want to get feedback continuously about, is it helpful, is it hitting the mark? The most recent one I can talk to is the high potential gifted education training that we rolled out across the state. It was on a school development day with 42 modules that were provided. And in fact, at this week's executive meeting on Tuesday, we were looking at the data, and 80% of teachers across the state had said that it was very helpful and hit the mark. You know, I'm part of that workforce. We are not shy in saying if it doesn't hit the mark, so we're quite pleased that 80% had reported that it was very useful and helpful. And there was further questions about what other training and support are you looking for. It was a series of like 10 questions. So we do survey and get feedback on every single PL we run.
Do you have any data on specifically the family and domestic violence PL and what the teacher feedback has been?
We would.
Would you be able to maybe provide on notice? I mean, that's great for the high
I was just giving you an
gifted.
example.
No, I appreciate
we'll
that, but I'm more specific.
Yeah, we would. So let's go back and have a look.
Okay, that would be fantastic.
Can I just correct one thing too, Miss Mitchell?
Sure.
Because while I got the 106 figure right, you certainly got right that alternative supervision survey was released at the end of the year.
Yeah.
So it is running from 13 August to 2nd September, and last year we released it at the end of the school year.
Okay, so you'll look to do the same.
We'll look to
this
do
year.
the same.
Okay, thank you. I've got so many pieces of paper here. I'm trying to find what my next thing was. The issues around wellbeing, particularly for students. And I know I asked some questions earlier in relation to bullying data, which you took on notice. But I'm just keen to know, I guess, particularly from that cross-sectoral work around anti-bullying, but also I'm assuming student wellbeing. Are there any new initiatives, anything underway to be supporting students in that space across school sectors as well as in public schools?
I mean, there's a lot of work, that's already in existence. There's also a national piece that's happening. All sector heads signed a statement of intent, but you've got to then unpack what a statement of intent means.
Yeah.
It's well and good to say I want to put my signature to saying bullying's not accepted and needs to be dealt with. I mean, Mr. Graham represents us on that cross-sectoral work that Mr. Martin is leading, so he can talk to the work that is underway.
Do you want me to? Thank you. Murat. The cross-sectoral committee has signed a statement of intent as the first part of the work, the cross-sectoral work on anti-bullying. That'll be followed up by a framework, a set of principles. The wording is yet to be nailed down. That would be expected that all schools in all sectors would sign off on to some degree or other, given the independent sector has all three sectors have their own bullying policies, so it will probably be more of a type of framework that would say you have to have these elements within. It would also not only have things that should be in anti-bullying policies within schools, but perhaps things that evidence shows don't work. Professor Cross is quite keen to pursue those angles as well. So we expect to have a whole suite of things concluded by the end of this year and leading into professional learning and other work.
Okay.
It's been very fruitful, and as you were aware from the previous anti-bullying roundtable, highly sensitive.
I might come back. Sorry, Chair, I think that's my time.
Thank you. Mr. Disdar, I worry I may have asked you something about this earlier, but maybe it was in an earlier estimates, but maybe it was in relation to the early childhood regulator.
Sure.
But I'm looking at the licensing for out of school hours care.
Yes.
And I understand that in some point around 2020, the licensing process was moved out of the Early Childhood Education Directorate, as it was, to School Infrastructure New South Wales.
Yeah.
But then I think you may have said that it's gone back or it sits somewhere else now. Can you explain to me where that licensing function for the Ushers currently sits?
The decision to move it to School Infrastructure precedes me, and currently it sits in operations with Miss McCabe, and that's where I moved it to.
Right, out of School Infrastructure New South Wales.
Correct. And Miss McCabe is our Deputy Secretary who runs the operations arm.
Yep.
And that's where I moved it to. It's coming back to me.
Good, okay. And when it was part of School Infrastructure New South Wales, did it sit in, I think it was called asset activation?
Correct.
Right.
I moved it out of there.
Okay, good. Does that asset activations still exist as a thing?
Miss Harrington can talk to that. It certainly doesn't exist in the form and shape that it was, and she's been leading a new structure there.
It does exist. It focuses on, community use, joint use, facilities, those sorts of things.
Okay.
Share our space. Yeah.
So when it comes to licensing for uniform shops and canteens in public schools, where's that sit?
Operations.
So that's all with operations now. Okay, so it is quite a different looking asset activation team then.
And I
Yep.
made those moves because I think it's a much better fit helping schools on the operations arm and infrastructure focusing on the infrastructure arm.
So in terms of the licensing then for the Ushers
Yes.
that's sitting in operations,
Yes.
is there a special team or sort of are there contract managers sitting there, and if so, how many?
Miss McCabe can talk to
Yes,
that. Yeah.
yes, there's a team that looks after that. It sits in the procurement function.
Mm-hmm. How many contract managers are there in that, or
I might
staff?
take that on notice, about how many contract managers. You're just talking for just the USH because it's a joint team.
Okay, so they're doing USH and uniform and canteen.
So I'll get you the number on notice, yes.
Thank you. On the 7th of August of this year, I had a motion I put up in the Legislative Council which was passed with government support, which called on the government to facilitate a genuine level playing field for all types of organisations in any competitive tender process for USH licences, and also to introduce protections in the Department of Education's licensing approach to protect against corporatisation and effective privatisation of USH services. What action has been taken to implement that?
Yeah, I've certainly met with that team and made it clear to them that I expect us to provide the fullest level of support for parent-run operations in schools to, for want of a better phrase, transfer into P&C or not-for-profit operation. That it's my expectation that we don't just give them, this is what you've got to do, but if they want to run and are currently running a parent operation and we want them to move into the appropriate categories, we're to give them our full support. My explanation to that team was that parents are a very vital arm if they're connected in with our school, and I've seen parent-run canteens and uniform shops and ushers, that can be hugely beneficial to the school community. The data and evidence around parental engagement and educational outcomes is profound and strong. So I made that clear to the team. They made it clear to me that when we've got to go out to tender processes, we can't preclude them from those processes. And that's because ICAC says you cannot, rightfully so, directly deal in that way. But my team must do the utmost, and Ms McCabe has been carrying that work on to support parent-run operations.
How then does, sorry, it's a separate point really, I said
Sure.
but really it's a separate point. When we're looking at the licensing of those OOSH services,
Yes.
how is there a connection between that licensing process and the work that the early childhood education, you know what I'm trying to say, it got late in the day, the
regulator.
ECEC Regulatory Authority, the work it does.
Yeah.
Is there a connection between the two?
I'll get Ms McCabe to unpack it for you, because the regulator regulates that sector. The licensing arm sits with Ms McCabe.
That's correct.
And that's where I've asked for the utmost, fullest, greatest level of support on those parent-run operations who want to maintain parent-run but fit into the appropriate OOSH category. Do you want to talk to that, Ms McCabe?
That's right. So they're regulated by the National Quality Framework.
Yes.
The OOSH
So,
services.
on answers to questions on notice that I got back in May of this year, the department said that if a provider has been prosecuted for safety, child protection or compliance breaches, it's taken into account during the tender process for OSHC licenses. I guess the question is, how do you know? So is there a check made with the regulator before you then approve a new license?
That's right. So so if you're talking about new licenses, so this is through
So
the
new
tender process
licenses,
of
but not
new-
necessarily new licensees.
Right. Yes, they're required to submit an application to the early childhood regulator, the early childhood and care regulator, and as part of the license agreement with the department, they must provide a service approval within 3 months from the regulator.
Okay, but for example, Camp Australia has had multiple prosecutions in New South Wales and in other jurisdictions like WA, but they keep winning OOSH tenders here in New South Wales over non-profit parent-managed services. Another corporate provider, Extend, has been prosecuted multiple times in New South Wales for child safety matters, and they keep winning tenders.
Okay.
How exactly is it then taken into consideration? Does
I
the
might-
do you
I
not
might need
have
to take
the
that on notice.
Yeah,
Yep.
I'd like to know
Camp
sort of
Sure.
how that gets. Yeah, it seems like again it's another one of those situations where the information held by the regulator is not necessarily getting through to something as important as winning a new tender on a school site. So, and I guess if you're taking that on notice, if you could also look at, is consideration given only if there's an actual prosecution on record, or do you speak with the regulator about, for instance, there was a plea deal and we may not know sort of who the provider was, but the regulator knows that they're a risky provider, for instance?
I'll take that on notice.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And also, sorry, while you're at it, if the prosecutions in other jurisdictions are taken into account as well. So a lot of these providers are now nationwide or sitting in a lot of different states and territories. Okay. Are you able to tell me, Mr. Disdar, I think I asked you this the first time a couple of years back about the value of voluntary school contributions. Do we have the data from 2024 and 2025 to date?
Yeah, I'll ask Mr. French to come up to the table. He's been doing some policy work for us while I search if I have it, because he may have it. What I can say before he dives in is that I have not lifted the maximum amount of voluntary contribution in a primary school or a high school. I'm going to say $51 in a primary and $110 in a secondary since I've been secretary. I've also been working with Mr. French and the team around making sure we're going to give very strong guidance to the ground around the clarity of what voluntary contribution means. I've communicated a number of times, but the global figure that we collect as a system on voluntary contribution, Mr. French might have.
Yeah, so in in the scheme of the overall funding that we have for schools, it's a very small amount. For each school, we know that principals make decisions knowing their community on the amount that's asked for. That particular amount can be found in annual school reports, which are published on websites. But we're looking at around about $30 million a year that's taken in at the system level for voluntary contributions, which, as I said, over the whole budget envelope is a very small amount.
Okay, but parents are spending $30 million.
So that's voluntary contributions that are provided.
From parents?
Yeah.
Yeah, so parents are spending $30 million.
That's the amalgam across the 2,219 sites, yeah.
Okay, and what was it the year before?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Yeah, I think we've got it somewhere. I'm sure someone is busy looking it up for me.
It's been stable for a number of years.
Yeah.
My notes would sort of say it's been pretty stable since 2017.
So 2023 was 29 million?
Correct.
2024 you just said was 30 million?
Approximately. I can take on notice the exact amount.
Okay. That indicates to me it's not getting better though.
Where I want to make sure, I'm one of those parents and I'm in a position where I do want to contribute and I understand what voluntary means. I want to make sure every one of our sites are really clear that there's no compulsion, there's no fees. This is a public education provision. We allocate the school-based allocation resource to fund for that, but voluntary contributions are not new. What I want to make sure that we get right everywhere is that we make it clear around the communication. No compulsion. If you cannot afford it, you don't need to be contributing. But in plenty of school contexts, like myself, I can do it, I want to do it, I want to support the school puts that to other programs and initiatives.
Can we make a distinction though, and perhaps this is caught in a different, I know we've talked before about the difference between voluntary contributions and the amounts paid towards sort of subjects and excursions and things. I understand that there are situations where parents may want to just donate money to the school. I don't think that there's anyone seems any particular problem with that.
Yes.
The problem seems to be, and the information that comes to my office that causes concern is when a parent is faced with a situation where if they don't pay a certain amount of money, their child doesn't get to participate in the thing that all of their friends get to participate in. And when you couple that with what parents are saying is a increased outsourcing of particularly things like sport, that puts them in a really unfortunate position where they're having to decide between, how much they can spend on the groceries that week and whether or not their child can attend the trampolining, event on a Monday afternoon with the rest of their sports class. So how are we capturing that information and making sure that that's not out of control?
Yeah, that's a really good question, because in my system, the system I preside over, you cannot exclude a child or a family, that family's child, from the compulsory curriculum delivery on contribution. You cannot do that, whether that's voluntary, whether that's subject fee. Now, that's quite different to an overseas excursion. My child's high school went to America on a dance tour for 14 days, which was fantastic, an amazing experience. That had a cost component to it.
Yeah.
Now, the expectation in the system is if there's a family that cannot meet even that cost component, that we would do what we could at a school level around student assistance. But I know you're not saying that should be free. That obviously would have a cost and the family would contribute. But if it was the dance curriculum at the school,
yeah, or just, so for example,
you couldn't exclude that child from that.
No. So for example, my kids get to choose their particular sport and they might get to go 10-pin bowling, or they can go and do some walking around the school track, which is free, or they can go and do a clip and climb or something.
Yes.
But those external ones have cost.
Correct.
What happens if they don't want to do the free one and instead they would like to go with their friends to something else? What are we doing in those circumstances?
Yeah, and if that family is financially challenged, then we ask them to approach the school for support. We know, and Ms Summerhayes can also talk to this, many schools that don't ask for any voluntary contributions, do not collect any incursion fees. They're really high equity schools. They recognise and respect the school context they're serving. They use our equity loading to make sure they don't put any family in a situation where they're facing financial complexity. Then you might have a school that's got families from a lot of advantaged backgrounds, and there can still be some students and families that are facing considerable complexity and financial hardship. So we ask them to approach the school, because schools know that they can give student support assistance. What I want to get right and continue to improve is the clarity around this, that every school communicates in this way.
Yeah, because I think there's a very big difference between saying to people,
yes,
or telling them, like, I know a lot of parents that just don't have as much food for themselves that week because they want to make sure that they're paying for their children. They may not think, they might be too proud, or might not think that they're in a position where they should be asking the school for help. So I guess, how are we tracking that? Is that making sure that that's not blowing out and getting out of control? Is that within the subject contributions line? Is that I think it was 41 million in 2023 that parents were paying?
So subject contributions largely apply in our high school context, and they largely come into play in year 11 and 12. So if you're going to do things like metal work, woodwork, hospitality, there's often a subject contribution for materials.
Yeah.
If I go to hospitality, there's the, I won't get the technical words right, Ms Summerhayes might help me, but there's the knife set that might be required, and the apron and uniform that might be required, so there's a subject contribution. Now, if a family can't make that subject contribution, Ms Summerhayes and I make it clear to the ground that you can't preclude that child from doing hospitality.
Then where's the amount for the 10-pin bowling? How do we capture that amount when parents have optionally decided to send their children to the more expensive sports thing?
That's often captured, and Mr French will correct me if I get it wrong, in the extracurricular bucket.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's that figure?
French? Yeah, so we can take that figure on notice, but I think what's important to note that Mr Dizdar, the Secretary's already covered off on, is that we know that there are a number of schools across the state that seek to contribute using their low SES RAM funding to support those sorts of activities. So, for instance, earlier in term 1, I was at Villawood East Public School, where the principal made it well known that they use their RAM funding to support those extracurricular activities of students that are from a disadvantaged background, which is a really important provision that's provided. So, the category that you're talking about would fall under extracurricular and excursion.
Okay.
However, the same thing applies that Mr Dizdar talked before about with the subject contributions. That families can also ask for financial assistance from schools in relation to some of those.
They can ask, but it doesn't mean that they're going to get.
In my experience, because this is quite a sensitive topic, I was one of those households you're referring to, where my family went without, were too proud, and paid for those things, and would not have known of those mechanisms. So it's a personal topic for me as well. In my experience, if a family approaches the school and says, I need help on this front, I do not hear that help is not forthcoming. I hear instances where the school might not be able to, and that's where we ask them to reach out to Ms Summerhayes and her team so that we can assist.
So that's promising, but I guess where I'm trying to get to is I don't want us to get to a world where every class on a Monday afternoon, instead of being supervised at school, is all going off and we're paying, as parents, paying for our kids to go everywhere else. I just want to make sure that we're tracking to make sure that doesn't get out of control. Are you able to tell me, so if it's 41 million for 2023 subject contributions, what is that in 2024?
So I might be able to help just on the last point that you made there.
Yeah.
So what we do know, and I don't have the exact figures at hand to be able to tell you this, but what we did see was a reduction over the pandemic in the amount taken in through excursions and extracurricular.
You would expect.
Coming off the other side of that pandemic, what we haven't seen is a dramatic increase from pre-pandemic. So there's not a great deal of difference between what was taken in before the pandemic compared to what we've seen in 2024.
Shall I just do 2 more minutes and then hand over? Sure.
Subject contributions have dropped
Okay,
as a
good.
global amount since 2022, which is a promising sign. And
So what was it in 2024?
in 2022 it was close to 44 million,
Mm-hmm.
and if I've got it right, it's close to 41 million.
So, which was in 2023, it was 41.
Correct. It's
Yeah,
very
but
close to that
we
figure.
don't have 2024 figures.
I don't have the exact figure. My notes
Okay.
say it's similar to 23.
Okay, all right, thank you. Can I just invite Mr. Bacco back in case there's anything... Sorry, where's Mr. Bacco? Oh, he's hiding, sorry.
Sorry.
You weren't hiding, it was just my line of sight, just make it very clear for Hansard. No suggestion, Mr. Bacco was hiding. Were you able to find out any more information for me in relation to the Busy Bees New Lambton?
Yes, so I can provide some further information for you, Miss Boyd, and then obviously if there's additional questions or information, I did take the question on notice and happy to provide that in due course.
Thank you.
Firstly, just acknowledge, as I did earlier, how serious the incident is, and that is why we made the decision to issue the show cause notice. That's one of the more significant compliance actions that we take, with the end result of that having the possibility of a cancellation of a service approval. What we received back from the provider was extensive evidence, and so we review their response, and in reviewing that response we consider the information provided, but also did further visits to the service to confirm what they provided to us was indeed accurate. As I said earlier as well, we've done 7 visits since that incident to the service, with the most recent visit being on the 19th of August, and continue to monitor the service really closely. In terms of the response that we received back, it included extensive details about a number of improvements related to things like induction of staff, additional training and support to the existing staff. So they detailed additional training that was provided across their workforce, information about risk assessments, and then additional staffing.
Right. Given that they had, I believe they had ratio breaches and all sorts of things, that doesn't sound like a particularly, it's my opinion, a particularly compelling reason to stay open. But you say there were 7 visits since then.
Yes.
But not one of them was a ratings visit, and they still have a rating that they are meeting standards. Why has there been no rating of that service since October 2022, given these serious incidents?
So my understanding is, and of course we'll correct the record on notice if my understanding is incorrect, is that one of the additional visits that has occurred since that incident was an assessment and rating visit, and that process is underway. So there is not a final outcome from the further assessment and rating visit. But again, happy to provide further details on notice. That's my understanding.
If you would come back telling us what the timeline for getting that new rating would be as well, because obviously they're just getting federal funding and all the rest of it in the meantime. Ms Mitchell.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, Mr Martin, I need you for one more. I apologise for the
Mr. Martin,
musical
why don't
chairs.
you come over this side?
I'll ask as you walk up. Just going back to the appointment of Professor Cross. Obviously, we got an answer last time that her salary was $211,440 per annum. I understand she's now on a contract from the 7th of April to the end of December this year at a cost of $430,000. So could you just explain that change?
Sure.
And what work she's doing, please?
That's not quite an accurate comparison. As you'd be aware, Professor Cross was appointed as the Chief Behaviour Advisor, based on a model of a behaviour advisor, I think, emanating from the UK. It had a different set of requirements attached. It was really, I think from memory, about dealing with disruptive students, promoting positive learning, etc. The contract that the appointment of Professor Cross was as an Executive Director, paid for by the department but working within NESA, and it was for 3 days a week. So the amount that she was receiving was for the 3 days per week. Her contract or her employment was for 2 years. It concluded at the beginning of this year. By that time, the shift of the behaviour advisor's role had gone specifically into bullying and anti-bullying. She was working closely with the Schools Advisory Council, NESA, and also with the 3 sectors. As her contract concluded and the various loadings that are attached to a permanent employee or a full-time employee also ceased, she was put onto another contract with a maximum amount of that $400,000, so not the full amount. That's not what she's receiving. It'll probably come in as close to what she was getting.
Is she still part-time?
She's working at a daily rate depending on the work that she's been asked, but it's very focused on bullying. But I've also, I might add, spoken to both the independent and Catholic sectors, who will pay a proportionate amount because it's cross-sectoral work. So the stark comparison looks extreme, but in actual fact it won't be anything like that by the time it's concluded.
Okay, and is her work going to continue at the end of December 2025?
I don't think that's decided, but my view is that most of it will have been concluded this year as part of that anti-bullying framework.
Okay. I'll stop. So that's right on time.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you for your attendance. To the extent there were questions taken on notice, which they were, or there are supplementary questions, which there will be. I'm so sorry, Mr. Diadam, I forgot about you again.
I just wanted to ask whether there's anything that any member of the panel want to add to supplement the evidence they've given, if there's anything that you particularly need to address.
Thanks for the opportunity. I'm just looking at the colleagues, if there's anything anyone wants to add. No, can I thank you, Chair, and thank the committee for allowing us to represent the education portfolio.
Thank you. Apologies, Mr. Diadam. Yes, the committee secretary will be in touch in relation to those questions. That concludes for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.